Stella, Rivas, Tony Dark Eyes.
Hoy me encuentro en algún lugar donde el sol calienta mi cuerpo. Solo quise el tiempo parar. Fui para ti, tú para mí, sin secretos. Si te vuelvo a ver, no me detendré para decir lo que yo siento. Y sonriendo verte un momento y decir que sin ti estoy tocando el sol. Estoy tocando el sol. Estoy tocando el sol. Hoy sin tu amor, corazón, siento que estoy tocando el sol. Hoy sin tu amor, tu calor, lo siento, estoy tocando el sol. Con el tiempo podré escapar del recuerdo de un último beso, de tus besos, baby, y mis manos reclamarán de tu cruel corazón un fragmento. Si te vuelvo a ver, no me detendré para decir lo que yo siento. Y sonriendo verte un momento y decir que sin ti estoy tocando el sol. Estoy tocando el sol. Estoy tocando el sol. Hoy sin tu amor, corazón, siento que estoy tocando el sol. Hoy sin
Tour, Tyrell Miller, Lydia Thompson, Robin Krause, Blake Marshall, Drew Roberts. Heat number 2, Fernie Waihappy, Emma Martin and Josh Devane. And I'd like to welcome Gavin Rowlands along. He's going to give me a hand on the microphone for the day. So I'm sure he's going to keep us entertained while I go at the back and have a bit of a snooze or something or other. So welcome along, Swampy. Good to see you back at Christchurch Show for a first time for a wee while.
Yeah, thanks, Norm. Yeah, it's good to be back.
Who's their referee for the junior down there? You, Toosie, top man. It's great to have a gentleman of your stature here at the Christchurch Show. Thanks very much for coming. Well done. So let's get him up. Toosie looks like he's ready to go. He'll have some judges up there. Jess Torr, stand 1. Tyrell Miller on 2. Lydia Thompson on 3. Robin Krause on 4. Blake Marshall 5. Dre Roberts on stand number 6. You guys and girls can take your stand. Girls just about outnumbering the guys in this heat. So just remember, competitors, you're allowed a pen boy up there, and once you've shorn, make your way down the back, around the back, and pick the sheep up for the judges of the next heat, please. So we've got a fair old program to work our way through today. So we're just going to keep rocking and rolling. Make sure you're ready to go when you're supposed to be ready to go, and we won't have any problems. Swampy won't beat you up if you do everything right. And looks like timekeeper's down here. Mrs. King. And overlooked by Hugh, making sure that she does it right. And our points girls down the front, so a big thanks to you guys and girls for being here. Two competition sheep. These competitors will be shearing. Get the thumbs up from Mr. Twos and we'll be underway. Out on the board there, Dre. Good man. Okay. Heat number 1 it is, folks. Timekeeper's ready. Competitors, set, go. Away we go. First of 2 sheep out on the board. Jess on the front stand. Is there 1 or 2 in there? Yeah, 2. And Lydia, just get that one settled down and she'll be away down the valley very shortly. Must be. Are we taking the front socks off too, are we? Front socks off, yeah. Thanks, James. So all the front socks are coming off, competitors. So make sure you take the front socks off. And Lydia's finally got her one settled down. It was a bit jumpy, that one, Swamp. I think we had the neck chops out of one of those very similar to that for breakfast, didn't we?
We did, Norm. I don't think the neck chops are quite as big as what's on that one there that Lydia's got though. Just doesn't want to settle for it, but she'll get it under control. Robin looked up with a wee smile on her face at her mate there getting kicked around, but that sheep just doesn't want to settle at all. But you can't panic, just go settle it down and keep it going. A lot of work on these sheep by the look of them. There's quite a bit of wool around the heads and taking the front socks off. So it looks like it's Tyrell. He's into the long blow first. Shearing along there nicely on stand number 2. Well, Robin's got one that they don't like girls, these sheep, Norm.
Yeah, it's not very fair, really. The boys seem to be working their way quietly through sheep number 1, and the girls are getting kicked around a wee bit. But I'm sure they'll manage. Around the back of the head for Robin. Into the long blow there for Blake on stand number 5. Sweeping up the backbone. Dre on stand number 6 just works his way around towards the first front shoulder. But the pace is coming from stand 2. Tyrell Miller on stand number 2 under the front leg, and away down the last side he's going to go, leading the field. Just by a couple of shots from Blake as he turns into the last cheek. And the girls, Robin, round into the long blow now for Robin Krause. Jess not far away, just shears off under the leg. And drops into the long blow. So heat number 1 this is for Shears Canterbury Shears. Great to have the opportunity to be here once again. A lot of shows, a lot of competitions. All sporting codes have been cancelled once again this year, Swampy. So good to have something to do on a lovely Friday in Canterbury.
Yeah, it is, Norm. We're lucky that we can be here today. I think just about all the shows on the North Island have been cancelled. So been lucky we had Pleasant Point last week, Ashburton the week before that, and Christchurch here today. So even though there's no A&P show on, it's good for Dave and his committee to keep this event going. But there's Blake, he's in for sheep number 2 as last one. These guys will be just shearing to make that final. Nine competitors, so trying to get in the top 6, but that sheep of Lydia's there just doesn't want to play the game at all. But she'll be pleased to see the end of that one and get in for another one. Robin, she's Robin's making a lovely job there on stand number 4. As down the last side she comes, out the last hind leg, but it's still Tyrell Miller there on stand number 2, who's setting the pace. Around the back of the ears he comes, he's up the neck. Won't be long until Robin's in for her second one. Gray Roberts down the end there, he's carrying along nicely. Got a pretty good pen boy in his pen there to make sure that he's doing the job right. So cleaning all those socks off. Jess, she's just down the last side. There's Robin, she's in for her second sheep. Lydia's just taking the front socks off. There goes Dre, he's in for his second one. That sheep's just still niggling away there on Lydia. Oh, hang on to the handpiece. That sounded like a comb to me. Yeah.
Might have popped the comb, I think.
Yeah. Had that ominous sound about it, Norm, when the tooth pops off.
Who's got a handpiece set up for Jess? Someone must have a handpiece set up that you'll let her use.
Someone loaned Jess a handpiece just to get finished. I think Duncan's got one there. He's going to grab.
That's why you have 2 handpieces. Tyrell, down the last side he comes. He might loan Jess's handpiece when he finishes.
There's Lydia's got rid of that sheep. Should be pleased to see the end of that
Well
one.
done, Lydia. Good work, mate. It just shows you what perseverance can do. You get there in the end. Very, very difficult animal that one was. And She'll be shaking her head a wee bit.
There's Tyrell, a couple of blows and he'll get his time taken. Got another handpiece there for Jess, so...
Well done, Tyrell. All done and dusted.
Couple of blows and Jake will be... Blake down there, stand number 5 there. He's just making sure he's getting all those trimmings off. Clearing all the leg. Wanting to keep the job right, be wanting to make that top 6. Jess, she's down the last side of her first sheep. There's Blake, he gets his time taken. Dre up the neck, he'll be just going round the back of the ears. Just shearing along nicely there on stand number 6. Not panicking, just keeping the job right. Robin, she's going to be the next one finished. So she turns to the last side, cleans that cheek wall off. Down the last side she comes. She was in the final at Pleasant Point last week. Down there, sure, very well. Lydia's, this one's sitting a lot better for her. She'll be able to relax a wee bit on this one, and goes Jess for her second one. Lydia's up the neck. Breaks that neck well open. Long bow time for Dre down there on stand number 6. They've got a wee bit of vigour in them, these, Norm, by the look of them.
Yeah, they're a bit vigorous, all right. They're a wee bit ticklish, just certain parts of the sheep. And Jess is away. Jess not doing all right, considering she had to wait and get another handpiece sorted, but she's way down the belly on sheep number 2. Tyrell and Blake just watching the rest of the field come home. Robin Krause, stand 4, finishing touches for her and her second and final sheep. Another couple of shots for Robin, and she's going to be looking for the time clock to be stopped. Long blow time for Dre. Another big sweeping blow up the backbone. He's going to turn for home. Well done, Robin.
Lydia's going much better on this one. Seen it sitting there for her. She's made a bit of ground up on Dre on this one. She clears the cheek off on the last side and down to the last front shoulder she comes. She'll be wanting to make sure she keeps that job right though, so she'll get another go. Jess just shearing around the back of the ears on stand number 1 there. She steps up the neck. Robin just, Lydia's just cleaning that sock wall off. Not very common to take socks off now, so some of these won't have probably had a lot of practice at doing that, but on the Corriedales, they're still the odd one that likes them to come off. Dre's making a nice job there on stand number 6. Closely watched by the judges. The judges will keep rotating until the last sheep is shorn. It's finished.
Well done, Lydia. Very, very difficult sheep to start with. And she's done and dusted. Dre Roberts there as well. Well done, Dre. And Jess Tor, stand number 1. Sheep smashed her first comb. But Jess as well through sheep number 2, swinging around and towards the long blow.
Just goes it back a bit on time. You can't count them out on this grade, only 2 sheep, so quality's so important. You've got to get all that wool off.
You did right, Swamp. There not many guys get through on speed alone in this grade, that's for sure. All comes down to the job.
Her third round of the PGG Wrightson's and PGG Wrightson's and Vet Med, the third round of the circuit. Last one in South Island, then we'll be off up to Martin, and then to hopefully things have settled down so they can have Pie Tour, and then the Golden Shears this year, so for the finals. So a lot of these open boys here today trying to get points to make sure they get in that semi-final up there. So it's a big woolly socked one that Jess has got there, but she'll keep swiping away at it until there's none left on there. Get the rest next year, Jess.
Finishing touches for Jess. Woolly beast it is. Got to take everything off. And she's doing it right over the tail. Another couple of shots for Jess. She'll bring to a close heat number 1. Well done, Jess. Out it goes. So you competitors are just Sean, make sure you hop down outstairs, or 3 of us anyway. Tip the sheep up for the next heat, and we'll have Fruity Waihappy up there on stand number 1, Emma Martin on 2, Josh Devane, stand 3. Yeah, thanks, Dave. So thanks very much for your sponsorship, Bronwyn, and supporting our young competitors. And of course, a big thanks to all our sponsors here today. And the current event sponsor is Leech Partners for the junior. We have the thumbs up for the referees at your door, please. Timekeeper's ready. That wake everyone up, eh? Oh, judges, yeah. Be able to see everything now, you're awake. Timekeeper's ready. Competitors, set, go. Just saw a couple of them old judges drifting off to sleep there. A little bit to wake them up.
There we heat 2 up on the board here. Fooney way happy on 1, Emma Martin on 2, and Josh Devine. Josh won the shearing at the point last weekend, so in the junior grade down there, so he'll be looking for a good shear here today to get into that final.
So just a reminder to our junior competitors that just showing that last heat, if you're not tipping up for these guys, because we only need 3, you need to be tipping up for the next heat, the first heat in the intermediate. So these 3 plus the 3 that aren't tipping up need to be out the back after this heat. So into the top of the head for Josh on stand number 3. Emma and Fooney won't be far away. Fooney just steps through and up the neck right there with Josh Devane on stands 1 and 3. And sheep number 1 in the Leech and Partners sponsored junior up on the board for heat number 2. Next up is the intermediate heats. We'll get the draw for that very shortly. And we'll be moving into that. So just the 9 shearers in your junior here today, Swamp, looking for the top 6 for the final a wee bit later on. Emma just moving the sheep away from the wall a wee bit as she steps through and up the neck this time with the rest of the shearers. Around the back of the head for Josh. Fooney's right there as well. She works her way into the first front shoulder.
Yeah, she's very competent wool handler too, Fooney. She's been in some big finals in the wool handling. Now she's into the shearing side as she sneaks around onto the long blow and away she goes there. Josh Devane on stand number 3. Just into that first front shoulder. North Island boy, so you won't be used to shearing a lot of these Corriedales. On the long blow he goes. Emma Martin, she's not far away either as she's ready to drop down on the long blow. But as Fooney Waiapi, she turns to the last side first. Down into the last front shoulder she goes. These top 6 will be going through to a final later on today. So down the last side comes Josh. Only a couple of blows behind Fooney. Fooney just taking that sock wool off. Cleans it all up.
Dave Brooker. Not in. Hey, Dave, do you want to grab the
Intermediate
draw for the intermediates, please, while you're there? Cheers, mate.
Josh has just got a few blows on Fooney now as he's down the last side he comes. Sure really well last week, but she's a whole different ball game today. A couple of blows and he'll be in for his second sheep. There he goes, going to change the comb, just wasn't quite happy with that comb. Fooney's making a nice job here on stand number 1.
Beautiful job, Swamp. Out it goes. Stands 1 and 3 out on the board with the second sheep. Emma,
What's that?
down
sheep
the last
there?
side, and just the back leg to come off Swamp almost, and we'll be looking for sheep number 2 for Emma as well. So the intermediate, heat number 1, which there is only one heat, Blake Crooks, Jason Brass, Timo Hicks, Savvy Taitoko, Chase Retro, Ruben King as their lineup of intermediate shearers. So entries down a wee bit in the lower grades here, Swampy, but anyway, we'll make a competition out of it.
Yep, just a bit of observation there on the junior. There's 5 of these junior shearers are a woman, a girl, so looks a bit of a change from way back. I can remember when the intermediate, you'd have sort of like 10 or 11 heats, but the young guys just don't seem to be interested in competitions nowadays, but probably easier to play on the PlayStation. Looks like we've got a bit of a malfunction here on the handpiece. Handpiece doesn't want to come off.
Anyway, Josh is on the case. He's on the next stand. And up the neck.
But it's still Fooney on stand number 1 there. She's out in front, keeping the sheep up nice and high around on that first front shoulder. Just sneaking around onto the long blow. Emma Martin on 2. She's shearing over the undermine. She'll take the top knot off and she'll be stepping up the neck. Josh had that little bit of a hiccup there, but he's didn't panic, just moved back onto that next stand, and away he goes again now. He's getting around on the long blow. Down on the long blow he goes now. Getting a bit of a flow on there now. He's ready to turn to the last side. Booney, she turns to the last side. Clears that cheek wall off down into the last front shoulder she comes. Josh Devine, his last shoulder as well. He'll take that front sock off and away down the last side he'll go. So he's had a bit of practice of taking them off before. He's done that very well. Way down the last side goes Josh. Fooney got that sock wall off. Making a nice job here on stand number 1. Emma Martin, she's into the first front shoulder. Ready to drop it down onto the long blow, but Josh is going to get his time taken. There he goes. Didn't let that little bit of a hiccup worry him too much. Booney just brings the head through, just settles the sheep. Couple of more blows and she'll be there's Booney, a couple of blows and she'll be finished. If anyone wants a cup of coffee or tea or that, the shop up the back there is open. So there's Booney, give her a hand. So if you want a cup of coffee or tea or a sandwich, the shop up the back. Emma Martin, she just turns to the last side now. Just shearing along nicely there. A lot of work on these Corriedale hoggets. out the last leg, front leg. She'll be taking that sock wall off and then away down the last side, and then we'll be moving straight on to the intermediate heat.
Emma, finishing touches for Emma on stand number 2. She's going to bring to a close the junior shearing here, the heat shearing at Canterbury Shears. Well done. Give them a hand, folks, they're junior grade shearers. Of course, we will welcome back the top 6 into the final very short, or a wee bit later on. And we'll say goodbye to the 3 that don't make it, but more competitions coming up in the future, so we'll see you there. And moving into the intermediate, on stand 1, we'll have Blake Crooks, Jason Brass, Timo Hicks, Savvy Taitoko. On 4, Chase Retro 5, Ruben King on stand number 6. So there's only one heat of juniors, so I hope our senior shearers are ready to rock and roll because they'll be up straight after this heat.
Too hard to get in the final in this grade, Norm.
No, they don't have to do much to get through to the next round. But not like when you were a competition shearing Swampy, sometimes you struggled to qualify for the heats.
Quite often, Norm.
So Ruben King, he's played the game a few times before. Big Chase Rattray there. You're going to be a great help to his mother when he grows up. Look at the size of that boy. And Savvy, definitely the best looking shearer in this heat. Timo Hicks, Jason and Blake. That's the heat. This is also going to be the final a bit later on.
I guess they're shearing 3 sheep.
If the referee could just keep things moving, please. If the referee could keep things moving. Just holding things up here. But, okay, thank you. At your door, please. The only heat in the intermediate. Timekeepers ready. Competitors, set, go. Away we go, Swampy. Might have 3 sheep in the pen this time, have we? And moved up a grade. Gained a wee bit in speed and experience, so we'll give them another sheep. And away they go.
Yeah, these are the boys and girls that'll probably be on the stand full time now. Some of those juniors would have just been getting on the stand or might have been still pressing, but the pace is going to go a wee bit quicker now. We've got a couple of experienced intermediate shearers there on stands 5 and 6, Chase Rattray and Reuben King, but Jayzan Brash here on stand number 2. He's the one that's going to make the pace as he takes the top knot off and steps up the neck. Very good little Merino shearer to Jayzon. He was part of Merino New Zealand's cadetship this year, so Jayzon learned a lot out of that and really improved a lot as he shears into the first front shoulder now. He's one out just out in front there as he ready to turn around on the long blow. Blake Crooks, he's ready to drop into the long blow as well. Chase Rattray down there just got a bit of a kicker as around the back of the ears he goes into the first front shoulder. Reuben King into the front shoulder he goes. These two have shown in finals against each other before, but it's the boys up on stands 1 and 2 who are setting the pace. Blake Crooks and Jayzon Brash. But it's Crooks who turned to the last side first. This is just a bit of a warm-up for these boys, really, boys and girls, because they'll be shearing in the final later on, so they'll be just making sure their gear's right. And Savi Taitoku, she's on the long blow down there on stand number 4. Shearing along nicely, just not rushing, but she's getting the job done quite well as she turns to the last side. Chase Rattray, he's on the last side. Ooh, but had a bit of trouble getting up the neck of that one, Chase. And Reuben King, he's on the last front shoulder, clears the sock off, but it's Jay's on there. He's going to be first in the pen for his second sheep, making a lovely job there, Norm.
Yeah, Jay's on in and out, second sheep on the board. And he's the first shearer to do so on stand number 2. Blake Crooks on stand 1, not too far away, just another shot for him, and he will be in for sheep number 2 as well. Last side time for Timo Hicks. Timo under the front leg and away down. Oh, sheep gives a bit of a kick and wriggle. It's a wee bit ticklish there, Timo. I'm a bit ticklish under the armpit as well, but Savvy right out to the toe. Another couple of shots for her on stand 4.
Josh Devane from the juniors, you need to out back to tip up. Remember, guys, it's your responsibility to tip up for the next event. So, Josh, shoot out there, and you don't want to get penalised for not doing it.
So just remember, competitors, you must tip up after you've shorn. So, Josh Devane, please make your way out to the back. And Timo this time, out it goes.
Nearly.
A very awkward little sheep, that one.
But it's still Jay's on there on 2. He's the one that's out in front, is down on the long blow he goes. The young fella from Central Otago steps over. Shearing along nicely, just not panicking. Keeping the job right. Blake Crooks He'll be turning to the last side shortly. Wraps that sheep up round his leg. Reuben King, he's dropped down on the long blow. Chase Rattray. Round the back of the ears he goes. There's a wee bit out in front of the eye. The big fella from Ashburton. Savvy, she's up round the neck with Timo Hicks, both sharing along together, but it's the boys on 1 and 2 here, having a wee battle. Down the last side comes Jason. Blake Crook, not a lot on this one. It's a bit of confidence if you qualify well in this, but they'll be shearing in the final again later on. But it's Blake Crooks, he's going to be first in the third one. Jason, he's right there as well. Timo, he's round the last shoulder with Chaz Rattray. Reuben King, he's just got a bit, this one just a wee bit more better sharing. He's made up a bit of ground on this one, making a nice job down there on stand number 6. Just got the old knee blow there. The 4 Corriedales are a wee bit fidgety. Timo brings quite a big solid one he's got there on stand number 3. Brings the head through just to settle it. Keep on the board. Come on, Tony. Play the game. He's chased, rushes in for another one. Timo, he's in for his third one. Savvy, she's got her third one on the board. They all got their third sheep on the board now. But it's the boys on 1 and 2 who are still having a little battle up here. Blake Crooks might have just a couple of blows in front there. Must be something about that stand there, Norm. Stand number 3 where the sheep don't like to sit very still on. There might be a nail sticking up on them.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be picking that stand at the moment. Yeah. Timo getting knocked around a wee bit, but he'll get under control and carry on. Won't let it get to him too much. He might have to have another go at setting that up. More than one way to skin a cat, so he just lifts the leg and gets on with it. Now he turns around into the first hind leg. Savvy right there as well, opening up the first hind leg, just shears into the flank. And Blake Crooks, he's got the hammer down this time as he winds his way up the backbone. Couple of shots out from Jason Brass this time. First to turn for home on the third and final sheep is Blake on stand number 1. So we have the results from the junior, Leech Partners sponsored junior event. The top 6 in the junior that will compete in the final after lunch. In qualifying order, Josh Devane, Emma Martin, Robin Krause, Tyrell Miller, Funi Waihapi, and Lydia Thompson. So that'll be a good wee final a wee bit later on in the day. And Josh Devane 5 points ahead. So well done, Josh. He's a top qualifier by 5 points. But the action's down in the intermediate grade this time, Swamp. There's only the one heat, so this is going to be the final a bit later on as well. We'll just see how they're sitting. So it gives them a chance to try out a bit of gear. And Timo's definitely not going to want one like this in the final. Blake and Jay's on, unhook at the same time. Time clocks are stopped on stands 1 and 2. And he's got a real humdinger, Timo Hicks. That's going to test every little bit of patience the man's got. But he's played this game before, Swampy. He'll know that he will win in the end.
Yeah, he won't panic. He'll just shear away at it. There's not a lot on this, so he'll just want to relax and get through the job. But it's Chase and Reuben down here on 5 and 6. Chase gets his time taken. Reuben King, a couple of blows and he'll get his time taken. There he goes. Savvy, she's just ready to take that last sock off, and Reuben's just got that under control. It's still not sitting. You can see it's got that look in its eye. But he's not panicking. He's got it well under control now. Away on the long blow he goes. He's ready to turn to the last side. Down over the last front shoulder he comes. Just a bit of a warm-up for them before the final this afternoon sometime. They'll finish this and then we'll be straight on with the seniors. So hope all you senior boys are ready to go, and girls.
So heat number 1 in the senior, Emily Tikapa, Tari Edwards, Braden Clifford, Scott Cameron, Ellen Oldfield, Chris Malcolm. You need to be ready to rock and roll. And Timo's got a real humdinger. Well done, Savvy. So I think this Sheep of Timo's Swampy closely related to that one that Lydia had in heat number 1 of the junior.
I think there might be sisters, Norm, by the look of it.
Twin sisters, I'd say. At least Timo's got the comfort of knowing that he's in the final anyway, no matter what that sheep did to him. Well done. Give them a hand, folks, our junior, our intermediate grade shearers. And of course, we're going to see them all back in the final. We don't have to wait for the results this time, Swampy.
No, we could have had a wee sweepstake on the final of that one. Who's going to make the final?
So just remember, intermediate shearers, you must tip up out the back, so put your handpieces somewhere safe and shoot down and tip up, please. So Emily Tikapa on stand number 1. Braden Clifford on 3, Scott Cameron on 4, Ellen Oldfield on 5, and on stand 6, Chris Malcolm. You guys and girls can take your stands. Heat 2 will be Tom Lambert, Willie Aldridge, Adam Gordon, Kieran Devane. Heat 3 will be Alice Watson, Russell Radimer, Pagan Karodia, Josh Quinn.
Up here, Robert McLaren. There's no need for you to be coming up here at all.
So big thanks to Dale Taylor Shearing for the sponsorship of that last event, the intermediate. Well done, Punky. And of course the crew up there based out of Cheviot in North Canterbury. And this one, the senior, sponsored by Ecto Agriculture. Yeah, good on you. So, Des Fitzgibbon, he's going to give us a hand on the microphone as well today. So, we've got the three of us rolling around. Well, welcome, Des.
Okay, so make sure you go at the back and tip up for these shearers, the last event, the intermediate boys and girls. Can they head out the back and tip up, please? We've already had one complaint of people not turning up already, so we don't want that to happen again.
So just a reminder, if you don't tip up and you qualify for the next round, you will be fined another entry fee, so you have to pay that before you shear again. Yes, Joe? Dave Brooker, do you know him?
Okay, we need a machine.
Dave Brooker, we need Dave up to see Joe. He's obviously going to get a telling off again.
Machine on number 2 needs to be fixed by the look of it.
Oh, yeah. So we'll just fix that machine on stand number 2 before we carry on. So just stand down, guys, for a second or two. We might need anyone got a spanner in their box or a pair of multi-grips? If I was down there, I'd just do it up with my fingers and it would be tight enough, but I'm not down there. We must have a spare down tube. Jane, can you?
Champion Blade Shearer on stand number 5 and Chris Malcolm on stand number 6.
Okay. I think Noel must be a referee there. We'll just wait for him to give us a thumbs up and we'll set these guys and girls alight. Thanks, Noel. Heat number 1 of the senior it is. At your door, please. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And away we go. We'll have 4 sheep in the pen this time, I think, Des, and out on the board with number 1. 6 good senior grey shearers. Ooh, and we've got another ticklish one there for Alan Oldfield. Hopefully that doesn't do it all the way around. We've seen a wee bit of that just last couple of rounds, last couple of events, Des. They're quite ticklish, some of these sheep.
Yeah, well, you've got to have your gear going really right for these sheep. They don't like to get a bad haircut. There's no doubt about that. They will kick. They are pretty woolly. They look like the old Corriedales from the 70s and 80s. They got wool from the tip of their toes to the end of their nose. And some of these competitors wouldn't have shorn too many Corriedales in their time. There's not many about now. But they have made a little bit of a comeback in the last couple of years. They all seem to be heading up the neck now. Alan's still got a wee bit of a kicker on stand number 5. Emily DeCarpus just moving around the neck nicely. She's been practicing on the Merinos as of late. So these sheep will probably suit her. She should have the gear for them. Tahi Edwards has got quite a nice small little Corriedale there. He'll get round that one pretty quick. Just taking his time, not getting too flustered. So there's 12 to go through to the semi-final. There's only 14 competing. So the quality's going to get you there. 4 sheep to shear. And all the socks have got to come off. There's a fair bit of work to be done on those socks, Norm.
Yeah, you did right. There's a good 3 or 4 blows in each front leg. Emily wipes it off and down into the flank. She drops. Tahi Edwards, one of the top performing senior grade shearers in the south this year. Right out to the toe on sheep number 1. Alan Oldfield still getting knocked around a wee bit, but he's getting along nice and fine. Emily just slides that one back into position and carries on as Tahi steps on the board with sheep number 2. Under the leg for Braden Clifford, under the leg for Alan Oldfield. Front sock coming off there for Chris Malcolm from Southland on stand number 6. Wipes the wool off and way down the last side he'll go. Ooh, Scott Cameron. Scotty's just having to wait for that one to settle down. So every 20 seconds is a point, Des. So when you've got to stop and wait for them, don't do the old patience a lot of good.
And some of these shearers have travelled a long way today to be here to compete in this show. 2021 Corriedale Shearing Championships. The Canterbury A&P. They're not having a show, but the shearers are still here. Alan Oldfield goes in for his second one. So does Chris Malcolm. Emily DeCarpus got hers out on the board. Tahi Edwards just dictating terms a little bit out in front there at the moment. Braden Clippert's not too far behind him. Scott Cameron just working his way down the last side of his first sheep. A lot of work to be done on these Corriedale pockets from Marble Point Station over at Hamner. We did go to Hamner last year and shear them on their own property. It looks like Tahi Edwards has got another nice sheep. He's got full control of that Corriedale hocket. Just working his way around the long blow. Side of the face comes off. Down the last side. Got Cameron heading in for his third one. So he's the man that's out dictating the terms. Tahi Edwards not too far behind. Emily Carver coming down the last side on her second sheep. I've still got a few wrigglers out there, there's no doubt about that. They'll be doing that all day, these sheep. It's going to warm up too. It's going to be 26 degrees in Christchurch this afternoon. So it's going to be quite hot in this arena. And he goes for his third one, Alan Oldfield. On stand number 5. One left in the pen. Braden Cliffort's got sheep number 3 out on the board. Don't forget to tip those little tags over, that's great.
So just have the results for the intermediate, obviously we know who's in the final. We just saw them shear, but the qualifying order, just of interest, Blake Crooks. He was 4 or 5 points ahead. So Blake Crooks, top qualifier. Chase Rattray, Ruben King, Timo Hicks, Savvy Taitoko and Jason Brass was the order of qualifying for intermediate out of the heats. So looking forward to seeing those competitors again in the final. So round into the last sheep goes Tahi Edwards, leading the field. Sheep number 3, I think it is, on the board for Tahi. Might be one more in the pen, is there? One more in the pen. And Alan Oldfield swings around. He had a bit of a kicker that first one, but he's made up a fair bit of time in the next 2 sheep. He's right back there with Tahi. Alan drops down into the flank. We're going to see Alan in action in the blade shearing as well. So looking to make both of these finals. More than capable of doing so. Tahi Edwards in and out for his 4th and final sheep on stand number 2. Alan Oldfield not too far away. And turning for home on stands 3 and 4 was Braden Clifford and Scotty Cameron. Around the back of the head into the first front shot of a Chris Malcolm, but Emily Takapa's already been there at theirs, and she drops round over the last shoulder as well. So sheep 4 on the board on stands 2 and 5.
How many has Braden Clifford got in the pen? No. Emily Takapa gets the sock off on stand number 1, just working away there. 3 or 4, 5 blows there. Takes a lot of cleaning up those socks. No doubt about that. Alan Oldfield just working his way around the crutch. Braden Clifford down the last side, making sure he gets every little piece of wool off. Has he got one left in the pen? Yes, he has. There he goes. He's got sheep number 4 out on the board now. So has Emily DeCarpa. Tahi Edwards has already got his 4th one out on the board. Scott Cameron's got 1 to go there. 2 to go. No worries. It's a quality that's going to get you through into the semi-final. Don't have to worry about the time too much. Chris Malcolm working his way down on his 3rd sheep. He's only got 1 left in the pen. Made a beautiful job. Oh, he's shearing it like a crossbred. Must have had a good one. And he goes. So he's got number 4 out on the board. Who's leading the field? Tahi Edwards so far. Alan Oldfield, was that sheep number 4 out on the board for him? Yep, he's got his final one out on the board. Just works his way down the last side. He made up a lot of ground there on Tahi Edwards. Had a bit of a kicker to start with. Got past that one now. He's got a wee bit of a yellow one. Fair bit of work to do, but he's going to do it. And he's going to be first off in the senior shearing for 2021. He should be happy with that. Closely followed by Tahi Edwards as he works his way down the last side. Plenty of work to be done on these Corriedales, there's no doubt about that. Emily's got a wee bit of a kick over that one, Warrior. She'll get control of that one very shortly. Yeah, well done, Tahi. Sheep number 4 out the porthole. Should be happy with that. Has a quick look at the points. Watch out that sheep doesn't come back on you. Emily the Carper down the last side of her 4th and final sheep. Just trying to get everything off. She's going to have enough quality to get her through to the semi later on today. Yeah, well done, Emily. Scottish lass. There goes Braden Clifford. He's finished his 4th one as well. Not too much separating those 2 shearers. Chris Malcolm made up a fair bit of ground down the end there as well. Here he comes down the last side. Had a great shear, really. Managed to get all that sock wool off, no problem at all. Well done to him. Scott Cameron's still got one left in the pen there, and in he goes. He should have the hang of them by now. Not a lot separating these senior shearers, really. It'll come down to the quality points to get them through to the semi. And the judges are going to be having a real good look at them out the back. There's no doubt about that. They'll be tipping them over. Going over them with a fine-tooth comb. He's starting to work these sheep out now, Scott. He's up the neck, got the top notch off nicely.
Scott Cameron, round, wake everyone up again. Round into the long blow for Scotty. 3 short blows, right up into the base of the ear, steps across. Just the last side to come off for Scott, and he'll be looking for his time clock to be stopped. So the next heat will be Thomas Lambert, Willie Aldridge, Adam Gordon and Kieran Devane. That's heat number 2 in the senior. Heat 3 will be Alice Watson, Russell Radama, Pagan Corriedale and Josh Quinn. And then we'll be moving in to the open heats.
Here's Scott just working his way down that last side, making sure he gets every little bit of wool off. He's done pretty well, really. He'll be happy enough with that, I'd say. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Well done, guys and girls. Just remember, hop down the back and tip the sheep up for the next heat, please. In the next heat, stand number 1, Thomas Lambert. Stand 2, Willie Aldridge. Adam Gordon on 3, Kieran Devane on 4. you're a bit peckish or thirsty, we've got you covered there. And heat number 2 of the Ecto Agriculture Senior event. Waiting for the referee. Thanks, Noel. Okay, at your door, please. Hit number 2. Shut your door there, Kieran, please. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Away we off. Sheep number 1 of 4. Once again, heat number 2 in the Ecto Agriculture Senior. And away down the belly. Kieran Devane, inside sock, outside of the sock, and drops down the belly. Adams gives a bit of a kick and a wriggle, the young fella from Masterton on stand number 3. And away through into the first hind leg this time. Thomas Lambert on stand number 1, turns, slides in towards the flank, and right round into the backbone of the sheep. Willie Aldridge, stand number 2, turns into the first hind leg as well. Top of the head though, this time for Kieran Devane as he steps through and up the neck. Thomas Lambert right there with him, wipes the wool off the top of the head, and he throws a big uppercut under the chin. Up comes Willie on stand number 2, into the base here and around the back of the head for Adam Gordon. And Kieran Devane sliding around in towards the first front shoulder. Sheep just giving a bit of a kick in the wriggles. Quite an awkward spot to hang on to them is right there. When they want to get going, you've got to keep that head up nice and high. Keep them under control. Away through the long blow he sweeps. Long blow time now for Thomas Lambert on stand number 1. Right through into the base here and turning for home now on stand number 1. Kieran No on stand 4. Leading the field thus far as speed goes. Of course, those old judges out the back, they'll be having a pretty close look at what's going on, so it's not all about speed. Every 20 seconds is 1 point added onto their total, so it is important, but they've got to get the job right. Rolling around under the back leg for Kieran Devane. Another shot over the tail, and he'll be looking for sheep number 2. 2 minutes and 11, 12 seconds gone on the clock. And he's in and out with the second sheep. Thomas Lambert, finishing touches. He's going to be in too. Beautifully shorn Corriedale there, Tom. Nice finished sheep. Got his combs running nicely. That's one of the most important things when you start getting into mid-micron and fine wool type sheep deer, isn't it? Is getting your gear going.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. These boys seem to be getting it off quite nicely at the moment, though. The gear seems to be cutting quite well. The sheep are warming up a little bit. Apparently they're warm first thing this morning. So they're probably getting a wee bit of a sweat up, the sheep, and so will the shearers. Whoever got the best gear usually wins. There's no doubt about that. But he's having a real go on stand number 4 is Kieran Devane. Sorts out the top notch, heads up the neck. Thomas Lambert not too far behind, only a couple of blows. Willie Aldridge, he's working his way on the belly. Adam Gordon's already around the crutch. He's just starting to speed up a little bit now, a little bit more pace coming on. These sheep look like they're just going to get better and better as the day goes on. Up the neck on one, just working his way around the first leg is Willie Aldridge on stand number 2. Adam Gordon up the neck on stand number 3. On 4 is Kieran Devane. On the long blow. Thomas has got himself a nice little Corriedale hogget there. having a real go at it. Twist the head round the leg. Last side of the face. Comes off nicely. Kieran's working his way on that sock. The last sock to take off. You've got to take all the socks off. You can leave them on if you want, but you'll lose points out the back. Three of these shearers just working their way down the last side. They've got 2 sheep left in the pen. Sheep number 2's out on the board. Oh, he sped up there a little bit. Thomas Lambert heads in for his 3rd one. Keep those little tags going over. That's the way. Thank you. Yeah, they're not used to this shed, these sheep. They don't know where they're going. Down the last side on stand number 3, Adam Gordon. Made a beautiful job there. Goes back for a little bit of a tidy up. Out it goes. He's going for a change of handpiece, then he goes in for sheep number 3. Lambert's working his way on his first leg. William Aldridge just working his way down the last side. He's not panicking. He knows there's 12 to get through into the semis. Belly goes out the back on stand number 3. Top Notch comes off on 4. Thomas Lambert just working his way onto the long blow. Drops down onto the long blow now. 4 or 5 blows and he'll be heading down the last side. Up the neck on 3. Only 1 sheep left in the pen for Thomas Lambert. Not too far away, he gets that sock off. 5 or 6 blows there. Fair bit of work to be done on these socks. It's not worth a lot of money, the sock wool, but it's still got to come off. Lambert has a little bit of a quick look up, sees where the other boys are, and then he heads in for sheep number 4. So he's got his 4th and final one out on the board. Number 3's there for William Aldridge as he works his way up the neck. He's not panicking too much. Adam Gordon just moves that one back towards the porthole as he comes down that last side. Kieran Devane, he's on his 3rd sheep. He's got 1 left in the pen as well.
Adam Gordon finishing touches on stand number 3 right there with Kieran Devane. Just about to hop in for their 4th and final sheep. And Tom Lambert, stand number 1, wipes the top of the head off. He's out in front as far as pace goes. And Adam, another very well shorn sheep there for Adam Gordon. Very talented young shearer, this man, on stand number 3. And Willie Aldridge wipes the wool off the backbone and he'll head down the last side. 1 waiting in the pen for him. But it's all Tom Lambert at this stage.
Yeah, Willie Aldridge, he's not panicking, no. He's coming down that last side nicely. Getting that sock wool off. Thomas Lambert, he's having a real go on stand number 1, closely followed by Kieran Devane on stand number 4. He's got his 4th and final sheep out on the board. Adam Gordon's working his way down that first leg on his 4th and final sheep as well. He's made a beautiful job. If he's just got to keep that up, he might be the top qualifier. Top Notch comes off. Up the deck he goes on stand number 4 is Kieran Devane. And he goes for sheep number 4, Willie Aldridge. No problem at all to that man. But Thomas Lambert, he's set the pace down on stand number 1. He's just about to finish off his 4th and final sheep. 3 or 4 more blows and he'll be there. And he does just that. He pulls the cord to stop the clock. Oh, well done, Thomas. Great shear. He should be happy with that. He just didn't muck around. He got into it. He's got a real feel for these sheep now. He'll be right this afternoon if he gets into the semi. 3 other boys out on the board. They want to be there too. Kieran Devane just working his way down the last side. Adam Gordon pulls his sheep closer to the porthole. He wants to get rid of that sheep as soon as he finishes shearing and wants to stop the clock by pulling the cord. Kieran Devane, yeah, he made a good job too of that fourth and final sheep, but it goes out the porthole and he'll stop the clock. He should be happy with that one. A little bit of a nick on it. That'll come off outside. Adam Gordon's really got the quality. He's got the better part of that sheep, and he's all over. He's done a great job. That's the main thing. Quality is going to get you through into the semis. You can dictate terms once you get into the final, whether you want to go fast or you want to go quality. If you can't be the cleanest, you've got to be the fastest. William Aldridge just working his way on the long blow, not panicking at all. Down the last side he goes, side of the face comes off, just under the chin, into the brisket. Some of these boys that are shearing here today will be competing later on in the wool, the blade shearing as well. Down the last side he comes. Out the last leg for Aldridge. And he's going to pull the rope and stop the clock. Any second now. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 2 of the senior at the Canterbury A&P show.
Tú llegaste, te adentraste en mi
Of the
ser.
senior, and then we'll be on to the open.
Una rosa en mi piel. Navegaste por mis lágrimas.
So you're allowed to have someone in the pen with you to help you with the sheep. And just make sure you do go out the back and tip over. It's all part of it. And if you want to volunteer out the back, well, that's fine to help. So these shearers just looking at their sheep, they are allowed to ask the referee if they can chuck one out if they don't like it. He's got to agree though. They can't just go willy-nilly and chuck one out because they don't like it. And sometimes they might end up with one that's not as good. And that's just bad luck.
Thanks, Noel. So heat number 3 it is of the Acto Agriculture Senior. And we'll have your door, please. Timekeeper's ready. Competitors, set, go. Away we go, another 4 shearers this time, looking for the top 12 in the senior. We will have a semi-final for this grade. We've got enough competitors, so the top 12 go through. There'll only be a couple miss out, but hopefully way down the belly in Alice Watson on stand number 1, flicks it out behind her. Russell turns into the first hind leg on 2. Pagan Corriedale and Josh Quinn all sliding into the first hind leg. We'll let you experts work on it. We'll just do what we're told. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, they're all working their way down their last side on their first sheep. Alice Watson from Blenheim. She's got pretty good control of that one too. Russell Radama, he's about to go in for his second one. And he heads. Sheep number 2 is about to be out on the board for him. Pagan Corriedale just working away down the last side. Josh Quinn, he's right there as well. There's not much separating these 4 shearers. In she heads on stand number 1. Josh Quinn on stand number 4 hits in for his second one as well. Pagan hits in for her second one. They've all got number 2 out on the board any time now. Just working his way around that first leg. On stand number 2 is Russell Radama. On the old Corriedale sheep, the hoggets from Marble Point, they're quite a good size. There's no doubt about that. They're not small sheep. There's a lot of work to be done on them. Plenty of wool, good 3 or 4 Ks of wool coming off them. Good to see that some farmers are persevering with the Corriedales. They have improved over the years, there's no doubt about that. They've lifted up their lambing percentages. The wool seems to have improved. It's always been pretty good, but it seems to be getting better. Sometimes they do put a Romney over them at some stage and then they go back to the Corriedale ram. Oh, there's a few fighters in there today, there's no doubt about that. Russell Radama down the last side on his second sheep. Seems like he's got quite a good one too. Alice Watson just staying in touch with what's going on. Just working away there nicely. She gets a few fine wool sheep up the Blenheim area. Maybe up the Arrowtree Valley or somewhere like that. Got a wee bit of a kicker, but they won't worry her too much. It's going to be Radama on stand number 2. He's going to head in for sheep number 3. Oh, makes a great job of cleaning that sock up. Does Alice Watson on stand number 1. Wouldn't even know that she done it. That's going to get her through into the semis. Work like that, making easy work of getting rid of those socks. Pagan Corriedale on stand number 3, just working the way down her last side. Sheep number 3 out on the board for Alice Watson. Sheep number 3 for Russell Radama. 1 or 2 more blows for Josh Quinn, and he'll be going in for his 3rd sheep. Out the hole it goes. Bit of a kicker on stand number 3. They won't worry, Pagan should be back in there for another one very shortly. Out it goes, give it a bit of a shove and say, you can get lost, mate. I don't want you back. Be 12 months before I see you again. If at all. Alice Watson just keeping it nice and tight there on the undermine, not breaking the wool out, leaving the wool sitting in there, makes it easier for the shed hands to pick it up. Belly goes out on 3. Top notch comes off on 4. Josh Quinn heads up the neck. Down the last side comes Russell Ranama. Up the neck goes Alice Watson. Sheep number 3 out on the board for all these competitors in the senior shearing heats of 2021 of the Canterbury A&P Show. Oh, Radama's got a bit of a kicker now. They've got a wee bit of wriggle on these Corriedales. He'll go in and get sheep number 4 and bang it out on the board. He wants to get that one down to Porthole as quick as he can. He doesn't seem to be getting too flustered there on stand number 2. Has a wee bit of a look around. Sees where everyone else is. He's off to work again.
Russell Ranama, sheep number 4 on the board. The rest of the competitors not far away, all on that last front shoulder area. Josh Quinn lifts the leg up and down he comes. Right into the flank. Sock coming off for Pagan, that's if the sheep will let her take it off. Right out to the toe for Pagan and Alice Watson. Change of steel there for Josh. And he's in and out with sheep number 4. Alice Watson steps into the pen. Pagan changes her steel as well. Fresh cut on for Pagan. We've all got sheep number 4 on the board now. Sock coming off for Alice and Pagan. And away down the belly they roll, but Russell Radama, as far as pace goes, he's leading the field. Away through the long blow, another couple of big sweeping blows, and he will turn for home. Off the last cheek. And down over the last front shoulder for Russell Radama. Shearing nicely. Quite controlled as he slides out onto the last front leg. Up the neck for Josh Quinn. Takes the cheek off. Top of the head for Pagan. And snaps the neck will open for Alice Watson on stand number 1. The Marlborough girl round the back of the head. And into the shoulder. But Russell Radama, he got the ringers cup in this heat. Over the tail he goes and out the hole. Well done, Russell. He can watch the rest of the field come home. Josh Quinn turns for home. Last sheep on the board for all our competitors this time. Long blow for Ella. She's finished and she turns for home. Oh, the sheep just about gets away from her, but she's got it under control. Just a wee bit of weight on it to hold it down. Now she's going to have to move it forward. And away she goes onto that last front shoulder. Josh. Down he pulls down the last side. Pagan way through the long blow and she's turning for home herself. On stand number 3, Pagan Corriedale. top competitive wool handler is Pagan. And a top competitive shearer as well. There you go. Ellis Watson, nicely Sean Ellis, out it goes. Finishing touches this time for Pagan. Right out to the toe. And another couple of blows for Pagan Corriedale. She's going to bring to a close the senior heats. And we'll be moving into the Open very shortly. So Pagan, give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen, our senior grade shearers. Looking for the top 12 out of those 14 this shore. And moving straight back into the Open with Gavin Rowlands and Des Fitzgibbons. Well done, guys.
Very good, Norm. Good side step you did there. We'll get underway with PGG Wrightson VetMed Open. Heat 1, we stand 1, Sean Burgess. Stand 2, James Dwyer. Stand 3, Tony Costa. Stand 4, Dave Gordon. Stand 5, Paul Hodges. And stand 6, Pirata Abraham.
Which will be the premier event of the day. There'll be no doubt about that. There'll be plenty of wool and steel flying around later on this afternoon. We've got a fair bit to get through, so we'll just keep things moving. So there's 4 shearers gone out the back. We probably need another 2 out there for this one. So don't be shy to go out and tip some sheep over if you've got time on your hands. That'll be really good.
Pirata, oh there he is, coming out the back door. Yeah, we'll see a big shift up on speed this time. A bit of pace will come on now. Oh, these guys will be in the national shearing circuit. So they'll be looking for to get points to make the top 12 for the semi-final at Masterton. So they would have shorn at Alexandra and then Waimati. And this is the third round on the Corriedales, and then they have the second shear at Lambs at Martin, and then second shear at Paiatua, and then Yes Rabbit. Can we have 2 volunteers out the back to tip up, please, for Rabbit McLaren? 2 volunteers, just shoot right round out the back. Okay, looks like we're nearly ready to go. We'll get boys out on the board. Who's our referee in this one? Looks like it's Rabbit McLaren. He should have been up on the board instead of up here annoying us. So we'll just get the nod from the referee and we will be on the way. We'll just get another sheep and Pirata's pen. You can choose it, Ringer. So Sean Burgess on 1, James Dwyer on 2, Tony Costa on 3, Dave Gordon on 4, Paul Hodges on 5, and Pirata Abraham on stand 6. Good to see Tony Costa's had a bit of a haircut for this, tidied up a bit. How we going, Rabbit? Righto, we've had the nod from the referee, so timekeeper's ready. Joseph's ready. Shearers, get set, go. So heat one of our Wrightson's vet med open. The pace will be picked up quite a bit now, as these boys will be wanting to make sure they get through to that top 18 as the next challenge for them. But who's going to set the pace for a start off? Tony Costa. He's into the first hind leg. He's won this event 3 or 4 times. Over the tail he goes. Dave Gordon, he takes the top knot off and steps up the neck. Pirate Abraham down the end there, he's up the neck as well. Round the back of the ears he goes. James Dwyer takes the top knot off and steps up. Sean Burgess, he's there with him. Paul Hodges, he's normally the speed man in these events, but he'll be wanting to make that next round. As round the back of the ears, he's going to share now. But it's Tony Costa and Dave Gordon in the middle here. They're ready to drop down on the long blow. Pirate Abraham, he's done that. He's ready to turn to the last side. He'll take that cheek wool off. Down over the last front shoulder he comes. Tony Costa turns. So these boys will be looking at open heats to get down to the 18 for the quarter final, and then we'll be having a semi-final of 12. Sean Burgess, he's down the last side. There goes Pirate Abraham. Tony Costa, he's in for sheep number 2. Sean Burgess making a lovely job there on stand number 1. Gets every little bit of skerrick all off him. James Dwyer, he just gets his time taken. Dave Gordon, bit of a yellowy one there. He gets it. He's in for his second cheap. Paul Hodges, a couple of blows and he'll be there, but it's Pirate Abraham down on the end stand there, Des. He looks like he's trying to set the pace. Got a good one this time.
Yeah, he's made a statement from the word go that he's going to be out in front and everyone else is going to have to catch up to him. He's going to dictate terms in the heats anyway. These boys, there's not too much separating them really. They've got the steel, they've got the gear to go into these Corriedale sheep from the Marble Point station. They're doing a great job. We've got the Rakaya flyer on stand number 1, doing a beautiful job down there as he goes up the neck. Tony Costa, he's also from Rakaya. He's going up the neck as well. James Dry about to head up the neck too, and also Dave Gordon on stand number 4. Paul Hodges just working his way round the leg on his second one. Abraham's having a go on stand number 6. He's got the long blow happening now. Just not quite full in that came up, but he's just working with the quality. Sean Burgess having a good go. There's a sheep
on the board. Grab that sheep.
Grab that sheep. Got to go back in the pen. Pen number 4.
Oh, yes, it's been coming.
I think they sorted it out. Have they sorted it? Or they lost it? All right, back to the shearing. Sean Burgess on stand number 1 down the last side. James Dwyer right there too. He's not too far behind him. Tony Costa just finishing off with that last leg. Gets all that sock wool off.
Go, good.
Abraham on stand number 6. He's about to go in for his third one. And he goes. Closely followed by Sean Burgess. You can't be the fastest, you've got to be the neatest, but you can be both of those together if you want, and Tony Costa knows all about that. He drags his third sheep out onto the board. Hodges made up a little bit of ground. So did Dave Gordon. James Dryer's got his third one out on the board. 5 sheep. They've got 5 sheep to shear.
5 sheep, there's it. So what's that, number 3 out on the board, Tony Costa. Sure, that last one beautifully as he's shearing over the tail now, over the undermine. Sean Burgess on stand number 1. He's making a bit of a move now on Pirate Abraham. Round the back of the ears goes. Sean Burgess into the front shoulder. Pirate Abraham, he's into the front shoulder. Pirate Abraham, last side time for him. Picks her head up, puts her in between the knees. He's the closest one to him as Sean Burgess turns to the last side. Tony Costa just shearing along there nicely on stand number 3. He'll be wanting just to make that next round, the top 18. I think Tony's won this about 3 or 4 times, this event before. This is the only competition he shares in now, is down under the last front shoulder he comes. Pirate Abraham, he's in for sheet number 4. One left in the pen after this one.
Oh, he's closely followed by the Rakaya Flyer and Sean Burgess. He's had a great shear so far. He's had a great quality job as Sean Burgess. There's nothing separating these two shearers on 1 and 6. Paul Hodges about to go in and get his 4th one out on the board. Tony Costa goes for a change of steel. He's not getting too flustered. He's just sticking with the plan. Quality will get you through to the quarterfinals and then a semi-final, and then the premier event of the day will be the open final. Sheep number 4 out on the board for Dave Gordon on stand number 4, and Paul Hodges has got his 4th one out on the board as well. There's only one left in the pen. Up the neck he goes on stand number 6. And he heads for his 4th sheep, James Dwyer. Wasn't happy with that last one, but he's going to make up a bit of ground now. Sean Burgess heads up the neck. Tony Costa's got a wee bit of a kicker on stand number 3, and he pulls that back into gear and takes the top notch off. Paul Hodges working his way up the neck.
Pirate Abraham, he turns to the last side. David Gordon, he's starting to move a wee bit there in the middle now as he turns to the last side too. Only a couple of blows behind Pirata. Pirata just takes those socks off. Paul Hodges, he's got a better shearing one this time, and he's starting to make a wee bit of ground up. He had a couple of yellow ones before that one, but he's turned to the last side. Tony Costa, not panicking there on stand number 3. Just turns to the last side. Down over the last front shoulder, Sean Burgess lifts the leg up. Away down the last side he goes. In goes Abraham Gordon, he's right there with him. James Dwyer, he turns to the last side. Down over the last front shoulder he comes. But it's the brother-in-laws on stands 4 and 6. Pirate Abraham into the belly. Gordon, he's into the first hind leg. He's starting to make a bit of a ground up now. Over the undermine he goes. He's got a nice shearing sheep here, and he knows what to do with it as he takes the top knot off, steps up the neck. James Dwyer, a couple of blows, and he'll be getting him for sheep number 5. 5 on the board for Costa. 5 on the board for Sean Burgess. Can you keep the cards turned over there for us, guys? So it's David Gordon, saves a nice sheep to the last. He's ready to turn to the last side. He'll be down over the last front shoulder and away down the last side he goes. Paul Hodges, he's up the neck. Into the front, takes the cheek wool off. James Dwyer rolls around on the undermine there. Pirate Abraham. He's having quite a good share down there on stand number 6 as he turns to the last side. There's not a lot in it, Des, as you look along the board.
Yeah, Dave Gordon come out of nowhere. There was no doubt about that. And he's done his 5th and final sheep. He stopped the clock already. He was a little bit behind, but he made up that bit of time the last 3 sheep that he sure saved his best one for last, like you said. Paul Hodges down the last side. Abraham on stand number 6. He's about to finish his 5th and final sheep off as well. He'll be stopping the clock very shortly. The Rakaya Flyer on stand number 1. He's had a good shear. He's kept the quality up. So does Tony Costa on stand number 3. James Dwyer just working his way down the last side. Gets that sock ball off. Hodges made up a lot of ground on his last 3 sheep as well. He's going to stop the clock now on stand number 5. So does Tony Costa on stand number 3. James Dwyer just working his way down on his last sheep down the last leg. Closely followed by Sean Burgess on stand number 1. They've both had a good quality shear, these 2 shearers on 1 and 2, and out it goes. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That's the first heat of the Open, boys.
Okay, give me a hand, Azalea. The board will be underway with heat number 2, if you can get them up on the board. So it's going to be Leon Samuels on 1, Angus Moore on 2, Brett Roberts on 3, Lionel Tamata on 4, and Ringaka Pawai on 6. Ethan Pankhurst isn't here. He's not here. Yeah. Leon Samuels on 1. Only 5 in this heat. No, he's not. He was. He's gone. Yeah. Probably not at the moment, I don't think. So Leon will be on 1 because there's only 5 in this heat.
No, you can't.
Angus Moore, Leon on 1, Angus Moore on 2, Brett Roberts on 3, Lionel Tamata on 4, and Ringaka Pawai on 5. Have a quick look at your sheep, guys, and I've got heat number 3 will be Nathan Stratford, Dave Brooker, Duncan Leslie, Chris Jones, Sarah Hewson, and Louis Pinkhole. Heat 4 will be Aaron Haynes, Troy Piper, Willie McSkimming, Duncan Higgins. Heat 5, Martini Mason, Lyle Winterburn, and Hugh DeLacy. You guys are just make sure you shoot out the back and tip up. Yeah, no, he's gone away. He's just gone, he's left. He's been caught up with about a problem that was earlier. Yeah, he's left the grounds. Thank you. That clears that up. Now I don't have to deal with that problem. So just while these guys are checking their sheep, we will got the qualifiers for the senior semi-final and qualifying order: Adam Gordon, Emily DeCapa, Russell Radama, Pagan Karania, Alice Watson, Josh Quinn, Baden Clifford, Kieran Devine, Tari Edmonds, Thomas Lambert, Alan Oldfield, and Chris Malcolm. So you guys will be on this afternoon.
Righto, these shearers just sorting out their sheep. They might want to chuck one out. The referee's got to agree with that. They can't just do it by themselves. Sometimes they end up with a sheep that's not quite as good as the one they're chucking out. They've got to be a wee bit careful there. They do know what they're looking at. They've done it all before.
How are we looking, Rabbit? Go on, hurry up.
Hey.
Senior semi-final will be before lunch, so get yourselves ready, guys, and we will... So we'll just as soon as Robert McLaren can get himself organised, we will get underway with heat number 2. Sheep on the board. Another 5 sheep to shear. Leon Samuels, winner at point last week. Angus Moore from Ward on 2. It looks like we've got the nod, so everyone on the board. Stand at your doors. Brett Roberts getting his sheep sorted there. Right, 8. Timekeepers ready. Judges, shearers, get set, go. There we go, sheep heat 2 on the board. Brett Roberts on stand number 3, Lionel Tomato on 4, and Ringakar Pawai on stand number 5. A good lineup of shearers we got here. Leon Samuels 1 point on last Saturday. A beautiful shear he had down there. Into the first hind leg he turns. Angus Moore, he's over the tail. He'll take the top knot off and step up the neck. He knows how to shear these finer wool sheep. Up the neck he goes. Brett Roberts from Mataura. The big fella there on stand number 3. Over the Tundamine he goes. Takes the top knot off. Lionel Tamata. The big boy on stand number 4. He's up the neck. Round the back of the ears he goes.
Yeah, it's all go out there at the moment. They've got their first sheep out on the board and they're all looking to come down the last side together if they can. But Leon Samuels, he's going to set the pace early. They like to get out in front, dictate terms, and they can spend a little bit more time on their quality. Rush the other shearers into thinking it's a bit of a race, which it probably is. They seem to be getting better shearing these sheep as the day goes on and as it warms up. But he's made short work of that first sheep down on stand number 1 as Leon Samuels heads into the pen for sheep number 2. No worries at all. Angus Moore, the very experienced fine wool shearer from up the Blenheim, Seddon Ward area, up the Marlborough. Ringapawai on stand number 5 heads in for his second one as well. Moore's got second out on the board. Lionel Tomato, he pulls his second one out. He's going to head down the belly very shortly. Gets it in position. No, but tricky to get into position. Some of these hoggets from Marble Point Station. Brett Roberts heads in for his second one. He doesn't muck around. Up the neck on stand number 1, Leon Samuels. Had a good win last week at Pleasant Point.
Lionel Tomato into the first hind leg. He goes down here on stand number 4 over the tail, working hard there over the tail. He goes. He'll be taking the top knot off. Pace is a bit more important now. As in this open grade, you don't want to, every 20 seconds you're behind the fastest time. It's a point. And it's Leon Samuels. Over the last front shoulder he goes, having a good shear there on stand number 1. Cleaning the sock wool off. Angus Moore, he's turned to the last side. Clears the last shoulder. He's closest one to Leon Samuels at the moment. But Samuels having a nice shear here on stand number 1, making a beautiful job there as he lets that sheep go, not a bloody whisker on it. Sure 8 sheep down at Pleasant Point last week and lost 1 second cut. So he's in good form at the moment as Leon Samuels there on stand number 1. Ringakar Pawai, he's making a good job down here on stand number 6 as well. As out the last hind leg he goes. Brett Robertson made a bit of ground up on this one. Takes the sock wool off. But in goes Pawai. He's out for sheep number 3 on the board now. Lionel Tamata. He's the only one that he's in for his third sheep. But it's Angus Moore's got a good sheep this time. A nice little wee shearing one here on stand number 2, and down on the long blow he goes, making the most of it. Moore turns to the last side, down over the last front shoulder he comes. Made a bit of ground up on this one. Got a good shearing sheep there, Des, and he knows what to do with it, this boy from Marlborough.
Yeah, they know how to get rid of those socks too, those Marlborough boys. You don't even know they're taking them off. They obviously still take them off occasionally up the Arrowtree Valley and places like that. He works his way down the last side. He thought, I'm not going to have Leon Samuels dictate to me. I'm going to get in there and I'm going to show them how it's done. These boys from down south, we know how to shear these fine wool sheep. Us up north fellas, from up the Arrowtree Valley and up the ward. Down the last side, he comes on his third sheep too, does Ringapawai. Brett Roberts has got control of his one. He's working away on the long blow. As Leon Samuels comes down the last side on his third one, he's got 4 and 5 still in the pen. Number 4's out on the board for Angus Moore. Keep those little tags turning over, you pen men. Thank you very much. You junior finalists, just be aware that you could be shearing before lunch. If we've got time, we'll have the junior final. Just letting you know, so be aware of that and be ready. But it's all Angus Moore on stand number 2 as he heads on to the long blow. Ringapawai's got sheep number 4 out on the board now. Lionel Tomato about to go in and get his 4th one. So is Brett Roberts. They're both going in almost together. Only a couple of blows separating those two boys. And he goes. Thought he might go for a change of steel, but no, he's sticking with it. He's pretty happy with what he's got on. Ringapawai put in a big blow on the undermine there. He heads up for the top notch. Angus Moore down the last side. Leon Samuels up the neck. Brett Roberts just working his way around the crutch onto the undermine. Lionel Tomato, he's doing the same. He's right there with them. He's not letting them get too far out in front. Only one left in the pen for Angus Moore on stand number 2. Making short work of these Corriedale hoggets. And he goes. He has no trouble getting those socks off, and sheep number 5's going to be onto the board. Change of steel there on stand number 2. He wants to try that, came out.
Leon Samuel just got a bit of a kick of this sheep here. It hasn't settled for him right from when he dragged it out. But he's away on the long blow now. Lost a wee bit of ground on it. Brett Roberts now has moved into up over the last front shoulder. He comes now around with Brett Roberts. Ringapawai there on stand number 5. Here a couple of blows and he'll be letting his sheep out. Lionel Tamata, he's under the last front shoulder. Down Brett Roberts, down the last side, he comes, couple of blows and he'll be going. That sheep of Leon Samuels just won't sit for him at all. He's got the tongue out, he'll be wanting to get out there. Strained all the way through. But a couple of blows and Leon Samuels will have it finished. In goes Tamata. There we go. Please, Leon will be pleased to get rid of that one. It's the boy on stand number 2, Angus Moore. Round to the last side, he comes on his 5th and final sheep. He's got out in front and he's staying there. Out, down over the last front shoulder he comes now. He'll clean the sock wool off and then away down the last side he'll go. Under the last front leg and away down the last side. Leon Samuels, better sheep this time. Top knot off. Up the neck he goes, into the first, into the cheek he goes, but it's Angus Moore. A couple of blows and he'll be getting his time taken. He's had a good shear there on stand number 2. There he goes. Ringapawai is going to be the next one to him. It's down, he takes the sock wool off on stand number 5. Under the last front shoulder he comes, and away down the last side comes Ringapawai. Out the last time leg he goes. Brett Roberts. He turns to the east on the last side. Leon Samuels made a bit of ground up on this one after that. Sheep didn't let him give him much show at all. Make sure he gets all the trimmings off it. Just goes back and cleans up under the leg. There goes Power. He's finished. Brett Roberts. He'll be there. Here comes Leon Samuels. Stroking down the last side. Takes the back sock off. There's Brett Roberts. Samuels gets his time taken. He'll be hoping he's done enough to make the next cut, the top 18. Here comes Lionel Tamata. He's going to be the next one to get his time taken. So we'll get, there we go. You boys jump out the back now and help and tip up. So we'll have a heat 3 up on the board. Nathan Stratford on 1, Dave Brooker on 2, Duncan Leslie on 3, Chris Jones on 4, Sarah Houston on 5, and Louis Pinko on stand number 6.
Oh, looks like we've got another good heat coming up. Heat number 3 of the open heats. Nathan Stratford, quality man there. Dave Brooker, one of the organisers here today. Well, the main organiser. Duncan Leslie, Chris Jones, Sarah Houston. Couple of Marlborough men there, Marlborough girl as well. Lewis Bacol, the Chilean boy, cheers for the Chilean team and the world champs over in France a couple of years ago. So it's a pretty good heat.
Yeah, have a quick look at your sheet, guys, and then we'll get underway. Big program to get through this morning, so
Wool handlers are doing a great job of getting rid of that wool. Well, these girls donating their time today, which is very good to see. Don't forget, you junior shearers, you could be shearing before lunch, so do be ready, please, just in case you get the call up. That'll be made shortly, or when we finish the heats of the open.
I think we're moving on to the senior semi-finals next. So if you guys can get ready, we'll get a draw for you shortly. Okay, how are we going up there? What boys are? How they're looking, Rabbit? We got a stands 4 and 5 require the referee. This Wrightson's PGG VetMed National Circuit Open. All right, we'll just stand 1, Rabbit.
Plenty of work for the referee to do up there. Having a look at these sheep.
Come on, Rabbit. Get down to stand 1. Yeah, trying to get it as even as possible for all the competitors, so everyone can get a fair crack at it. So we just we'll get the nod from the Mr. Referee, and then we will so we got another. Just waiting to get another one in the pen there for Nathan on stand number 1, and then we'll get underway. So we'll be about ready to go. Nathan Stratford From Invercargill on 1, Dave Brooker, the chief man here, making sure everything's running right. Duncan Leslie, there we go, we got the nod. So on the board, shearers, and we'll get underway. Timekeepers ready, judges ready, shearers, get set, go. Here we go for heat number 3, Nathan Stratford on 1, Dave Brooker on 2, Duncan Leslie on 3, Chris Jones on 4, Sarah Houston on 5, and Louis Pinko on stand number 6. Into the belly, they all work now. Dave Brooker, he's the first one into the first hind leg. Takes the back sock off. He'll go over the undermine and take the top knot off and step up the neck. Away he goes. Duncan Leslie, he's there with him. He's up the neck. He'd love to make the next round with Duncan Leslie there on stand number 3. Chris Jones from Marlborough, he's up the neck. Sarah Hewson into the round the back of the ears she goes. Into the first front shoulder. Lewis Pinko, he's into the front shoulder. But it's down on the long blow goes Dave Brooker. Breaks the sheep round his leg and way down the last side he goes. You boys are just shorn, make sure you're outside the tip up. There goes Dave Brooker. Nathan Stratford, he turns to the last side. Down over the last front shoulder he comes, the pinky pink man. Nathan Stratford. Got to work quite a wee woolly one this one, so he's taking a wee bit longer, but he's clearing every little bit of tassel up off it. But it's Dave Brooker and Pinko, but it's Duncan Leslie. Made a nice job of that sheep as in he goes for sheep number 2 on the board, Des.
Yeah, they'll all have sheep number 2 on the board any moment now. As Dave Brooker, he heads in for his second sheep, and Lewis Pacole down the end there on stand number 6. He's got his second one out on the board. So is Sarah Hewson. Nee Higgins, she's got her second one out on the board. Nathan Stratford, number 2's out on the board for him. He'll be going for the quality, and he wants the speed as well to get him through to the quarterfinals. Chris Jones, he's been there before. He's probably short on this show for over 20 years. And he goes Jonesy. Dave Brooker's got the top notch off. He's been doing this show for a fair while as well. They seem to be warming up the sheep a little bit. They're a wee bit niggly though. They're giving the shearers a bit of a test. All the niggly ones seem to be down on stand number 1 at the moment. But up the neck he goes, Stratford. Chris Jones just doing his work on his first leg of his second sheep. Keep those little tags turning over, penmen. Duncan Leslie had a good shear in the first one. Can he do it again on the second one? Nice little sheep there for Davey Brooker. Works his way onto the long blow, heading down the last side of the face will come off. Sarah Higgins won't have any trouble getting the socks off, being a Marlborough girl. They know how to get the wool off those Marlborough ones. They're pretty used to the fine wool, bit of fine wool up there in Marlborough still. Lewis Pacole down the end there, working his way on his second sheep down the last side as Nathan Stratford's having a bit of a go on stand number 1, just tidying up those socks. Oh, there's some work to be done on those socks, Swampy.
Yeah, there's some of them have got quite a lot of sock wool on them, but Nathan Stratford, he's scratched every little last bit of whisker off that one all the way down the last side he goes. In goes Dave Brooker. He's out in front now. He knows how to shear these Corriedales. He's had plenty of practice on him. In goes Louis Pinko. Who's going? There's Nathan Stratford. He's in. Then there's Leslie, Jones and Houston. They were all together. In goes Duncan Leslie. He's right there with them on the pace. In goes Chris Jones, the old fella from Blenheim. Sarah Hewson. She's got sheep number 3 out on the board. But it's still Dave Brooker there on stand number 2. Up the neck he goes. He'll go around the back of the ears, having a good shear there. And he into the front shoulder he go, but it's Nathan Stratford. He's working hard there on stand number 1. One thing with Nathan, you can guarantee every little bit of wool will be taken off them. Duncan Leslie over the tail. He takes the top knot off. He's shearing well too. They're on stand number 3.
Yeah, Stratford, he's the Alexandra champion this year, so he knows all about the quality. He might hang behind a wee bit, but he's got the quality to go with it. Dave Brooker, he's right there coming down the last side. He's decided he's going to tidy that one. He's got a wee bit of a yellow sheep there. It's made it a wee bit tricky for him. It's not as free combing as the previous 2 that he had. They've all got sheep number 3 out on the board. Can you turn those little tags over, please? Sarah Hewson just working her way on her 3rd sheep. Chris Jones in front of her. Lewis Bacole behind her, the Chilean. Full-time New Zealander now. Sure in the Chilean team a couple of years ago at the World Championships over in France. But it's 1 and 2 that head in together. Stratford and Brooker. Both got these Corriedale hockets in control. Davey Brooker gets the sock off and heads down the valley. Duncan Leslie about to come down the last side and clean the sock up on his 3rd sheep as well. Lewis Bacole heads in for sheep number 4. Brings it out on the board and steadies it up. Going to whip that belly off. They got a couple of blows above the tit, so it makes it a little bit easier for these shearers. Sarah Higgins down the last side. Big long blows in there for Sarah. Chrissy Jones just cleaning up now as Duncan Leslie heads in for his 4th one. He's got number 4 out on the board. So is Hewson. She's got 4 out on the board as well as Chris Jones comes down. He's the last man who'll get his 4th one out on the board. He's got a bit of a yellow one. It's not helping things.
It's just niggling away there on him too, but it stands 1 and 2 where the pace is happening at the moment. Dave Brooker turns to the last side. 1 sheep left in his pen. Nathan Stratford, he's ready to turn to the last side. In goes Chris Jones. He would please to get rid of that one. Over the tail comes Sarah Hewson. Duncan Leslie, he's over the tail. Pinkhole, he's down on the long blow, but it's down here, down the other end, the bottom end of the board where the action is. Nathan Stratford, way down the last side. He comes on his 4th sheep. 1 left in the pen. Dave Brooker is right there with him, as Dave will take the last sock off. In goes Stratford for his 5th and final sheep. Out it comes on the board. In goes Dave Brooker. Duncan Leslie, he's up around to the first front shoulder. Chris Jones just steps up the neck. Sarah Hewson, she's on the long blow. She'll be ready to turn to the last side, but it's Louis Pinkhole. He's about ready to go in for his 5th and final sheep. There he goes. Nice job on that sheep too. He'll just put a fresh comb on, try it out. Then with the top 18 will go through to the quarterfinal. So top knot off for Stratford. He's starting to move out a wee bit now. They're on stand number 1. Duncan Leslie takes the sock off on sheet number 4. Sarah Hewson down the last side she comes, but it's Nathan Stratford and Dave Brooker here on stand 1 and 2. They're having their own little battle up here, Des.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Stratford will be quite happy to be where he is. I'd say he likes to be out in front, dictating terms, because he knows he's got the quality and he can do what he likes when he gets out in front. If he's got the speed to go with it, he'll be there in the quarterfinals quite easily. Davey Brooker, he's found himself in a position that he likes as well. He's right there with them. He's always got the quality as Dave. The Stratford comes down the last side. Jones goes in for his 5th and final sheep. Duncan Leslie's got his 5th one out on the board. So is Sarah Hewson. Lewis Bacole down the last, onto the long blow, I should say. Last side for Stratford, last side for Brooker. There he goes, the Alexandra champion for 2021. He's at the Canterbury Corriedale Shears today, and he's made great work of his first 5 sheep. Davey Brooker just cleaning up that last leg. Down the last side he comes. Sheep number 5 out on the board for him too. He'll be happy with his shear. Stratford can stand back and have a bit of a look, see what he thinks. Dave Brooker stops the clock. So does Lewis Bacole down on stand number 6. He come out of nowhere, Bacole. Only 3 of them left on the board. Duncan Leslie just working his way onto the long blow. Sarah Hewson, she's already there. Chris Jones about to drop down onto the long blow very shortly. Oh, he got himself a bit of a kicker. There's plenty of kickers in the pen. There's no doubt about it. They must be getting a wee bit hungry. Last side for Leslie. Duncan Leslie as he comes down the last side. You've got to clean the sock up, get all rid of all that wool. There's plenty of it too. There's about 4 or 5 blows involved in getting rid of all that sock wool. And he does just that. Sorts it out. Sarah Hewson made short work of that last side. Down the last leg. Got every little bit of wool off. She's had quite a good quality shear there too. That might be enough to get her through to the quarters. 1 or 2 more blows for Duncan Leslie. Just Chris Jones. One of the judges here today as well, Chris. He's still up there having a go. He'll be the oldest competitor here today, but that won't hold him back. He'll have another go if you let him. Sheep number 5 out the board. Out the porthole for Chris Jones. Give them all a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. They're about to head out the back now and tip over for the next heat.
Okay, we'll get heat 4 up on the board now. We've got on stand 1, Aaron Haynes. On 2, Troy Piper. William Skimming on 3, and Duncan Higgins on stand number 4. If you guys can get up there, have a quick look at your sheep, and we'll keep going. If someone can someone get us a draw for the senior semi-final, I think that must be the next one on. So.
Aaron Hayes on stand number 1, Troy Piper on stand number 2, Willie McSkimming on 3, Duncan Higgins on stand number 4.
And heat 5 will be Martini Mason, Lyle Winterburn and Hugh DeLacy. Oh, and Toko Hapoku. I couldn't get that word out. Okay, so quick look at your sheep, guys, and we're going to get underway with this PGG Wrightson's Vet Med National Circuit heats. So 18 to go through to the quarterfinals, and then we've got 12 for the semi-final, and then our big final for the top 6 this afternoon. Okay, so we'll get a nod from the referee and we'll be underway.
Righto, so some good shearers in this lineup. Aaron Hayes come down from the North Island. Troy Piper, fresh from his success from the Wintercombe shear at Waimate. William McSkimming and Duncan Higgins, they'll be right there too. They'll be having a go, don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Troy didn't like that one for some reason.
All right. If anyone's lost any comb covers, I've got that were left on stand number 1, and either they're straighties. No. Oh, either junior and intermediate. Okay, how are we going? We just got a couple of sheep changes here, and we're going to get underway. Aaron Haynes on 1, Troy Piper, the speed mentioned on stand number 2, Willie McSkimming, and Duncan Higgins there on stand number 4. Just get a... Just remember, guys, if anyone wants a cup of tea or sandwiches or food, the shop up the top of the above the shearing there is open. So, are you right, Rabbit? Okay, we've got the nod from the referee. So our timekeepers are ready. Judges ready. Shearers, get set, go. 4 shearers in this heat, 3 in the last, so we're getting down on the numbers now. Who's going to set the pace in this one? Is it going to be Aaron Haynes or is it going to be Troy Piper? Piper's normally the speed man. Willie McSkimming, he knows how to get around him pretty quick too. The Heineken rep there on stand number number 3 is over the tail goes Willie McSkimming. Originally from the North Island, but shifted back down to the south again and loving it as he takes it, the top knot off up around the back of the neck. He's the one that's setting the pace now. As the boy on stand number 3, Duncan Higgins, he's up around the back of the ears. He's a good quality shearer too on stand number 4. But that's Willie McSkimming as he's dropping into the long blow. Troy Piper looks like he's been on a good paddock too as he drops down into the long blow. Aaron Haynes, he's into the first front shoulder. He's going to turn to the last side first. I think it's going to be Piper. No, McSkimming, he's right there with him. Willie just got a bit of a kicker, but he got it under control. He'd love to make that top 18 with Willie McSkimming under the last front shoulder. He was in the final at Ashburton a couple of weeks ago. Down and out of the last hind leg he comes. Duncan Higgins takes the sock wool off. And away out the last hind leg he goes. Aaron Haynes. There goes Willie McSkimming. Looks around at the judge and says, "Did you see how clean that was, bro?" Into the sock wool goes McSkimming. But Aaron Haynes, a blow, and he's made a good job of that one, Des.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. There's not many North Island boys here today, but we've got a good one on Aaron Haynes. There's no doubt about that. Troy Piper, the Pied Piper, he's going to lead him up. Merry tune if he can. On stand number 2, Willie McSkimming's having a real go. He say, "I'll get out in front. I'll see if I can dictate terms. Then I'll go for the quality. If I got the speed, I can get the quality too. Don't worry about that." Duncan Higgins down on stand number 4, one of the Marlborough men. He knows all about shearing these fine wool sheep. These are easy for him. Troy Piper gets the top notch off as Willie McSkimming works his way down onto the long blow. Up the neck he goes on stand number 4. Duncan Higgins, sheep number 2 out on the board. Aaron Hayes just works his way up the neck. He got the feel for the sheep on the first one. Troy Piper, he knows all about shearing these Corriedale sheep. He's been up in the North Canterbury district for a couple of years now. He's had plenty of practice on the half-breeds and a few Corriedales they have left up there. He's been shearing around the Cheviot district for Dale Taylor Shearing, and he's loving it up there. Loves being close to the coast. McSkimming's about to go in for his third one. Oh, he made short work of that, and he made a great job too, Willie McSkimming. Why not? Why can't he set the pace and have the quality too?
Can you turn the cards over on the pens there, guys? Turn those cards over so we know where they're at. Duncan Higgins looks like he's going to be the next one in for sheet number 3 there at the Marlborough boy on stand number 4. And he goes for his third sheep. Troy Piper and Aaron Haynes polishing these sheep down here on stands 1 and 2. They're pretty seasoned campaigners, these two. They know what they got to do to qualify. But you still can't be too far back or you're going to be sitting in the crowd watching. Willie McSkimming round the back of the ears. He goes. He'll be into the first front shoulder. He's away out in front now. The boy from Oamaru. Ready to drop down on the long blow. Duncan Higgins over the tail he goes. He's the closest one to him. But it's Troy Piper and I got it.
Yeah, they've all got sheep number 3 out on the board now. But it is Willie McSkimming that's still dictating terms out in front. He loves to do that if he can. He doesn't mind these fine wool sheep either. They seem to be shearing pretty nicely now. They're warming up, as we said earlier. Troy Piper and Aaron Hayes have been working on the quality of the first couple of sheep, and they're probably the worst sheep that they had in the pen. So now they're going to be coming home sweet very shortly. Duncan Higgins just working his way on the long blow. making sure that he doesn't let these fellas get too far out in front. He's got a wee bit of a kicker, but it's not worrying him too much as McSkimming's about to go in for sheep number 4. In he goes.
Yeah, 4 out on the board for Willie. They're on one left in the pen. But it's Aaron Haynes and Troy Piper sharing along blow for blow there on stand number 1 and 2. And takes the sock wall off, and away down the last side goes Troy Piper. Aaron Haynes is known to be a blow behind him. Duncan Higgins, he's out the last hind leg, but it's William Skimming's got the belly off. Into the first hind leg he turns, takes that hock wall off, and away he goes. In goes Piper. Oh, Higgins just had a bit of a kicker there, but it's got it back under control. Aaron Haynes, and he goes for sheep number 4. He'll be quite happy with. He's just shearing along there, just keeping the job right. William Skimming, he's up the neck. Round the back of the ears he goes. Duncan Higgins, that sheep just played up on a wee bit, just cost him a wee bit of time. As into the sock wall he goes. That's McSkimming into the first hind, the front shoulder he goes, ready to drop down onto the long blow. Troy Piper takes the undermine off. He steps up the neck. Aaron Haynes got a wee bit of a better share in this one. Up the neck he goes. Willie McSkimming though, oh, a bit of a kicker there is in the long blow. He turns to the last side. Duncan Higgins, first hind leg for Duncan. Over the undermine he goes. One left in the pen for all these shearers up there on the board now. Piper drops into the long blow. Haynes drops into the long blow. McSkimming under the last front shoulder he comes. Way down the last side goes McSkimming. Out the last hind leg he goes. Troy Piper's coming back with a wee bit of a rush here on stand number 2. Make sure he clears all that sock wall off. Way down the last side he goes.
Yeah, Piper and Haynes both left their best sheep for last. Here's number 5 out on the board for Willie McSkimming. He went to the front early and he stayed there too. And he's not going to be beaten now. Duncan Higgins coming down the last side of his 4th one. He's got one left in the pen. Piper's got his out on the board now. He made up a wee bit of ground there on Willie McSkimming on the last couple of sheep. Aaron Haynes, he's right there too. He's just worked away nicely there on stand number 1. Sheep number 5 out on the board for 1, 2 and 3. Higgins about to go in and get his 5th and final sheep. He had a wee bit of a kicker. But in he goes. But it's all Willie McSkimming on stand number 3, just working his way onto the long blow. Troy Piper's not going to let him get too many blows out in front. He doesn't want that 20-second penalty. Down the last side he comes, Willie McSkimming. Yeah, he's had a good little share. He's had great control over those sheep, and that's quite important. Managed to get those socks off, no worries at all. God, there's some work to be done on these socks, there's no doubt. Troy Piper down the last side. Oh, yeah, got that beautiful long blow, and he just opened it up down the last side, and the wool just fell away. Had a quick look there at that leg. McSkimming's already finished. Down the last side into no man's land. Troy Piper nowhere to go but home now. He'll still be here this afternoon, don't worry about that. He's got the quality. Aaron Haynes has got the quality too down on stand number 1. Troy Piper on 2. Just finishing off nicely. Bit of a sticky one. Stops the clock. No panic there. Aaron Haynes, beautiful job of that 5th and final sheep. Chucks it down the porthole and stops the clock about 3 or 4 seconds after Troy Piper. Duncan Higgins just working his way on the long blow. Down the last side goes the Marlborough man. Not too much separating these shearers, there's no doubt about that. They're all staying pretty close together. Gets that sock wool off underneath the leg. Fair bit of wool to come off there as well. Judges will be having a look at that outside. These boys will be out there tipping over for the next heat.
Okay, we'll get Heat 5 ready to get up on the board. Martini Mason on 1, Lyle Bindleburn on 2, Hugh DeLacy on 3, Tuko Hapuku on 4. Good wee line up here. Hugh DeLacy here there. Mason on 1, Winterburn on 2, DeLacy on 3 and Hapuku on 4. Quick look at your sheep, guys, and we'll get underway. We've got the senior semi-final heats here. So in heat 1 of the senior semi-final will be Chris Malcolm, Thomas Lambert, Kieran Devine, Josh Quinn, Pagan Corania, Emily DeCapa. Heat 2 will be Alan Oldfield, Tari Edwins, Braden Clifford, Alice Watson, Russell Radama and Adam Gordon. So quick look at your sheep, boys, and we'll keep trucking along. We've got a bit to do yet, so
yeah, we like to keep things moving if we can. It's great to see the competitors having no worries about going out the back, tipping those sheep over, quite important. I know that the shearers are going through their sheep quite a bit, having a good look at them. Mr. Rabbit's got a fair bit of work to do. It's up to the referee whether they are allowed to chuck him out or not.
Looks like we're nearly ready to go. Just get a sheep in there, get a nod from the referee. Get the rattle on, bit of rattle on the nose, make sure they're all rattled. And how are we looking? Yeah, we got the thumbs up. So the last heat of the open. Timekeeper's ready, judges ready, shearers get set, go. In goes Martini Mason. Lyle Winterburn's right there with him. Hugh DeLacy, Toko Hapuku on stand number 4. He's into the belly. Not good to see this young fella having to go in the competitions. Into the first hind leg, he turns. Lyle Winterburn, he's into the first hind leg. And he'll be over the undermine. Hugh DeLacy, nice wee shear up here on stand number 3. Into the hind leg, there he goes. He'll shear over the tail and take the top knot off and up the neck, he'll step. But it's Winterburn there on stand number 2. Up round the back of the ears. So Winterburn there on stand number 2, turns to the last side. Down over the last front shoulder he comes. Hugh DeLacy there on stand number 3. He's ready to turn to the last side. Hapuku there on stand number 4. Shares that leg off, lifts the leg up, takes the front sock off. Martini Mason from Masterton down there on stand number 1. He takes the sock wool off. And away down the last side he'll go, but it's going to be Winterburn. Got a nice shearing one to start off with, and away he goes in for sheet number 2 out on the board. DeLacy takes the sock wool off. There goes Hapuku, he's in for sheet number 2. Mason's going to be the next one in. or DeLacy. Mason's in there, and then it's just DeLacy to finish off, making a nice job there on stand number 3 though, Deds.
Yeah, Hugh DeLacy's been having a couple of good shares as of late, and he wants to have a good one here today too. Really one of his home shows, close to Rangora at Loburn. Is the Christchurch show, the Corriedale Championships for 2021. Lyle Winterburn, he heads up the top notch, gets it off. Tukuha Puku, he's up there too, heading up the neck. No worries at all. Having a good share down on stand number 4.
Dave Brooker, if you're around, could you come up and see us, please, Dave?
Martini Mason just heads up the neck on his second sheep. Sheep number 2 out on the board for all these boys now. Tukuha Puku, he's working his way onto the long blow. He's out in front by about 1 blow from Lyle Winterburn at the moment. Hugh DeLacy heads up the neck. Come on, Hugh, they're yelling out for you, boy. Get up there.
Dave Brooker, could we...
2 North Canterbury boys there, just working away nicely. They share together day in, day out.
So we're doing the senior next.
Winterburn down the last side, gets that sock off nicely.
And then what are we doing next?
So does Tukuha Puku. He's done the old Australian leg, the old Merino leg as he comes down that last side. Gets a nice clean body on that sheep. You're on, mate. Gets the wool off nicely. In they go together. Sheep number 3 is about to be out on the board. Get rid of that one. Yeah, it's gone. Out the porthole. Mason on number 1 comes down the last side. So does Hugh DeLacy, just cleaning up that leg. He'll head home. Down the last side, and they'll get it going for sheep number 3 as well. Puku throws the belly out the back, heads down that leg. He's already got the sock off. Winterburn's right there with him. He's working his way on the undermine on the first leg. Big undermine there from Winterburn. I really opened it up that time. Top notch comes off. Hugh DeLacy goes for the rope and he takes the sock off and he'll head down the belly very shortly as Hapuka goes up the neck. Already taken the top notch off. Done a big, cleared that head up beautifully. The big half red head.
Martini Mason over the undermine, he goes, takes the top knot off and steps up the neck. The big boy there on stand number 1. Round the back of the ears he goes, into the long blow, drops Winterburn. Hapuku's coming right back at him though. They're on stand number 4. Winterburn wraps that sheep up round his leg. He's a local North Canterbury boy, showing a few of these Corriedales, so down over the last front shoulder he comes. He'd love to make that semi-final. He'd love to be up there with the big boys. As he takes the front sock off. Hapuku down over the last front shoulder he comes. Clears the trimmings off. Out the last leg. Lifts the leg up to clean that sock off. And then away down the last side he'll go. Just DeLacy there on the long blows. The last one to turn to the last side. There it goes, Hugh DeLacy. Down the last side comes Martini Mason. In goes Winterburn for sheet number 4. Hapuku, he's in for 4. DeLacy takes the socks wool off of 3. And he'll be away down the last side, making a nice job here though, the boy on stand number 3. Way down the last side, he'll go as soon as he gets those trimmings off. Martini Mason, he's got sheep number 4 out on the board. 1 sheep left in the pen. Hapuku's starting to move out a wee bit now. He's got a good shearing sheep here. The boy on stand number 4. He takes the top knot on and steps up the neck. Whacks that cheek wool off. He'll be up round the back of the ears. Winterburn got one there that's got a wee bit more wool on it. Look if it dares. It's just going to take him a wee bit longer.
Yeah, Tukuha Puku, he made no trouble about going over the top of that head. Really opens that sheep up, makes it a little bit easier for when he heads down the long blow. Look at that. Handpiece just goes round the back of the head there nicely. He knows what he's done, all the prep work early. Heads down the last side, closely followed by Lyle Winterburn. He's about 5 or 6, a good 7 or 8 blows behind now. Tukuha Puku, he's really opened up there on stand number 4. Hugh DeLacy's made a good job. Has he got enough quality I know he's got the speed. It's going to come in the last two sheep. Sheep number 4's out on the board for Hapuka. He's about to go in for 5. Winterburn's having to work a wee bit harder now. Martini Mason on stand number 1. Don't forget about him. He's made up a little bit of ground on these other two boys. He's out in front of Lyle Winterburn at the moment. Hugh Lacey's not panicking on stand number 3. He's still got number 5 in the pen. Mason about to go in for his 5th sheep. His 5th and final sheep. It probably won't be the last one you'll see him share today though. Winterburn down the last side. He's going to go in for sheep number 5 as well. In he goes. He had a good shear. I thought he might go for a change of handpiece there, but no, he's sticking with it. Up the neck on stand number 4. Down the last side on stand number 3. DeLacy's still got sheep number 5 in the pen. Got a wee bit of a sticky stock, had to do a bit of extra work there. He won't be happy with that, but he's down the last side now. Wants to get that 5th one out on the board. Winterburn gets a top notch up the neck he goes. He's not letting Martini Mason get too far out in front of him. Harpuka's already there on the last side. He made a statement early that he was going to get out in front and stay there. DeLacy heads in for his 5th one.
That's a nice shearing sheep, Hapuka, who's got there on stand number 4, and he's made the most of it on his 5th and final sheep. Another 2 or 3 blows and he'll be getting his time taken. Takes the back stocks off. There he gets his time taken. Well shorn. How we got Lyle Winterburn. He's the next one to him. That last sheep was a bit of hard going for Lyle, but he's made up the ground again on this one as he clears the sock off. Martini Mason's just been shearing along comfortably there on stand number 1. Hasn't been rushing, just making sure that he keeps the quality right. Hugh DeLacy just back a wee off the pace a bit there on stand number 3. Into the first front shoulder he goes. Winterburn, he gets his time taken. Martini Mason, another couple of blows and he will get his time taken. Hugh DeLacy turns to the last side. We'll be moving straight on with the senior semi-final, and we'd just like to invite Norm Haraway back to the commentary. Don't ignore me, Norm. Down the last tie comes DeLacy. He's just been shearing line, making a nice job here. Out the last hind leg he goes. He'll get his time taken. There we go. He gets his time taken. Right, our heat 1 of our senior semi-final will be Chris Malcolm, Thomas Lambert, Kieran Devine, Josh Quinn, Pagan Corriedale. Norm, you're supposed to be coming up here, not walking out there. Norm Haraway. And Emily DeCarpa. That'll be heat 1. So it looks like we've got the sheep in the pen, so we'll get you guys up on the board. Chris Malcolm on 1, Thomas Lambert on 2, Kieran Devane on 3, Josh Quinn on 4, Pagan Corriedale on 5, and Emily DeCarpa on stand number 6. Yep, right now. So this is the first of our semi-finalists. Finals for the day. So this senior sponsored by Acto Agriculture. But we're grateful to all the sponsors as you look around the stadium here, all the banners and everything up there. So we can't run an event without all these sponsors. So thank you very much for coming forward. So a quick look at the sheep here and we will we'll get underway with heat 1 of this senior semi-final. That Norm Haraway will get his legs smacked when he gets back here, running away like that.
Oh, he's probably gone for another coffee, I'd say.
I'll pull his pants down and give his bottom a smack. But he might like it though, that's the only problem. How we going, Noel? Well, everyone looks pretty happy there. They're all happy, don't ask them or they'll say they're not. Here we go, we've got the nod from the referee.
So everyone at the door, timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Away we go into the heat number 1 of the senior semi-final. The top 12 shearing, competing for a spot in the top 6, of course, the big final this afternoon. Chris Malcolm from Winton and Southern on stand number 1. Thomas Lambert on 2. Kieran Devane, Josh Quinn, Pagan Corriedale, and Emily Tikapa. Down on stand number 6, winding their way down to the first hind leg. Heat number 1 of 2, before we move into the blade shearing. And first into the top of the heads, Josh Quinn. Up comes Pagan. Thomas are all up the neck together. Blow for blow as Emily steps through and up. First sheep on the board.
Noel, how many sheep shearing?
5 sheep. 5 sheep in the pen, and I ran through into towards the long blow on sheep number 1. These competitors all into the front shoulder anyway. Josh Quinn drops down, so does Kieran Devane. Tom Lambert swings around, lays into it, couple of short blows, big sweeping blow right through to the base of the ear. Emily Tikapa comes around, down she goes into the long blow as well. But stands 3, 4 and 5, and number 1 now into the last cheek and down onto the shoulder. Top 12 getting in it, pressure's on, these guys a bit swamped. Wanting to spot in that final, and they're going to have to put their best foot forward this time round.
Yeah, there's only, she's a pretty mean cut from down now. This is your last chance for if you're going to have a crack at the final. But there's nothing in along the board at the moment. So they're all on the last side. He's going to be in for this. Josh Quinn's going to be in for his second sheep first. Pagan Corriedale, she's right there as well. Couple of blows and she'll be letting it go. Kieran Devane, he's got a couple of shots. Chris Malcolm here on 1. Thomas Lambert, he made a bit of ground up on that one. In he goes for sheep number 2. In goes Corriedale. Tikapa, a couple of blows and she will be ready to let hers go. Cleaning all that sock wool off. There's nothing in it. Pretty throw a blanket over the whole 6 of them. They're all that close. But it's Josh Quinn. He might be just the one that's out, cut 2 or 3 shots out in front of the rest of them. As over the tail he goes. Lambert turns to the first hind leg. He'll be over the undermine and what, take the top knot off. Corriedale, she's into the first hind leg. Very talented girl, this second in the open wall handing yesterday, and here she is up in the senior semi-finals here today as she goes over the undermine and she'll take the top knot off, step up the neck. But that's Josh Quinn, the boy on stand number 4, who's into the first. Down on the long blow goes Thomas Lambert. Malcolm, he's on the long blow, but Devane, he's turned to the last side. He's the closest one to Josh Quinn now as they pick the leg up on the way down the last side. Comes Josh Quinn there on stand number 4. Pagan Coronia, she's ready to turn the last side. Emily De Capa, just got a bit of a kicker there, but she's got it under control now. Wraps those arms and legs around it. Sit there, my little baby, as she turns to the last side. In goes Quinn. Lambert, he's down the last side. Devane, he's going to be the next one in for his third sheep. Chris Malcolm takes the sock wool off. And away he goes, Thomas Lambert. He's in. There's not much in between these guys, Norm.
Not a lot as far as speed goes. Going to come down to the quality of the job there, Swampy. So keep the bottom tooth down. Pagan Calodia steps in and out. Sheep number 3 on the board for her. Emily Tikapa finishing touches on stand number 6. Stand number 1 finishing touches there for Chris Malcolm, and he's in and out with sheep number 3. But the pace is coming in the middle stands, and it's Josh Quinn at this stage. Stand number 4 as he works his way up into the base of the ear and around behind the head. Kieran Devane steps through and up along with Tom Lambert. Thomas Lambert around the back of the head. Cleans all the wool off around the eye. They're pretty woolly, these beasts, so they take a lot of work all around the points of the sheep, around the head and the legs. Way through the long blow for Josh Quinn. Another couple of shots he's going to turn for home on sheep number 3. We'll just keep those cards rolling over, please, in the pen. Thank you. Last front shoulder. Kieran Devane swings around, drops into the long blow. Tom Lambert's already been there and done that. He's on the finishing touches, and now he's turning for home. Cheeks off and down onto the shoulder for Thomas Lambert. Emily Tikapa. Up the neck, snaps the neck wool open. Right out to the toe for Josh Quinn, but Thomas Lambert making up a wee bit of time in this sheep as well. He's only got a shot or 2 left. Josh Quinn in and out with sheep number 4. Lambert in and out with sheep number 4. Last front shoulder for Pagan Calodia, Kieran Devane and Chris Malcolm as they wipe the wool off under the leg. Sock coming off from Chris on stand number 1. And away down the last side he paws. Closely watched through the somewhat bleary eyes of Rabbit McLaren. Right out to the toe for Chris Malcolm, another couple of shots. And he's in for sheep number 4 as well.
Yeah, well, because everyone keeps coming around running up saying here,
Top of the head for Josh Quinn, and this time Thomas Lambert's right there with him as he steps through and up the neck. Thomas Lambert just sneak it in front by a blow as he breaks the neck well open and shears into the base of the ear. Yeah. Kieran Devane's on the board. Pagan Calodia is on the board. Emily Tikapa, Swampy, is not far away.
Yeah, they'll be looking for him. There's a change of handpiece for Emily Tikapa there. She's in for her 4th sheep. 1 left on the board in the pen. Over the tail goes Chris Malcolm. Thomas Lambert, he's in the long blow of 4. He's taken over the lead now as the big fella down here on stand number 2. He turns for the last side. Out the last front leg he comes, takes the sock wool off. He's got a nice shearing sheep here and he's making the most of it. Down under the last front shoulder, he comes the way down the last side. Out that last hind leg. Whips that handpiece back. He got a quick return on him, this boy. Gets that handpiece back pretty quick. And he goes for his 5th and final sheep. Josh Quinn, couple of blows and he'll be stepping in for 5. Devane, he's down on the long blow of 4 with Malcolm. Then the 2 girls down there on stand 4 and 5 are having their own little battle. Into the front shoulder comes Emily De Capa. She drops down on the long blow. Seems to be a bit more comfortable with the second comb on. Down she goes. Divine ran the last front shoulder. He comes there on stand number 3, the North Island boy. I think he comes from Taiapi way, up around that neck of the woods as he cleans the sock off. Malcolm, he's cleaning every little last morsel of wool off that sock, and away down the last side he goes. Out the last hind leg, but it's Thomas Lambert. He's starting to move out now, but there on stand number 2 is into the long blow he goes. Way he goes down on the long blow. The boy from on stand number 2 here throws the leg over, wraps the sheep around his leg, and he'll be ready to turn to the last side on his 5th and final sheep. Josh Quinn's the closest to him. Takes the top knot off. Pagan Coronia and Emily De Capa. There's De Capa. She's finished. She's in for her 5th sheep. In and out she goes. Pagan just got a couple of blows and she'll be in, but it's going to be the boy on stand number 2. He left his good sheep to last as he couple of blows and he gets his time taken. Here he goes. Now we've got Josh Quinn on stand number 4. He's on the closest one to him in the long blow. Devane, he's round the back of the ears into the first front shoulder. Chris Malcolm, he's round the back of the ears into the shoulder. Over the undermine down there for Emily De Capa. Pagan Cronia, she's just into the flank and down the first hind leg. She'll roll that sheep around and over the tail she'll go. And she'll take the top knot off.
So last sheep on the board for all their competitors. Up comes Pagan. Emily's there as well. Actually, Emily might have...
No, they're all on 5.
All on 5, so round. Out goes Josh Quinn so he can stretch his back. Watch the rest of the field come home. Chris Malcolm. Kieran Devane. Last front shoulder together, blow for blow as they work their way, the fribs off under the front leg and away down into the flank on the last side. Chris Malcolm polishing it up, taking every little bit off, right out to the toe this time. Kieran Devane finishing touches, and he'll be getting his time clock stopped very shortly. Right on, guys. And the 2 girls. Just a second or 2 behind on time, but they'll have the quality. Don't you worry about that. Down the last side, they pull together. Pagan sweeps out to the toe, another couple of shots. And time clock stopped for Pagan Corriedale. Well done, Pagan. And Emily De Capa. Rolls around under the hamstring, over the tail, and out it goes for Emily. Well done, Emily De Capa. So that's heat number 1 of the Acto Senior semi-final. Heat number 2 on stand 1 will be Ellen Oldfield, Tardy Edwards on 2, Braden Clifford on 3, Alice Watson on 4, Russell Radimer on 5, and Adam Gordon, stand 6. So just a reminder for our junior shearers, the finalists, you'll be on before lunch. So blade shearing next. So open blades will be followed by the junior machine final. So junior machine shearers need to be ready to rock and roll very shortly. Last heat of the senior semis now. We've got the open blades up next, 1 heat of that, and then the junior final. So someone's mistakenly grabbed a handpiece off the table up the back here. If you've grabbed that handpiece, it needs to be returned. I know they all look the same. He probably just grabbed it and walked thinking it was his, but there's a handpiece being taken off the table up the back here, so just bring it back when you realise it's not yours. So Russell only got one handpiece by the look of it. We might, hopefully he won't break a comb, but we should have organised another one for him anyway.
Yeah, hopefully it's just been a genuine mistake, Norm. Someone's walked past and thought it's theirs and picked it up, but I'm pretty sure it'll get replaced back there pretty quickly.
One would hope so.
You made a cock up. Up by the Mahi. Because we never had those, you see. So we had the senior machine heat.
Semi-finals, timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. And we're off, another 5 sheep ahead of us. 6 shearers on the board, looking for a spot in the final. Alan Oldfield this time on stand number 1. Tardy Edwards, Braden Clifford, Alice Watson, Russell Radimer, and Adam Gordon. Good strong lineup. You would expect normally that any of these shearers would make that final. Let's see who comes out on top.
Yeah, she's a pretty strong field. All right, even through the heats and everything, there's been some good senior shearers have missed out for making this the cut. So, but we've they'll just take 5 sheep to shear. They'll take 1 or 2 to settle down a bit and see who's out in front. Alice Watson there on stand number 4. This will be her first year up in the senior. She was a pretty accomplished junior and intermediate shearer. It's good to see her up in the semi-final. Yeah, so we'll have the semi-finals of this, then we've got the open blade heats, and then the junior final, and then we'll have lunch. And we'll start after lunch, first thing with the open quarterfinals, straight after lunch.
So speaking of the open quarterfinals, have the points here from the heats. And the top 18 in qualifying order that will compete in that quarterfinal is Louise Pincole, top qualifier.
No, that's your quality, that's your total there.
Followed by Hugh DeLacy, Brett Roberts, Nathan Stratford, Tuku Hapuku, Duncan Leslie, Troy Piper, Dave Gordon, Sean Burgess, Angus Moore, Tony Costa, Ringa Pawai, Willie McSkimming, Dave Brooker, Martini Mason, Leon Samuels, Aaron Haynes, and number 18 through into that quarter-final is Sarah Hewson. So well done to those 18 shearers, and look forward to seeing their semi-final straight after lunch. Quarter-final.
Nothing much in it though, yeah. So 54, yeah. Only was down a bit. Right, along the board we go now, and who's setting the pace up there at the moment? It's Braden Clifford there on stand number 2, and Tony Edwards on 2. They're on their second sheet now. Who's going to turn to the last side? Tony Edwards there on stand number 2. Takes the cheek wool off. Down over the last front shoulder he goes. Braden Clifford, he turns to the last side. Alice Watson got the sheep nice and high there as she moves around onto the long blow. Russell Radama, he's into the last front shoulder as well, cleaning all the tassels off. Adam Gordon, he turns to the last side. Alan Oldfield, last side time for him. Gets the sheep up, wrapped up and around his legs, and over the last front shoulder he comes, and he'll be out the leg, takes the sock wool off, and he'll be away down the last side. But it's Tahi Edwards, and he goes for sheet number 3. Russell Radama, he's in. Braden Clifford, he was bounced in and out. Last side time for Oldfield. Alice Watson making a beautiful job there down here on stand number 4. Out the last leg she goes. Takes the sock wool off. And she'll be in for her third sheep. In goes Oldfield. In goes Watson. Adam Gordon, he's in. They've all got 3 on the board now, but it's the 2 boys in the middle of the board here. They're having their little battle. Edwards and Clifford. Round the back of the ears they go, up the neck. Into the front shoulder. Down on the long blow goes Clifford. Edwards, into the front shoulder he goes. Radama, he's made a bit of ground up on this one down there on stand number 5. He's dropped down on the long blow. He's the closest one to Clifford now. Puts those big blows in there, wraps the sheep around his leg, turns to the last side. Adam Gordon, he's ready to turn into the... Troy? You've been on a good paddock by the look of it. Getting it too easy up there. Yeah, 5 weeks off. Get a bit habit so fast. Come in the summer and then you shred it. Yeah, yeah.
So finishing touches now for Braden Clifford as he wipes the wool off the back leg. Russell Radama there as well. In goes Russell, just a fraction of a second ahead of Braden. Tahi Edwards, right out to the toe for Tahi. Down comes Ellen Oldfield. Adam Gordon there as well. Alice Watson not far away. She's onto the last side as well. But Tahi Edwards hops in. Sheep number 4 coming onto the board this time, I think.
Yeah, keep the work up there if you want it.
Keep those cards rolling over, please. Sheep 4, sheep 4. Alice Watson, another couple of shots. And there's another big woolly beast waiting for her in the pen. She's in and out. She's not scared of these things, that's for sure.
She's shearing along nicely and all, not panicking, just keeping the job right. She's keeping in touch with those other boys. There's only those couple that are better out in front, Radama and Clifford, as they're into the front shoulder together, and the rest of them are just in the undermine and first hind leg. But it's Radama, sheep number 4 on the board. Down in the long blow he goes. He'll turn to the last side. First, Braden Clifford. He turns to the last side now. But it's Alan Oldfield, Tahi Edwards. They're having their little battle on stand 1 and 2 there. Alice Watson, she's up the neck now as well. She'll clear that cheek wool off. She's not right out of it yet either. And Adam Gordon, into the front shoulder he goes, ready to drop down on the long blow. But it's going to be Braden Clifford, just made a bit of ground up again. There's not much between him and Russell Radama there. On stands 3 and 5. Radama cleans the back sock off. Clifford cleans the sock off. Radama's going to be in for his 5th and final first. Braden Clifford turned out a nicely shorn sheep there. Out he comes. Alan Oldfield. We'll see him up here very shortly in the open blades as well. So he takes the sock off. But who's going to be the next one? It's going to be Oldfield is going to be the next in for his 5th and final sheep. Alice Watson making a lovely job there on stand number 4 as she clears all that sock wool. That was quite a woolly little sheep she had there, and she's shorn it nicely as she drops it out, and she's going to be in for his 5th and final sheep. She'd love to make that final. Oh, she's kept a nice one for last too. Into the sock she goes, but it's Braden Clifford there on stand number 3. In the long blow he goes. Tahi Edwards. Bit of a change of a handpiece there, a bit of a big up, and away he goes. Last side, last shoulder for Braden Clifford. Russell Radama lifts the leg up, away down, takes the sock wool off. Down the last side comes Clifford. He's going to get his time taken. Into the long blow goes Alice Watson. Adam Gordon, he's turned to the last side. Alan Oldfield's made a bit of ground up here on stand number 1. There goes Radama. He's got his time taken. Alan Oldfield, he's going to be the next one. Couple of blows and he'll be reaching for the cord. Shorn that sheep nicely there. Gets his time taken. Alice Watson, she's made a bit of ground up on this one. She kept a nice one to last. Down under the last front shoulder she comes. Way down the last side she goes. Adam Gordon, he's last finishing touches. There's Gordon, he gets his time to. There's Alice Watson, she gets the time to. Edwards, over the last front shoulder comes Edwards. Takes the sock wool off. Lifts the leg up. looks like they're putting the handpieces on anyway. They're putting the handpieces back on, so. There we go, a couple of blows and Edwards will get his time taken. Now these guys are just going to take the bellies off 3 each for the blade shearers. So if you get your won't take long to get the bellies off them.
So we're just going to belly the blade sheep right now, and the open blade heats will be up next. So there'll be 4 shearers in that. Our junior finalists, if you can pop out to the office and draw for your stands. Our junior finalists, please. Go and see Dave out at the office.
James. We have a couple of events to go before lunch, but just at lunchtime, if any shearers want to get up and help us shear a few rejects out at lunchtime, that would be much appreciated. Thanks.
Just getting everything ready for the blade shearers, taking the down tubes down, getting them out of the way. They don't like the machines anywhere near them, these boys. So the sheep have been all bellied up. Makes it a wee bit easier. Most of the sheep that the blade shearers shear are bellied during the winter. The blade shearers usually go in there themselves and do a bit of belly crunching when they come back. They know that they're all properly prepared. So once we get sorted, we'll get the shearers up there. Looks like we've got 5 shearers, have we? 5 Tim Hogg, is it, on stand number 2?
Dave, can you make your way to the office, please, Dave? Swampy.
Right, I got another one to belly there by the look of it. So Tony Dobbs is going to be on stand number 1. Tim Hogg on stand number 2. Philip Oldfield stand number 3. Alan Oldfield behind him on stand number 4, and Sean Burgess on stand number 5. So just the open boys competing in the blades today. Is that right? Yep. All right, so everything's coming off. The socks are coming off with the blades as well. So just doing 3 sheep to shear, 5 blade shearers, and then we'll be into the junior final. So those junior finalists, they'll be sort of getting ready. I know they've been hanging around all morning waiting, but it should be all over before lunch for you.
So we have a handpiece found. I just wonder if that's Russell Radamas or not, but we're just down over here on the floor. So someone's just left a handpiece over by the judges there somewhere, and Russell's found his handpiece, so that's all good. We knew we'd get it back.
Too much like hard work pinching one of them.
Yeah. How you going, Rabbit? You all right? You got a story for us? We'll get the blade shearers up, please.
Righto. Blade shearers to the stands, please. Thank you, gentlemen. And they usually are gentlemen too, blade shearers. Except for Sean Burgess. He's an extra gentleman. Tony Dobbs on 1. 3 sheep, so they have to give the blades a bit of a sharpen. 2 sets of blades up there.
Dave, where's Dave? Dave Brooker.
Hopefully these sheep will be all right.
Dave Brooker, you around? Let's just clarify the program before lunch, and then we'll let you know what the program is after lunch. I just need to talk to Dave wherever he is. Dave Brooker, you around, Dave? So, Dave, is it blade final, then the junior final, and then lunch? Sorry, the blade heats. Junior final, lunch. Okay, so the open quarters is straight after lunch for you open competitors. Open quarter final straight after lunch. Okay, our referee is Rabbit McLaren. Thumbs up. Thanks, Rabbit. Okay, the last heat of senior semi-finals, please. You need to be out the back and tip the sheep up. The last heat of senior semi-finals, hop out the back, please, or you're going to get penalised. Well, I'm sure, look, you can blade shear, you can machine shear, you can do everything. You can do both of these things, surely. If you wouldn't mind tipping up your own sheep, Alan, please.
Can he cook, though? Can he make scones?
Okay.
Oh, he can. Oh, God.
There you go.
How many times have you been married?
Wise choice.
Quickest way to get divorced is to get married first.
Timekeeper's ready. Competitors, set, go. So away into the blades. And 5 shearers up there, and these are going to be the 5 in the final. So Sean Burgess had a quick look at that, and he thought, I'm going to get myself a ribbon here today, at least one. So he thought, I'll just jump in there because I'm going to be in the blade final, and I'm going to get a ribbon. And then I'm going to go back to the pub and pin it on the wall. And he's going to shout for all of us that are at the pub with him. And it's going to be fantastic. So just while they're working their way into sheep number 1, we have the results from the senior semi-finals. So the Acto Agriculture final in qualifying order will be Braden Clifford, Tadi Edwards, Adam Gordon, Alice Watson, Josh Quinn and Russell Ratama. So congratulations to those 6 shearers. Looking forward to seeing you guys compete in your big final after lunch. So blades this time. Junior final up next. They're just doing the draw as we speak. And when we come back after lunch, it'll be the junior prize giving and then the open quarterfinals. So the blades, Des, I don't know if you've had much to do with blade shearing. I had a crack at it the very first season I shore when I was a young fellow about 7 years ago.
70 years ago, what are you on about? Yeah, no, I've had a couple of goes, but that's about it. But I'm just watching them now, watching Tony Dodd down there on stand number 1, how they do that top notch. They come in behind the ear. It's great, really, the way they open the sheep up and get it all prepared. And so nice and quiet, no doubt about it. I think we've got a former world champion and a current world champion up there at the moment. About 3 New Zealand team members.
Yep.
And,
former world champion, of course, Tony Dobbs, current Alan Oldfield, and future world champion Sean Burgess.
Yeah,
cheering there on stand number 5.
At whitebaiting, world champion whitebaiter. You know, they all do a good job, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, Sean Burgess. He's a top baiter. He's a top baiter. In fact, you could say he's a master baiter.
Oh, my God.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Sort of joke that Rabbit would say. But they're all just working their way down the last side. This art, this blade shearing has been happening for over 2,000 years. They were doing this when Jesus was alive. And if you actually have a bit of a read of the Bible, there is something in there about the blade shearers, how they're all gentlemen. Oh, except Michael. So there's a bit of an art in getting your blade sharp enough to take the wool off. I know you need good steel to remove this wool. There's no doubt about that. Machine boys need good gear. Well, these fellas, they need real good gear. They've got to give them a wee bit of a sharpen after every sheep. And there's a bit of an art just getting it right. It's quite good to go to a blade shed and you can sort of just talk normally. You don't have to yell. The music's not up that loud. They can have a conversation with the fella next door. There were a few girls that used to do it. Glenda Betts used to do it years ago. Quite good blade shearer she was too. Some of the blade shearers are well into their 60s and they're still going out and doing it now. Likes of Graham Weaver, Waiata, he's still out there doing a wee bit. Did the whole season this year.
Yep. Obviously, age is no barrier, Des, to the old blade shearers. You got Sean Burgess up there, age is no barrier. And Tony Dobbs just gives the blades a wipe with the stone. Super sharp. And he's in for another one.
Yeah, I'm amazed they don't cut themselves more. That they just seem to be able to keep those blades away from themselves. They don't even cut the sheep. They stay off the skin. Do a good job. They're getting paid to leave the wool on. And you don't hear too many sheep dying from cold after they've been shorn with the blades. Burgess about to go in for his second one. Just has a bit of a tidy up there. Tim Hogg pulls his second sheep out. Sean Burgess didn't even worry about sharpening up the blades. Must have a good set. Tony Dodge just works his way around the undermine. Closely watched by Kelly McDonald. Gets that wool out of the way. Round the back of the ear on stand number 3 for Philip Oldfield. Philip's got a Perrindale stud down there in Geraldine. Oh, change the blade halfway through. I didn't know you could do that. Obviously wasn't happy. I would have maybe lost the cut. The wee bit of yellow in that one he's shearing at the moment on stand number 4 is for Alan Oldfield. They shear a lot of merinos up in the high country, these boys. You can load the shed up with as many blade shearers as you can get, as long as there's enough room for them to shear the sheep. They'll all squeeze in there together. Oh, he hasn't got a very nice one there on stand number 4. Wee bit yellow for these for a set of blades. They want the nice white ones. They're still having to clean up everything too. They're getting the socks off. They're getting every little piece of wool off. Only 3 sheep to shear. There'll be a final for these boys. They'll all be in the final later on this afternoon. I actually brought a pair of blades this year. $90 for a set of blades.
Holy moly. So Tony Dobbs swinging around onto the last cheek, chasing the Oldfields. Father and son there, Phil and Alan. Tim Hogg works his way down into the long blow. Sean Burgess chomps his way up the backbone in the long blow on stand number 5. So Alan Oldfield just steps back and works his way out onto the hind leg. Phil Oldfield rather does the same. And just under the front leg for Tony Dobbs on stand number 1, making a beautiful job with that sheep, as he always does. There's no blade shearing competitions in New Zealand that Tony Dobbs hasn't won. He's won everything, time and time again. Great to see him still going so strong. Last front leg for Tim Hogg, last front leg for Sean Burgess. Alan Oldfield, another couple of shots, and he'll be in for his 3rd sheep. Like you say, Des, the high country, still a few blade sheds up in the high country in New Zealand. The weather's a real issue for farmers up that way and can change at a moment. So just a bit of protection, bit of added protection, leaving the sheep with a good covering of wool, and of course the blades don't comb the grease out of the wool like the machines do.
Yeah, well, I think there's only about 3 blade gangs left in New Zealand at the moment. Is that right, Mike? Yep. So there used to be about 70 blade shearers about 20 years ago, and now they're probably down to about 20 at the most. But they did have a blade course this year in Fairleigh, and I don't know how many people actually ended up going, but it's a great thing to learn how to do. You can just go and shear a sheep out in the paddock. A few pet sheep still get done with the blades. They used to shear about 2 million sheep in New Zealand with the blades once. All the sheep were shorn with the blades back in the day. And some of the shearers are able to poke out a couple of hundred most days too. The sheep were a wee bit smaller back then. I think the world record's just over 300 or something. I know Peter Cassidy did 300 on the lambs way back in the early 80s at Mount Somers. They do get the sheep prepared for them. The bellies are usually taken off, which is a good thing. Speeds the whole process up. They don't want to be mucking around with that belly wool with the blades. They don't want to lose the cut too early. Tony Dobbs just working away quite nicely there on stand number 1. Just opening it up, ready to swing round onto the long blow. They actually finish in a different position to the machine shearers. They're facing the porthole when they finish with the sheep. They just push it down the porthole, turn it right around. Don't actually swing the sheep round the other way towards the machine like the machine shearers do. Tim Hogg just working his way up the neck, around the back of the head as he comes in behind the ear. Gets that top notch off beautifully. It's a great way of doing it. Philip Oldfield just working away on his. He's got a wee bit of a yellow one then too. He wouldn't be too happy with that one. There's a fair bit of moisture up the North Canterbury this year, especially the back of Hamner and that. A lot of rain. It just wouldn't stop, which is a good thing, I know. But it did get a wee bit too wet. It's Alan Oldfield coming down the last side. A few more chomps and he'll be finished his third and final one. Sean Burgess is working away on the long blow there on his third final sheep as well. Alan Oldfield down the last side. So is Tony Dobbs. He's down the last side of his third and final sheep as well. On the long blow for Tim Hogg. Not much separating these first two that'll be dropping off. Oldfield out in front of the moment. Alan Oldfield. He can bake scones as well as machine shear and blade shear. He gets rid of his sheep. Beautiful job.
Well done, Alan. Tony Dobbs right there with him, 2 days. Another couple of shots. He's pulled Phil Oldfield in. Down on the last leg they go together, but Tony Dobbs a couple of shots ahead of Phil as he just makes the final cuts now and time clock stopped. Well done, Tony.
Couple of grand old competitors there, there's no doubt about it. Phil Oldfield was at the World Champs down in Invercargill 2017, I think it was. Alan Oldfield was over in France having a win over there. Pretty good. It's pretty hard to get past those South African boys with their smaller blades, but he did that. No worries at all. Tim Hogg down the last side. Down the last side, the Rakaya Flyer. Sean Burgess. Had to go at the blades at Oxford as well. He wouldn't share too many sheep in 12 months with the blades, Sean, but it's good to see him up there having a go. Tim Hogg seems to have his gear going pretty well. His blades seem to be cutting through him nicely. Yeah, all that sock wool comes off on stand number 5 for Sean Burgess. He's just working his way. Very yellow one, that one. Getting those blades chomping well. He knows he's in the final later on this afternoon. He'll be having a go, be looking at his points, seeing how good he went. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. That sheep's not going to get cold.
Well done, Sean. And Tim Hogg finishing touches as well.
Nice and quietly.
Well done, Tim. Give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Well done. Blade shearers. And of course, we'll see these guys up again. in the Blade final, which is a wee bit later on this afternoon.
They
Or
made
it's
it look so easy, didn't they?
It's actually straight after the Open quarterfinals. Okay, so the next event on the card is the junior final, ladies and gentlemen. The junior final. We'll get them to assemble at the tunnel there, please. Our junior finalists, if you assemble at the tunnel, please.
Junior machine final, sponsored by Leech Partners. I think that's right. They're wearing the Yaldhurst Wools singlets, so they might have a little bit to do with a bit of sponsorship as well for this event. The intermediate machine final that'll be sponsored by Dale Taylor Shearing. The senior machine final will be sponsored by Atco Agriculture New Zealand. Open plate final, sponsored by North Canterbury Vets. The New Zealand Corriedale Open Blade final will be sponsored by the New Zealand Corriedale Breed Society. Heaps of sponsors here today. PGG Wrightson's, VetMed, Canterbury Shears is sponsoring a couple of events as well. So we're going to have the junior final now, and then we'll be breaking for lunch. Is that correct? Yep.
Yes, junior final and then lunch for our judges and officials. So we'll see those blade shearers up in their final. That was just a warm-up for them. The blade shearers will be straight after the Open quarterfinals, which is straight after lunch, so not too far away, and we'll see those boys in action again. So do we have all their junior finalists? I can see 3, 4. All their... Let's get them up on the board, ladies and gentlemen. The judges are waiting at the far end. On stand number 1, give them a hand as they take the stage. This is the first of our big finals here today. Emma Martin, stand number 1. Give them a hand, folks, as they take the stage. Stand number 2, Tyrell Miller. Stand number 3, Robin Krause. Stand number 4, we'll have Funi Waihapi. Stand 5, Lydia Thompson. And stand number 6, Josh Devane. Well, fellas, Tyrell and Josh are up against it. Four girls in this final and a couple of young fellas. Great to see these girls doing so well at the competitions. They really bring a lot to our sport and, of course, our industry.
Righto, they'll have a look at their sheep very quickly. I don't think they'll be chucking too many out now. They could end up with one that's a little bit worse. Good to see Lydia up there. She had a real kicker, that first one in the heats. She managed to come back with the quality job to get her into the final. Robin has been in the final at Pleasant Point last week. So they're doing a wee bit of work around the place.
So we have the thumbs up from the referee. This is the first of our finals here, this one, sponsored by Leech Partners. Timekeeper's ready. Competitors set, go. Junior final, it is the top 6 in the junior here today. Out in the border sheep, number 1, Emma Martin, Tyrell Miller, Robin Krause, Funi Waihapi, Lydia Thompson and Josh Devane. We're going to find a winner out of these 6 competitors here this morning. Their prize giving will be straight after lunch. So we will find a winner very shortly for you. But of course, they've got to get through their pen of sheep. How many sheep they got in their pool? 3? 3 sheep final. And away down into the first hind leg. So Tyrell Miller turns, slides in towards the flank, right down into the backbone of the sheep. Funi Waihapi does the same. So does Lydia Thompson. So Lydia had a real difficult sheep in the heats. Hopefully she doesn't get one here in the final. She got back into a bit of a rhythm after she got that one finished, but it took her a long time. Wouldn't let her get going. And Josh, young Josh there on stand number 6. He's up the neck. He's broken the neck well open and he's into the cheek. Funi Waihapi snaps the neck well open. Up comes Tyrell Miller. Up comes Lydia Thompson. Into the top of the head for Emma Martin as well. So they're all getting up into that neck and front shoulder area, Des.
Yeah, Robin Krause just moving up the neck there as well. I think history's been made here today with 4 junior finalists being women. I don't think we've seen that at the Canterbury A&P show before. We've got 2 boys up there, Josh Devane and Tyrell Miller. They're going to fly the flag for the boys today. Usually it's the other way around, but not today. Funi was here competing yesterday in the wool handling, did quite well too. Robin's had a little bit of success lately in the junior shearing down at Pleasant Point last week. She did quite well, made the final. She'll be happy with that. Doesn't do a lot of shearing, more wool handling. Looking to get started this year down in Pleasant Point. Tyrell Miller just moving on to the long blow nicely. He wants to get out in front if he can, but Josh Devane, he's out in front at the moment. He works his way down the last side. Oh, a little bit of a kicker for Lydia. She won't like that. They have been a wee bit niggly today, these sheep, as it's warming up.
So just while our junior finalists are working their way through sheep number 1, we have the results for the blades. They're all in the final anyway, but the qualifying order is Tony Dobbs and Alan Oldfield, the top 2. So Tony has total points of 47.64. Alan has total points of 47.88. So nothing between those 2 shearers, and that battle will be decided in their final after the quarterfinals of the Open. And then we go back to Phil Oldfield was 3rd, Tim Hogg was 4th, and Sean Burgess was 5th. Looking forward to that big final, just so we can see who comes out on top between Tony Dobbs and Alan Oldfield. In for sheep number 2 is Josh Devane. Out comes Funi Waihapi. Second sheep, she's having a good share, this girl, on stand number 4. Stands number 1 and 2, nothing between these 2 shearers. Emma Martin and Tyrell Miller clean off that front leg, and they work their way down the last side. Round onto the front leg, it comes Robin Krause and Lydia Thompson right out to the toe on the last side. Another couple of shots, and she'll be in there with Funi and Josh with their second sheep. Tyrell just moving away from Emma a little bit. Sock comes off now for Robin on stand number 3. And Lydia in for a second sheep. Emma just has to pull that one back into position. She might leave the head forward, which she does, just to let it sit there a wee bit more comfortably. And hopefully stop it from kicking, which isn't seeming to be working. Come on, honey. This is the final. That's the sheep I'm talking about. Right out to the toe for Emma. Tyrell Miller Hobson, sheep number 2 coming on the board for this young fella on stand number 2. Robin Krause finishing touches to the last leg as well. She got to have the head come forward too. She's got a bit of a difficult one there. Emma Martin got rid of that one, in for another. So there's another couple of shots, and all 6 competitors will have sheep number 2 on the board. Josh Devane leading as far as pace go. Oh no, might be Funi Waihappy, nothing between them.
There's not much separating these 2 shearers on stands number 4 and 6. Josh Devane, he really wants to make a good job of this one, because that's a small one. That's probably the best one he's got on the pen. Robin Krause about to go in for her second sheep. She's not happy with that comb. She's having a change. They'll all have number 2 out on the board any minute now. Had a wee bit of a kicker, did Robin, but she's made short work of that. As the top notch comes off on stand number 5 for Lydia Thompson. Emma Martin works away on the belly. Tyrell Miller, he's got his second sheep out on the board now. Puni Waihappy, she's just working her way down the last side. Closely followed by Josh Devane. Robin's got the sock off and she's going to head down the belly now. She's going to head out after them. 3 sheep, the quality. You need the quality and a little bit of speed. You don't want the shearers getting too far out in front, but you don't want to start panicking too early just yet. Puni Waihappy making short work of that one. Got 1 left in the pen. Only 3 shearers for the 3 sheep for these junior shearers. 4 girls and 2 boys up there. 3 women judges up there judging as well. Next minute we'll have a woman Prime Minister.
Imagine that.
Can't lock us South Islanders down, not yet anyway. We're not going to take that rubbish. Down the last side he goes. Puni Waihappy's got sheep number 3 out on the board, just works her way down the belly as Josh Devane's about to go in for his 3rd and final sheep. Lydia Thompson's working away on the long blow on her second sheep. She's got number 3 in the pen. Up the neck on stand number 3 goes Robin Krause. Originally from Germany and now living in New Zealand, down in Pleasant Point, working for Ant Frew. For you shearing. Emma Martin on stand number 1. She's working up the neck as well. Her and Robin are neck and neck. Tyrell Miller working his way on the long blow. Lydia Thompson just working her way down the last side. Doing a real big stretch out now. Getting every little bit of wool off. Quite a long sheep, these Corriedale hoggets. They're quite well grown. What do you reckon, Norm? They're quite big, these hoggets, this year?
Ooh. Yes, and Lydia Thompson just keeps the one back under control. Up comes Josh Devane. Up the neck he steps, but Funi Waihappy, she's already been there and done that. She swings around in towards the long blow on sheep number 3. So Lydia, new handpiece on, and 3rd sheep just about to come out onto the board. 3rd and final for Lydia Thompson. Out she comes.
Yeah, and she made a good job of that last one too. She did a really nice quality job on that. Tyrell Miller, he's coming down the last side. He's got to be a bit careful he doesn't lose that one over the board. Taking the sock off, these Corriedale's got a tendency to move around a wee bit, especially if they don't think they're getting a very good, if the shearer's not getting a very good cut. It's like getting a bad haircut. Puni Waihappy just down the last side. She's shorn pretty well. Made easy work of these Corriedale sheep. She had 2 good combs on. She's stuck with the number 1 comb. That's a good sign. She must be happy with it. Josh Devine down the last side on his 3rd and final one as well. Robin Krause has got 1 left in the pen. So is Tyrell Miller and so is Emma Martin as they all come down the last side together. Puni Waihappy, she's down the last side of her 3rd and final sheep. She's got nowhere to go but home now. Josh Devine not too far behind. He's just cleaning up that last sock, that front sock. There she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a big hand. First off in the junior final, 2021 at the Corriedale Shears Championship.
Well done, Fernie. Josh Devane hits the court as well. His time clock stopped. Well done, Josh. And Tyrell Miller. Good strong finish from Tyrell. Emma Martin right there as well. Oh, no, sorry. Tyrell, one in the pen. Emma's got one in the pen as well. So well out in front, Fernie and Josh. Emma, stand number 1. Tyrell, stand number 2. They've been blow for blow all the way through, and they still are as they work their way into the last sheep. Robin Krause, another couple of shots, and she'll be looking for sheep number 3 as well. Right out onto the hind leg. Beautiful job, Robin, as she wipes the wool off the sock. Another couple of shots, closely watched by the judges, but the out the back judges won't be looking at that sheep for too long, I wouldn't have thought, Des.
No, she's done a great job there, Robin. He doesn't shear full time, so she probably hasn't shorn too many Corriedale sheep either. Has been a couple of German girls on the circuit this year. So it's good to see. They come from overseas, they have a go at the shearing, they like it, they want to get into it. And this is a good way of starting, doing a few shows, showing your boss that you can do it, showing you've got a wee bit of quality to go, a bit of speed. Lamb shearing season coming up shortly. All these girls and boys will be quite keen to get into a main shear. Not far away from starting the main shears, only next week. Probably start in North Canterbury anyway. And further down in South Canterbury. So he's up the neck on stand number 2 is Tyrell Miller. Emma Martin, she's working her way up the neck on her 3rd and final sheep as Lydia Thompson comes down the last side on her 3rd and final one. Got a fair bit of movement, these ones. Lydia Thompson's been working away at the show circuit for a while now. She's doing really well. She's obviously got the quality. Funny Why Happy's going to be the one to beat though. She's right up there with the speed today. Oh, he's making a beautiful job, Lydia, as you come down that last side. There's no doubt about that. Give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. She chucks the sheep down the porthole. She should be happy with that one. Robin Krause just works her way up the neck nicely. As Tyrell Miller on the long blow in the junior final for 2021 of the Corriedale Shearing Championship, and they're on the Marble Point Station sheep. You're going to see a wee bit of action this afternoon. We're going to break for lunch after these ones. And then a bit of action out the back. Oh, he's got a bit of a mover and a groover. There they go, just tidying up nicely. Emma Martin down the last side of her 3rd and final one, getting that sock wool off. Robin's made up a bit of ground on her 3rd and final one as well. These girls will be back here next year, probably in the intermediate or even maybe the senior, who knows. Emma Martin just tidying up nicely down that last side. She's got the good gear on. Yep, she's made a good job of that one. That's what you want to see. Judges will have a bit of a look at it outside. Give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Emma Martin. Tyrell Miller just making sure he gets every little piece of wool off that sheep. These Corriedales have got wool from the tip of their toes to the end of their nose. There's no doubt about it. The only place they haven't got it is probably in front of their eyes, on their eyelids. Everywhere else has got a wee bit of wool hanging off it. These 2 shearers just coming down the last side and then they'll be finished. Oh yeah, Robin, you got the sock off nicely on that one. That's good work. Tyrell Miller. Just finishing off his sheep. Maybe he's got enough quality to pick up a ribbon later on this afternoon. Who knows? He's about to get rid of his sheep down the porthole. Give him a big hand too, ladies and gentlemen. Robin's just pulled that head forward, got control of that one. Yeah, I think she's got enough quality there. Look at that. That's a beautiful job as she comes down the last side of her third and final sheep for 2021 of the Canterbury A&P Show. Give her a big hand, ladies and gents.
So well done, you junior finalists. So just a note for our junior finalists. We'll have our prize giving straight after lunch, and you will also have to tip up for the first heat of the open quarterfinals, okay? So make sure straight after your prize giving that you're available for that. So just for our competitors, after lunch, say 10 to 1, 20 to 1, quarter to 1, we will have the prize giving for the junior at quarter to 1. So you junior finalists, make sure you're back here quarter to 1. And then we're moving into the open quarterfinals. There's 3 heats of those. Then the blade shearing final. Then we'll have the open semi-final, intermediate final, the Canterbury circuit final, then the senior final, the open plate final, and the open final. That's the program moving forward. Okay, so we'll see you back here at quarter to 1 for the junior prize giving. And like I said, our junior shearers need to be available to tip the sheep up for the first heat of the open quarters.
Yeah, so it might pay for the junior shearers to leave their shearing pants on until after the
Anyway,
tip those sheep over.
We just want no more than 3 shearers up at once, just to be fair to the wool handlers. We want them to have lunch as well.
dance through the midnight. Give me the sight, I shine in a light on. Locked in a movement flow round the room, and you got me shaking up. Like the way we dance in place, you got me melting up. Then baby, you fine, fine, fine. It's not up for question, I'm losing my mind. You keep me guessing, search the whole damn world, won't find nothing quite like you. Then baby, you fine. Then baby, you fine, fine, fine. Then baby, you fine, fine, fine. Rain on a windshield drive, doing old film lit on the greatest road. Smile a little crooked way that you're looking at. Gotta tell you something. Like the way we dance in place, you got me melting up. Then baby, you fine, fine, fine. It's not up for question, I'm losing my mind. You keep me guessing, search the whole damn world, won't find nothing quite like you. Then baby, you fine. Then baby, you fine, fine, fine.
Chela, Rivas, Tony Dark Eyes.
Hoy me encuentro en algún lugar donde el sol calienta mi cuerpo. Solo quise el tiempo parar. Fui para ti, tú para mí, sin secretos. Si te vuelvo a ver, no me detendré para decir lo que yo siento. Y sonriendo verte un momento y decir que sin ti estoy tocando el sol. Estoy tocando el sol. Estoy tocando el sol. Hoy sin tu amor, corazón, siento que estoy tocando el sol. Hoy sin tu amor, tu calor, lo siento, estoy tocando el sol. Con el tiempo podré escapar del recuerdo de un último beso, de tus besos, baby, y mis manos reclamarán de tu cruel corazón un fragmento. Si te vuelvo a ver, no me detendré para decir lo que yo siento. Y sonriendo verte un momento y decir que sin ti estoy tocando el sol. Estoy tocando el sol. Estoy tocando el sol. Hoy sin tu amor, corazón, siento que estoy tocando el sol. Hoy sin tu amor, tu calor, lo siento, estoy tocando el
Development Circuit, I think it's called, which is our younger competitors, which some of these will be part of. So thanks, Bronwyn, for being here, and big thanks to Dave Brooker, of course. Give us 1 second. Just while we're waiting, maybe Rabbit's got a story for us.
Don't encourage him.
No. You got a story, Swamp. I've got a story about you, but it's not fit for public.
Colin King.
Bearing on it? Yeah. Well, I mean, we could guess, but... Hey, Ron. Okay, so our winner, total points of 42.43. The second place was 55.95, so a comprehensive win to young Josh Devane. Well done, Josh. So well done, Josh. So 13 points clear from the next competitor. That's a great win. Well done.
Oh, no, cheers for that. Yeah, I'd like to thank the sponsors, the shearing committee, judges, wool handlers, all the rest of it, the other competitors. And I'd like to thank Lawrence Tyree for spending a bit of time with me in the shed, helping me out, and Dad for coming down from the North Island. Yeah, no, cheers for that.
Well done, Josh. I think you might have had that speech planned out, have you, or what? You've written it down before. Good on you. Second place this year, Tyrell Miller. Well done, Tyrell. Third place in the Leech Partners Junior, Emma Martin. Fourth place, Funi Waihapi. Fifth place, Robin Kraus. Which leaves in sixth place, Lydia Thompson. Well done, Lydia. Get a quick photo. It'll be the best looking lineup of final shearers you see here today. Well done. Thanks, Bronwyn from Adaptive Health and Safety, and congratulations to young Josh and the other competitors. Well done.
I just remind you, looks like you got a bit, like you got flash clothes on, but you're actually supposed to be tipping up for the next event.
That's exactly right. So moving on with the open quarterfinals now. Swampy might have a list of competitors for us?
Yeah, we'll get underway with the Open. The PGG Wrightson's Vet Med Open quarterfinals. On stand 1, Sarah Hewson. Stand 2, Martini Mason. Stand 3, Rangakaha Pauai. Stand 4, Sean Burgess. Stand 5, Duncan Leslie. And stand 6, Brett Roberts. You guys get up there and have a quick look at your sheep, and we've got a bit to get through this afternoon, so we'll keep things ticking along quite quickly. Things went smoothly this morning. It was good to see all the competitors that were ready to get up, straight up for their heat. So,
yeah, to be fair, at the shows the last couple of years, the competitors have been fantastic, all ready to go on time. So great to see. Keep it up, keep it up. Don't rest on your laurels. So how many have we got in the pen there, guys? Paul? 6. 6, thank you. 6 sheep. Open quarterfinals.
6 woolly little monsters.
Sean Burgess is going, oh, is that all? Can't we have a few more? Get in that final, Sean, and you'll get all you need.
You can have a whole 10 of them. Pretty good line up here. We've got a couple of young fellas. Duncan Leslie, first year up in the Open. He'll be pretty rat to be up there in this quarterfinal.
He's sure right too, young Dunk.
He's been having a pretty good season, really, Duncan.
He was, I think by memory, he might have been best on the board and best out the back. If he just put the hammer down a wee bit, he's going to scare these other competitors a bit.
You going to be long, Ringer?
You right, Ring? You right, Ringer? Tuck it away, brother.
But worried about we undoing your pants, Ringer, the way Nathan's got that sheep held there for you.
Yeah. So the top 18 in the Open are competing now. This is the PGG Wrightson Vet Med sponsored event. And of course, round number, 3?
3.
Of the national circuit. The Corriedale round. Which culminates at the Golden Shears. When an all breeds, all wool type final. Thanks, Paul. We have the thumbs up. We'll get you at the door, please, guys. Sarah Hewson, great to see her here in the top 18. Martini Mason from the North Island. Ringapawai from Southland. Sean Burgess, a local man. Duncan Leslie, a local man. Brett Roberts from the deep south. From all corners of the globe, all corners, eh? That's what they said, Swampy. God told men that there'll be good-looking women in all corners of the globe, and then he made the world round. And he laughed and laughed and laughed. Okay, timekeeper's ready. Competitors, set, go. And away we go with the first of 6, rather, Swampy. The first heat of 3. Looking for a spot in the top 12. We go to 18, down to 12, and then down to 6.
Yeah, we'll see the pace pick up a bit this time from the heats. There's time's going to start coming into it a wee bit now. You've still got to keep the job, but you won't want to be left behind now. But it looks like it's Duncan Leslie. Must have listened to you, Norm, because he's top knot off and up the neck first. Here goes. Brett Roberts from Otaura there on stand number 6. He takes the top knot off and steps up. Sean Burgess, the young fella from Rakaya, he's down there on stand number 4. He's ready to turn into the long blow and drop it down, and away he goes. Sarah Hewson here on stand number 1. She's into the first front shoulder. Martini Mason, this boy here can cheer a bit, go when he winds up too. The boy from Masterton steps over. Rangakaha Pauai down there on stand number 3. He's on the long blow. ready to turn the last side, but it's Duncan Leslie. He's setting the pace there now as down under the last front shoulder he comes. Sean Burgess, he's right there with him as well, and away they go down the last side together. There's not much in it, Norm, between the whole 6 of them, really.
No, they're all open grade competitors. Duncan Leslie, he's probably the least experienced in the field in the open grade. He's out on the board with sheep number 2, Sean Burgess. He's got that very experienced hair colour. Out on the board with the second sheep, and Martini Mason, young man from the North Island. Great to see him doing well on the Corriedales here. Sarah Houston's in and out as well. Sheep number 2 coming on the board. Here's big Brett Roberts and Ringaka Pawa, the 2 Southland boys, in and out together with their second sheep. But still Duncan Leslie out in front of the stage as he slides up the undermine, 2 big shots. Top of the head comes off, and then he steps through and up the neck. Sean Burgess fires a couple of quick shots up the backbone and the undermine into the top of the head as well. The rest of the field, that first hind leg. Ringapawa's got the belly out. Brett Roberts punches his way down into the flank and around and up the backbone and the undermine. Top knot comes off down there and stand number 6. Then he throws the big uppercut under the chin. Breaks the neck well open. And around into the base of the ear. But still young Duncan Leslie. He's only done a couple of shows in the open grade. Great to see him doing so well. He's got the talent and ability, that's for sure. A wee bit more experience. He'll be a dangerous man, Swampy.
Yes, he will, and he's shearing along quite comfortably there at the moment. Just putting everything, the blows and that going in the right place. And he's around the last front shoulder. Sean Burgess and Martini Mason, Sarah Houston, they're all there together. Brett Roberts is starting to open those big shoulders down there and stand number 6 now. As round the front shoulder he comes. Ringaka Pauai making a lovely job there on stand number 3 as he shares the last leg off. But it's going to be Duncan Leslie. He's going to be in for his third and cheap first as he a couple of blows and he'll be letting it go. He's taking up, making sure that he has a decent crack at this one as he brings another woolly Corriedale out on the board. In goes Terry Houston, in goes Brett Roberts, in goes Martini Mason, Sean Burgess and Ringapawai. They are there together now, so they'll all have sheep number 3 out on the board. But it's still the boy from Duncan Leslie. That's into the first hind leg first. But these other boys are starting to move up on Sarah Houston. She's over the undermine. She might have just taken over the lead now. She takes top knot off. Duncan Leslie off together. Up the neck they go. Breaks the wall out. Martini Mason, he takes the top knot off and steps up. Ringapawai into the first hind leg. Brett Roberts up round the back of the ears. The boy from Matara, he'd love to make that final, but they've got to make the next cut yet. So there's another 12 good shearers to come after these fellas yet, Norm.
That's right, another 12 good shearers, so they need to make sure they're doing the job up here this time round. Way through the long blow for Duncan Leslie. Sarah Houston right there, swinging up with Sean Burgess. Now he's got the hammer down, the Rakaya flyer. Another couple of shots, he'll be turning for home. Brett Roberts right there as well, over the backbone. And swings around into the cheek. Martini Mason into the cheek. Another couple of shots. Ringapawai is going to be there as well, but Duncan Leslie, Sean Burgess and Sarah Houston. Might be Sarah Houston this time as she winds her way out onto the back leg. It would have been Sean, but Sean's gives a bit of a kick and a wriggle. Cost him a second. Got it under control though. Very, very experienced shearer over the tail. In goes Duncan Leslie. Still with the first to hit the door, so good last leg from Duncan Leslie. Now Martini Mason and Brett Roberts out the hole with sheep number 2 and in for 3. I think, no, might be 4, is she? They're in for 4. So in and out for Ringapawai. So Ringa's sticking with them. He won't be far away as far as pace goes, and he'll have the quality as well, Swamp.
No, he knows how to shear him clean, does Ringer, and he can get the wool off him pretty quick when he wants to too. But there's a lot of work in these woolly Corriedale hoggets from Marble Point Station up near Hamner. But it's still Duncan Leslie and Sarah Houston. And Sean Burgess is in there to have a play with him as well. As round the back of the ears goes the Rakaya Flyer. Sean Burgess into the first front shoulder. But it's Duncan Higgins is ready to drop down on the long blow. Sarah Hewson got that sheep up nice and high there as she comes round to drop it down. Brett. So Duncan Leslie down over the last front shoulder he comes. Still out in front as Sean Burgess turns to the last side. Duncan takes the sock off, clears the tassels under the legs and away down the last side he goes. Got a good shearing sheep there and he's making the most of it. Ringa Pawai's coming back into the field now as he takes the socks off and he'll be way down the socks, but it's Duncan Leslie, in he goes. Who's going to be next? Sean Burgess or Brett Roberts? Brett Roberts has come back at the field. Sarah Hewson, just a bit of a kicker there, so she brings the head through. Martini Mason's having a good share there on stand number 2, making a good job of those sheep. As out the last time, there he goes. In goes Ringakaha Pawai. Brett Roberts, he's in. There's only Sarah Hewson, she's in. Martini Mason, and he goes. But it's Sean Burgess and Duncan Leslie over the tail. Smacks a couple of big blows from Duncan Leslie. He'll take the top now. Sean Burgess, he's up the neck first. Duncan Leslie's right there with him. Brett Roberts just got a bit of a kicker. They're a bit toey still, Norm. I thought they might have settled down a wee bit over lunch.
Maybe they had lunch. First front shoulder for Duncan Leslie, but long blow time this time for Sean Burgess. So Sean Burgess may be just in front by half a shot. Ooh, gives another kick in the wriggle. So Duncan Leslie, they call him the Hulk, the big fella there on stand number 5. Down over the last front shoulder, back out in front again. Rest of the field. Ringa Pawai starting to put the hammer down as he strolls down over the last front shoulder as well. So Ringa Pawai back in touch with the leaders as they work their way through sheep number 5, I think. Sheep number 5, one left in the pen. Right out to the toe for Sean Burgess. Another couple of shots. He's right. Oh, and it still won't leave him alone. Pulls it back into position. I won't worry Sean. He's played this game before once or twice. This is not his first rodeo, folks. Duncan out on the board. Sean on the board. Ringer on the board. Ringer just timing his run with perfection as he hits the first hind leg in his 6th and final sheep. Ringa Pawai picked his pen well. Of course, he had a good man in his pen. Up down the mine for Ringakaha Pawai on stand number 3. He's hit out in front this time, so just timing it to perfection. In goes Sarah Houston for her last sheep. Martini Mason's out there and Brett Roberts finishing touches. Another beautifully shorn sheep, as we see from Brett time and time again. And in and out with sheep number 6. So up the neck for Duncan Leslie. Shearing beautifully, this young fella. Couple of 3 shows under his belt in the open, but that's about it. Ringa Pawai, though, swings into the long blow. Sean Burgess right there as well. Sean Burgess putting the hammer down. The Rakaya Flyer on stand number 4. He turns for home. Round comes Ringa Pawai, but Sean Burgess, he's down over the last front shoulder. Duncan Leslie through the long blow, but it's Ringa Pawai and Sean Burgess stands 3 and 4. As far as pace goes, let's see what the judges have got to say about that. We'll find out when the results come out. Right out to the back leg for Sean Burgess. Another couple of shots. And that young fella on stand number 4 is going to look for the cord. Sheep gives a bit of a kick and a wriggle, so just allows Ringer to come back at him. But Sean Burgess, time clock stopped on stand 4. Ringakaha Pawai, another good finish from Ringer. And Duncan Leslie right there with the leaders, so well done, Dunk. Last front shoulder, lower into the flank for Martini Mason. Beautiful blows, real accurate hand. Handpiece only goes back to where it needs to go and slides the back leg off over the tail, and out it goes. Time clock stopped there for Martini Mason. Down the last side for Sarah Houston and Brett Roberts. Right out to the toe for these shearers at either end of the board, having a bit of a ding-dong on their own. Rolling around under the hamstring over the tail, and out it goes for Brett Roberts and Sarah Hewson. Well done, guys and girls. Awesome stuff. That's heat number 1 of the PGG Wrightson VetMed sponsored open quarterfinals. Heat 2 will have Aaron Haynes on stand 1, please. Dave Brooker on 2, Tony Costa on 3, Dave Gordon on 4, Tuku Hapuku on 5, and Hugh DeLacy stand 6.
Can the blade shearers go out and see Dave and get your singlets and draw for your stands for the final?
Aye.
Okay, heat number 2, the VetMed PGG Wrightson Open. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. So away we go, another fantastic lineup of shearers in front of us, all vying for a spot in the top 12. 6 we're going to say goodbye to, 12 we're going to welcome back in the next round. Down over the last front shoulder. Sheep number 1. Who's it going to be? David Gordon. Tuku Hapoku stands 4 and 5. And Aaron Haynes right there as well as he sweeps out the back leg. But David Gordon and then Tuku into the pen. Tony Costa, Aaron Haynes together. Dave Brooker, 1 shot left. Hugh DeLacy down the last side, he pulls. Right out to the toe, another couple of shots. He'll be looking for sheep number 2 as well. Keep the cards rolling over, please, in the pen. Keep the cards rolling over. Thank you. Top of the head coming off for Tuku, and he'll step through and up the neck. But David Gordon around the back of the head already. Tony Costa, cheek off. And around the back of the head as well. Aaron Haynes right there. Up comes Dave Brooker. 1 more shot. Hugh DeLacy's going to join them up in that neck and front shoulder area. Tony Costa. Keep an eye on this man. Haven't seen him at the competitions much this year, but he's still shearing, and he'll still be shearing every sheep like it was a competition sheep. That's because he only does all the good ones, eh, Swamp?
That's right, Norm. He leaves all the rough ones for a few other fellas to do. The ones that have got testicles and that in them.
Ooh.
But it's Tony's just shearing along nicely there on stand number 3 as he takes the front sock off now. Dave Brooker has got a wee bit of a kicker. Aaron Haynes, he's looking a bit more comfortable this round than he did in the heats as he's coming down the last side on sheet number 2. Dave Gordon, he's right there with him as well. There's nothing much in this heat. Tuku Hapoku down the last side, he comes. Good to see this young fella having a go in the competitions. He won the plate event at Pleasant Point, so he's getting keen. Haven't seen him in the shows before, so it's good to have him up there competing, and he's shearing well too as he steps in for sheet number 3 on the board. Dave Brooker polishing that one as normal. As in he goes for sheet number 3. Hugh DeLacy just got a bit of a kicker down there. He just lifts her up and gets it under control. He can move out when he wants to. Hugh DeLacy, and he steps for sheet number 3. But it's David Gordon and Aaron Haynes there on 1 and 4. Shearing along more or less blow for blow. Tony Costa's just cruising along in there behind them. He'll be making the job, you can guarantee that. As over the tail goes Dave Brooker. Hapoku, he's up the neck. He'll smack the cheek wall off. Back up and up around the ears he'll go, and he'll be into the front shoulder. Dave Gordon turns to the last side first. Tony Costa's turned. Aaron Haynes is there too into the last front shoulder. David Gordon lifts the leg up to take the socks off. Tony Costa's done that. Under the leg he goes, Tony, way down the last side. He comes right out to the toe. David Gordon out to the toe he goes. Couple of blows, and it's going to be David Gordon, and he goes. He's straight in and straight out. Doesn't even straighten up as he goes in for his 4th sheep. Tony Costa gets 4 out on the board. Aaron Haynes, he's right there. He's got his 4th one. Polished that sheep there on stand number 1. He'll be wanting to make this next cut. But it's Hugh DeLacy and Hapoku down there on stands 5 and 6. Having their little battle. Hapoku might have just got a blow or 2 on him as he'll be stepping in for sheep number 4 as well. Having a good cheer, the young fella down there on stand number 4, Norm.
He certainly is, no doubt about that. Up into the base here and around the back of the head for Dave Gordon. A real talented young shearer, that's for sure. Dave Brooker in and out with sheep number 4. So is Hugh DeLacy. A couple of North Canterbury shearers. Stands 2 and 6. But the pace is coming from David Gordon. If the sheep will sit there, he'll get through the long blow. Tony Costa right there with him, and so is Aaron Haynes as they sweep up the backbone and turn for home. Tony Costa, everything comes off for Tony, down over the last front shoulder. Aaron Haynes right there as well with him. So they're all blow for blow with David Gordon, but Tony Costa's turn to get a kicky sheep just sets him back a couple of shots, and it still hasn't finished with him yet. You wee honey, just sit still, please. No, doesn't want to, jams up. Only having all sorts of bother getting down that last side just allows Aaron Haynes and David Gordon to sneak back out in front with sheep number 5 on the board this time. Tony Costa finally gets there, and out it goes. Change a handpiece for Tony. And then out of the pen. Dave Brooker, cheek comes off. Sheep number 4 and down over the last front shoulder. But Tuku Hapuku, another couple of shots. He'll be looking for 5. Hugh DeLacy is there as well, down the last side for Hugh. But still David Gordon at this stage. But Aaron Haynes is right there with him. He's not letting him get away. So if he's got a good sheep left for the last sheep, he'll be looking for the Ringers Cup in this heat. Top of the head for Tony Costa. Just as Hugh DeLacy steps into the pen, but long blow time now for David Gordon. He just goes into attack mode, this young fellow, when he gets on the shearing stand. Another shot and he'll turn for home. Of course, it's not all about aggression, Swampy. You've got to have the gear and everything just dead right, especially with these final wall type sheep. If there's one thing that's not right, it's going to put you out.
Yeah, the gear's the big part of these. It's, you've just got to have that comb that's going to keep you out of the skin and run through the wall. But it's Aaron Haynes and David Gordon down the blow for blow down the last side to come now. Who's going to step in for their 6th and final sheep first? Tony Costa got back off the pace a bit on that one that kicked him around, but he won't be worrying too much. He'll just be keeping the job right. He's won this event 3 or 4 times, so he'd just be wanting to try and make sure he gets into that next round so he can give himself a bit of a shot at having a go at that final later on. But it's Tony Costa, he's finished. Dave Brooker is on the long blow. Tuku Hapuku down the last side, he comes on, and Hugh DeLacy takes the sock wool off and he'll be away down the last side. Clears all the trimmings under the legs and away he goes. Dave Brooker, likewise, he takes the sock off and away down the last side comes Dave, getting every little ounce of wool off them there. Aaron Haynes is around the back of the heads and David Gordon into the first front shoulder. They go together. Who's dropping first? David Gordon might have dropped. Aaron Haynes, they drop there together, blow for blow as they throw the leg over on that long blow and they'll turn for the last side together. Aaron Haynes, David Gordon, they turn together. Down over the last front shoulder they come. Aaron Haynes, half a blow that takes the front sock off. Aaron might just have the better shearing one as under the legs he comes and away down the last side. Comes Aaron Haynes from fielding. Out the last time, he's got to bring that head through. David Gordon, he's coming right back at him now. Couple of blows. Who's going to hit the cord first? It's going to be David Gordon. Aaron Haynes. They hit the cord together. Tony Costa, he's on the long blow. He'll be turning to the last side. Tuku Hapuku, he's turned to the last side now. He's made a bit of ground up in the sheep there. As round over the last front shoulder he comes. Hugh DeLacy, he started to put a bit of pace on too. He'll clean the sock wool off and away down the last side he'll come. But it's going to be Hapuku who's going to be the next one to finish. Down the last side he comes. Looks like he's having a reasonable sort of a shear too, the young fella. Down the couple of blows and he gets his time taken. Dave Brooker over the last front shoulder comes Dave. There goes Hugh DeLacy, gets his time taken. Tony Costa, He'll get his time taken. And we just got Dave Brooker down now, down the last side he comes. 2 or 3 blows and he'll be out the last hind leg. And away he goes. Couple of blows, doing a lot of work, Dave. Done a great job in keeping this competition going this weekend along with the rest of the committee, but it's a credit to him. He'll hit his cord and gets his time taken. There we go. Give him a hand as I leave the board and we'll get the heat. 3 up on the board. Stand 1, Leon Samuels. Stand 2, Willie McSkimming. Stand 3, Angus Moore. Stand 4, Troy Piper. Stand 5, Nathan Stratford. And stand 6, Lewis Pinkhole. So the boys are just shorn. They've just got to wait now and see what these fellas do, and I'll be hoping they've done enough. Going to drop another 6 off this time. Out the back and tip up you guys that are just shorn. Make sure you get out there and tip up. Quick look at your sheet, guys, and we'll keep on going. I guess the blade shearers have all been out and drawn for your stands. Can blade shearers go and draw and get the signature? Will be up next, straight after this one. So just have a quick look at the sheep just this afternoon. So we've got this the quarter final, and we're going to have our blade final, and then we'll have our open semi-final, intermediate final, Canterbury circuit, our senior final, our open plate and our open final. So there's still a bit of shearing to go this afternoon. We'll knock a few feathers off some of these woolly little Corriedales, and we just got Paul's just having a look there on one stand. As soon as we get the nod, we will get underway. Stand 2, Paul. Willie, you don't even know what you're looking at, man. We'll be underway shortly. Just a couple of Paul will get you down on stand 6 when you're finished with that one. Stand 6, Paul. PGG Wrightson's Vet Med Open quarter final, the last heat. We've had 18. We got the thumbs up, Paul. Righto. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Our third and final heat underway now. It's Leon Samuels on 1, Willie McSkimming on 2, Angus Moore on stand number 3, Troy Piper on 4, Nathan Stratford on 5, and the top qualifier into this event, all the way from Chile, Louis Pinko. So who's going to set the pace this time? And it looks like it's going to be Willie Mitchgimmick there on stand number 2. He's up the neck first, into the cheek. Bloody wool and that flying everywhere as Willie up round the back of the ears he goes. Leon Samuels, he's right there. And Angus Moore, he knows how to shear these finer wool sheep. Is into the cheek wool he goes and up round the back of the ears. Troy Piper, he's ready to turn and drop down on the long blowers. Willie Mitchgimmick, away he goes there on stand number 2. He was rapt to have another share in this quarter-final. Takes the cheek wool off. Nathan Stratford, he's right there. Scratching every last little bit of wool off. It's the man from Southland. Out over the last front leg. Takes the sock wool off and away down the last side goes Nathan Stratford. He's putting a bit of pace on this time. He wants to make sure he gets into that next cut. Willie Mitchgimmick. Who's going to be first? It's Nathan Stratford. He's first in. Willie Mitchgimmick shearing a nice sheep there. In goes Mitchgimmick. In goes Troy Piper. Leon Samuels. He's there with him. Just Louis Pinko and then Angus Moore now bringing up the rears. Out the hind leg comes Angus Moore. Louis Pinko takes the back socks off. He'll be ready to step in for sheep number 2. There goes Moore. There goes Pinko. But it's Nathan Stratford down here on stand number 5. He's the one that Willie Mitchgimmick's not going to let him get away on him there, Norm, as he's up the neck and smashes into that cheek.
Oh, we won't get away on Wild Willie, that's for sure. Around the back of the head for Willie and into the base here and around the back of the head for Leon Samuels. Belly's out for Angus Moore. Top of the head comes off for Troy Piper. Nathan Stratford swings around and towards the long blow. Nathan Stratford, Willie Mitchgimmick, blow for blow. These two on stands 2 and 5. Luis Pincol, beautiful job on that first sheepy. That's where he made it in the heats. So looking for another good quality job for Luis Pincol. And under the front leg for Willie Mitchgimmick and away down into the flank on the last side. So leading Nathan Stratford by a couple of shots this time as he works his way in towards sheep number 3. Leon Samuels, he's always going to be there or thereabouts, so he works his way out onto the back leg. Another couple of shots, he'll be looking for his third sheep as well as Willie Mitchgimmick hops in and out of the pen. Nathan Stratford does the same. Now the other Southland shearer, Leon Samuels. Out onto the board he comes, wipes the wool off the front leg. A lot of work in these sheep, Swampy, a lot of wool around the front legs and around the head. So all got to be taken off to keep them old judges out the back, Abby.
Yeah, no, every little bit of wool's got to come off from front socks, and not many of these guys would take, probably the only time they take front socks off is here. So Angus Moore shearing nicely there on stand number 3. He might be back a wee bit, but he's making a beautiful job as in he goes for his third sheep. Troy Piper into the belly for Piper, but it's front shoulder time and long blow time for Leon Samuels and Nathan Stratford. Willie Mitchgimmick just got a wee bit more work on this one as he's into the first front shoulder. He'll be ready to drop down on the long blow, but it's Leon Samuels starting to make a bit of a move there on stand number 1. As out the last hind leg he goes. Nice share of this boy here on stand number 1, very smooth. Under the last front leg he goes and away down the last side. Nathan Stratford, he's working hard, chasing them hard down there on stand number 5. Is under the back front, last front leg comes Stratford. Out the last side he comes. Willie Mitchgimmick cuts a few trimmings off and away down goes Willie, but it's Leon Samuels. Watch him on the board. Watch your handpiece there, Leon. In goes Nathan Stratford. Willie Mitchgimmick, in he goes. Angus Moore takes the sock wall, lifts the leg, and away down the last side comes Troy Piper's just shearing along there on stand number 4. Keeping the job right, making a nice job too as he steps in for his 4th sheep. Louis Pinkle, he's just a couple of finishing shots and he'll be in. He was the top qualifier into this quarter-final. Angus Moore, he's got 4 out on the board, and the belly he goes, but it's Willie McSkimming starting to throw the steel at him now. Around the back of the ears he comes, but Leon Samuels and Nathan Stratford. Stratty's hanging right in there with him, Norm.
He certainly is, Stratty, of course. He knows how to win these competitions as well. Long blow time for Leon Samuels, long blow time for Nathan Stratford. Up comes Angus Moore. Up comes Troy Piper, snaps the neck well open. Willie McSkimming, wild Willie winds his way through the long blow and turns for home. Sheep gives a kick and a wriggle, but he's only a couple of shots back off the pace of Leon Samuels and Nathan Stratford. Maybe that might change if that Sheep has its way. He'll get it back under control, regather it, and finish that front shoulder. So it cost him a few seconds, that Sheep. Leon Samuels about to go in for Sheep number 5. This is the last quarter-final heat.
Can you turn the cards over up there?
Is that 5 or 6 there, Lionel? Is there one more in the pen or not? One more. Cool. So Leon Samuels in Willie McSkimming changes his steel, puts on another one of those fine Heinegger handpieces and steps in and out of the pen. Angus Moore lets that one go. So he's picked the pace up a wee bit. Angus Moore starting to work his way back into contention as far as speed goes. But Nathan Stratford smacking the wall off around the back of the head. Leon Samuels was still right there, but Nathan Stratford swings around in towards the front shoulder as Leon's got another kicky Sheep. Louis Pincole, front sock comes off and into the belly. Undermine time for Willie McSkimming as he steps forward into the head area. Angus Moore just strokes the wall off and up the undermine as easy as you like as he turns into the top of the head as well. Troy Piper does the same. Returning for home is Leon Samuels. Down over the last front shoulder for Nathan Stratford, under the front leg, and away down into the flank on the last side. So he's a couple of shots ahead of Leon Samuels at this stage. Nathan Stratford, right out on the back leg. Leon Samuels, last front leg. Nathan Stratford, finishing touches. Leon now drives into the flank, but Stratty in for Sheep number 6. Final one on the board for Nathan Stratford on stand number 5. 2 more blows from Leon Samuels. He's going to be there as well. So Angus Moore working hard. He's picked up Willie McSkimming. Willie's still hanging in there by the skin of his teeth. And Angus lifts the leg. He'll drive down the last side just as Willie finishes off his 5th Sheep. One more in the pen for Willie, but not for long as he steps in and out. Top of the head coming off for Nathan Stratford, and up the neck he steps. Still ahead of Leon Samuels, the Southland mate down there on stand number 1. Into the base of the unit, around the back of the head. In goes Louis Pincole and Angus Moore together. Troy Piper finishing touches, making a beautiful job there. Troy Piper got his gear going nicely. Not too rushed, just making sure he's doing all he needs to do to get through into the next round. He's only got to be within 15 or 20 seconds. There's still only a point. It's easy to pick a point up on these Sheep, Swampy, in quality, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not hard, but it's not very often you see Troy trailing the field. He's just must have a plan he's working to, but he is making a beautiful job of them as he's cheering along there on stand number 4. But it's Stratty down under the last front shoulder. Leon Samuels picks the leg up and away he goes. Blow for low down the last side comes Stratford. Samuels, it looks like it could be Nathan Stratford's going to reach for the cord first. There's Stratty, he gets his time taken. Leon Samuels. Angus Moore's come home in a bit of a rush there on stand number 3. He's had quite a good cheer, this boy here. Just that back, there he goes, he gets his time taken. Louis Pincole, he drops down on the long blow. Troy Piper, long blow time for him. Here's Willie McSkimming. He's hung in there all the way through. Young Willie down the last side he comes. He wouldn't be doing a lot of shearing at the moment. Old Willie's Heineken rep, but out takes the back sock off and he'll be reaching for the cord. He'll have a bit of a suck a bit of air in. He gets his time taken. Troy Piper scratching all the wool off from there, making a nice job here on stand number fours. Down the last side comes Troy. Looks like his comb's making a nice job with these sheep. Louis Pinkle, just a bit of a kicker. But he'll drop Joel knee. There's Troy and there's Lewis. That's the end of their open quarterfinals. We'll just wait now and see who the top 12 is later on. It could be quite hard to pick some of these. A few boys just take the... Can you just knock the bellies off some of those sheep for us up there? Some of you boys would have forgotten how to belly crutch properly. We'll get the boys up here for the blade final. Looks like they must be shearing about 5 or 6 sheep. How many sheep are they shearing? Eh? 4. 4 sheep to shear.
Okay, the blade shearer is going to have 4 sheep to shear. Usually the blade shearers don't shear their sheep with anyone, but they are today. So we'll see how they go. The bellies are off.
4.
4, Hugh. Yep. All nicely prepared, all nicely crutched out. All ready to go.
Okay, if we get your blade shearers down by the stand, we'll call you up on the board. We'll keep things ticking over. We're not going too bad. And then open semis. So we'll have the open semis straight after these blade boys. So we'll get, as soon as we get the points, we'll get it out. Eh?
Oh, the down tubes have to come off too, please.
Oh, Noel, can you whip those down tubes off?
Well done, Noel. Where's your blades? You're a blade shearer from way back.
You only need to take 4 of them off, 5 of them off.
Take the ropes off too, I think, don't they? You throw the ropes over the back or something?
Flick the rope. Just unhook it. Mike, just unhook it off the thing. Two down this end here to come off and we'll be away. We'll get these boys up on the board.
5 blade
shearers.
shearers.
You can leave that one on, Mike.
So there's 5 blade shearers in the final. Tim Hall, stand number 1. Sean Burgess, stand number 2. Alan Oldfield, stand number 3.
Yeah.
Tony Dobbs on stand number 4 and Phil Oldfield on stand number 5.
Well, now you open shearers, that was just your quarter final. Now we'll be going into the top 12. So So we'll have that semi-final out for you very shortly, but, oh, that's good. I was going to call you out on the board, guys, but you're all out there. Keen to get started. So have a quick look at your sheep, boys, and we'll get underway.
Yeah, they don't muck around, these fellas.
4 sheep to shear, judges on the board. This is their first final. So we'll have this final and then we'll have the open semi-final, so the top 12. And then our intermediate final, Canterbury Circuit, senior final, open plate and open final. So we've still got a bit of shearing in front of us yet, so we'll keep it going as quick as we can. Sean Burgess, did you get one with a top knot on it? Quick look at the sheep. Who's referee for this one? Noel, we'll just wait until... Looks like everyone's happy, Noel? Yep, they're all happy. Oh, we had the thumbs up from the referee, so shearers on the board. Noel, don't he want you? Knew we left it too long.
He's a pen boy for Tony Dobbs. Someone that wants to work in the pen, hold the sheep for him, please.
Are we right, Noel?
Is anybody available?
Someone want to jump in Tony's pen?
Yeah, here we go. There's a young
Righto
man
then.
down there.
Well, they had the thumbs up from the thing, so four sheep to shear. So we've got our timekeepers already. Competitors, set, go. So 4 of these little woolly sheep to shear. Des, what do you reckon they'll shear them in about 3 minutes each? 4 minutes?
Yeah, I can't see them taking any longer than that. The bellies are already off and they're already on that first leg, getting ready to go into the undermine. They've had a bit of a practice earlier in the day, so they're all ready to go. They know what they're up against. They know what they need. They probably give the blades a little bit of an extra sharpen. We've got Tim Hogg on stand number 1, Sean Burgess, already just finished shearing in the quarterfinals of the Open. He's back out there again. Alan Oldfield on stand number 3, the world champion, Tony Dobbs. He's on stand number 4. Phil Oldfield, stand number 5. So they're all go now, the boys. Up the neck they head. Round the top of the head for Alan Oldfield on stand number 3. Looks like he's got his blades going pretty well now. Sean Burgess has had a bit of a practice. He's well warmed up. He's round the back of the head as well. Tim Hogg is really starting to open up down on stand number 1. Opening up that first leg, about to drop onto the long blow.
I'll just butt in there, Des, and I've got the top 12 for the Open, so you guys get ready. You'll be on after this blade thing. Qualifying order, Nathan Stratford, Angus Moore, Leon Samuels, Dave Gordon, Troy Piper, Aaron Haynes, Lewis Pinkold, Rangakaha Pawai, Tony Costa, Duncan Leslie, Willie McSkimming and Hugh DeLacy. So that's our top 12. We'll be on straight after this, so we'll get a draw sorted for you and we'll be into it.
Well, sounds like a pretty good lineup too. Those boys will be nicely warmed up by the time they get that
Dave
over. Righto, so the blade shearers just working away there nicely on the board now. They've got sheep number 1 out on the board. Alan Oldfield's out in front by a couple of blades in front of Tony Dobbs. Phil Oldfield's not too far behind those two. Sean Burgess just working his way down the last side as well. He's on the last side of his first sheep.
Yeah, Sean doesn't really do blade shearing. But he's hanging in there with these experienced blade shearers. These guys haven't, the rest of them haven't probably shorn a blade shore sheep for a wee while, so their hands won't be a lot better than what Sean's is, but we'll see how Sean's hand is after 4 of these. As into the last front shoulder under the legs, chomps Sean Burgess away down the last side, but it's Alan Oldfield and Tony Dobbs. They were the team's world champions. Alan Oldfield is the current world champion, won that over in France. So in goes Alan Oldfield. He's first in for his second sheep. Into the first time leg. Tony Dobbs, he's right there with him. Tony top qualified into this. There was nothing in it between him and Alan though. Phil Oldfield, he's right there with them as well. In goes Phil. Sean Burgess, he's there, he's getting most of it off. Down the last side he comes. He's ready to drop his out and he'll be in for his second sheep. Only 3 more to go, Sean, after this one. In goes Sean Burgess, Tim Hogg. Down the last side, he comes. Leaving a nice cover on there, shearing very well. Young Tim making a nice job, but it's Alan Oldfield. Up round the back of the edge, quite a woolly sheep he's got there too, Des.
Yeah, no, he's done a great job so far to be where he is. Alan Oldfield out in front. He did really well over in the World Championships there a couple of years ago. To beat those South African boys, they're pretty hard to beat. But he managed to do it. And he's up here today having a go on the Corriedale Championship with the blades. Only 4 sheep to shear up there. They do pretty well. He's got a very busy man beside him, and Sean Burgess, he's been in everything today. He's even had a go at being a judge. So he's kept himself pretty busy. Tony Dobbs on the other side, just working his way up the neck. Phil Oldfield, he's not too far behind either. He's made up a little bit of ground on that one. Looks like he's got a bit of a flyer. Sort of suits the blades to have a nice combing sheep. Nice and white, that one. Can't say the same about Tony Dobbs' sheep. It doesn't look like it's that fantastic. As Sean Burgess heads up the neck. He's doing all right to stay in touch with these fellas. Tim Hogg not too far behind him either. He's having a go. He's having a real go down there on stand number 1. On the long blow. Down the last side. They're everywhere, these boys. You can't hear a thing. You can hear a dog barking outside. But they've got their blades going pretty well. They're pretty sharp. There's no doubt about that. You wouldn't want to get cut by those blades. They give you a good haircut and a close shave at the same time.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't. You'd chop your arm off if you got it on the road there. Socks off for Alan Oldfield now. Under the last front shoulder. Tony Dobbs chasing hard. So's Phil Oldfield. He's hanging right in there with these young fellas. He'll be saying, look here, son, you're not going to get away on me too much today. As into the last front shoulder comes Phil Oldfield. Making a nice job there, as Phil always does. He's a great quality shearer, Phil Oldfield. He sure in the World Championships at Invercargill a few years ago. So way down the last side comes Phil Oldfield, but it's the young Oldfield, Alan, down there on stand number 3. He might be just a few blows in front. Woolly sheep he's got here, this one, and the other boys a little bit to come back on him. Tim Hogg, he turns to the last side. So does Sean Burgess. Last side time for him. Takes the cheek wool off. Way down the last side, but it's Alan Oldfield. Change the blades there. And he'll be in for his third sheep. 1 left in the pen. Tony Dobbs, who's going to be next? There's Tony Dobbs. Made a beautiful job with that sheep there. Look at that. There's hardly a ridge or anything on it. Phil Oldfield, 2 or 3 blows and he's going to be in. But it's Alan Oldfield out here on stand number 3. Down into the first hind leg he goes. He'll be shearing over the tail. A wee bit of different style than the machine men. Sean Burgess, he's under the last front leg down here on stand number 2. And away down the last side he goes. Tim Hogg, he's made a bit of ground up on this one. As down the last side comes Tim. But it's Alan Oldfield, the world champion. Out in front he goes. Round the back of the ears into the front of the Over the nose he comes, up around the neck. Tony Dobbs, he steps up the neck. Phil Oldfield, he's in over the tail and he steps up the neck. So there's not much between those three on stand 3, 4 and 5. Sean Burgess, he'll be just putting the finishing touches. He'll probably take that back sock off and then he'll let her go. There goes Sean Burgess. There goes Tim Hogg. Sean gets the sock off and he's let her go, but these other fellas are sort of keeping pretty close to each other there.
There's no doubt about that. You can see that Sean's a machine shearer. He's got the sheep facing out towards us when he comes down the last side. And the blade shearers usually turn the sheep the other way, facing towards the porthole, so it's easier to get rid of. And you'll see Alan Oldfield do it very, very shortly as he comes down that last side on sheep number 3. Only one left in the pen for him. Only one left in the pen for all these shearers now. So he's just working his way down the last side, closely followed by Tony Dobbs on stand number 4. Phil Oldfield's right there on stand number 5 too. He's working his way on the long blow. Dodds is right there on his long blow. Putting in the big chomps now. Got another yellow one. There's a few yellow sheep showing up for these blade shearers. Up the neck he goes on stand number 2, Sean Burgess. Tim Hogg, he's working his way up the neck as well. He's just working away down there quietly. And he's doing a good job. I think he's got a quite good quality to go with. There's a little bit of speed, so it's a good thing. But it's all Alan Oldfield now as he comes down that last side, about to get rid of that sheep. A couple more chomps and he'll be throwing that sheep down the porthole. Only one left in the pen for him. The world champion. And don't worry, there's a few blade shearers in the world. There he goes, he's in for number 4. Puts the blades down, doesn't go for a second sharpen, keeps it, he knows he's got the blades to do the job. I thought he might have changed blades, but no, he's going to stick with them. Tony Dodd's about to finish off on his sheep. He's going to get rid of his. Sean Burgess drops onto the long blow with Tim Hogg. Down the last side is Phil Oldfield. Chomping away down the end now.
Yeah, Phil sat shearing along well. He's hanging right in with these boys. Tony Dobbs down the last side. Alan Oldfield just got a wee bit of a break on them now as he hits the neck and he's up the neck. Tony Dobbs, he's in for his 4th and final one. He's going to give his blades a bit of a rub up. Just give them a wee sharpen. And he takes a couple of seconds to do that, so it doesn't take long and he'll be down on the floor they go, and then he goes for his 4th sheep. Phil Oldfield. He's down on the last hind leg now, as down he goes. But into the first hind leg goes Tony Dobbs. But it's Alan Oldfield up round the back of the neck. He goes into the front shoulder. Tim Hogg. He takes the front sock off. Sean Burgess. Into the last front leg he goes. We'll just do the intermediate. Can we have the intermediate shearers down to out to the office to see Dave and get your singlet and do a draw? So intermediates. So it's Sean Burgess way down the last side. He comes here. Sean's a machine shearer. Doesn't shear many on the blades, but he's hanging in there well with Tim Hogg. As out the last hind leg he comes, but it's long blow time for Alan Oldfield. Into the front shoulder goes Tony Dobbs. Making a beautiful job there. What they're looking for is they're looking for the even cover on that they can leave. That's why they still blade shear up in the high country, mostly on the merinos now, so that they leave a good cover on, good protection, so they can let them out and they can stand a pretty good storm of blade shorn sheep. So down onto the long blow goes Tony Dobbs. In goes sheep number 4 goes Tim Hogg. Sean Burgess, he's still hanging in there. One there, the old hand starting to feel Sean. As he's a bit of a grimace on there as he goes for his fourth and final sheep. He'll change the blades. This will make it better. Tony Dobbs turns to the last side.
He's been making a good quality job down there on stand number 1 is Tim Hogg. You can see it from up here, so it must look pretty good down out the back. Sean Burgess onto that first leg on his last sheep. Alan Oldfield down working his way down the last side on sheep number 4. That'll be it for the day for him. Tony Dobbs not too far behind him. He's made up a bit of ground. Tony Dobbs, he give those blades a wee bit of a sharpen before he hooked that fourth one out onto the board. And it seems to have worked for him. Phil Oldfield down the end on stand number 5. He's working his way on the long blow. But it's all Alan Oldfield on stand number 3 at the moment. He's still a couple of blows in front of Tony Dobbs. They both come down the last side together. There's not too much separating these two men. Sean Burgess up the neck. Tim Hogg's already done up the neck and he's about to drop down onto the long blow. Who's going to finish first? Is it going to be Alan Oldfield or Tony Dobbs? Tony Dobbs is really racing into it. Oh, it's Alan Oldfield on stand number 3. Give him a big hand, ladies and gents. Not too far behind him will be Tony Dobbs. He just works his way down the last side. And he chucks it out. He's only about 3 or 4 blows behind. Really good job. Nice job getting done down on stand number 1 by Tim Hogg too. And he's not too far behind him is Sean Burgess. They're probably nothing between those two shearers. As Phil Oldfield comes down the last side on his fourth and final sheep on stand number 5.
Yeah, Sean's he might be going to turn to the last side just in front of Tim Hogg. Tim Hogg down on the long blow he goes. Putting those big chomps in there. Phil Oldfield, he's nearly finished. Another. He won. Got one. Phil Oldfield, 2 or 3 blows and he'll be getting his time taken. Another couple, there he goes, he gets his time taken. So now we just got Tim Hogg and Sean Burgess. They've had their own little battle down here on stands 1 and 2 all the way through. As out the last front leg, they come together, taking the front socks off. And there we away down the last side. Sean Burgess putting the big blows in, goes back and trims a bit of trimming off the top of the leg. Tim Hogg, he's ready to shear under the last front shoulder, and he'll be away down the last side. Sean Burgess putting in the big blows now. A bit grimish on the old face now. I can think the old wrist and the forearm might be starting to get a wee bit tight now. As out the last hind leg comes Sean Burgess. Tim Hogg making a lovely job there on stand number 1. Might be back on time a bit, but we won't count him out. He's making a really good job. Down and out the hind leg he comes. Here comes Sean Burgess. I think he'll be pleased to put the blades in the water pot.
I hope that sheep doesn't want a refund. Hope it didn't pay an entry fee to get Sean. No, he's done a great job, Sean Burgess. He's really got the arm working now as he comes down the last side and finishes that one off. Not too far behind is Tim Hogg. There's nothing between these two shearers. Oh, come on, the Rakaya flyer. Nearly got there. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it's all about, being a competitor, having a go.
Well, Sean, guys. Okay, we'll get underway with the open semi-final. Heat 1 will be Hugh DeLacy on 1, Duncan Leslie on 2, Ringer Kahapawai on 3, Aaron Haynes on 4, Dave Gordon on 5, and Angus Moore on 6. How many are they shearing in this? Can someone let us know? You better hurry up, Angus. I'm not sure yet. How many are they shearing in the open semis? Someone?
Neil Reid, how many sheep? Eight.
You sure?
You've only got 3 fingers on that hand.
So we'll just a few minutes, just give Angus a few minutes to get his handpiece set up. So we've got to put the down tubes and that back up yet, guys. So don't panic, Angus. But these are the top 12. Where did Norm Herlihy go?
For another coffee, I think.
So we'll get the down tubes on, get the ropes up, and then we'll get underway with this 8 sheep in the semi-final. So this is their last chance to get into that big 6. So she's going to be a pretty good shearers up there now.
Yeah, there's going to be no mucking around now. It's going to be hard work now, 8 sheep, and then when they get into the final, they'll probably have 10 or 12. Who knows? Depends how many's left. That's going to be hard work. It's just starting to warm up a wee bit now. A little bit of a breeze there, which is quite good. You don't want it too still.
Where's the breeze you're getting there? Huh? Someone must be.
I made it up. You say what you like here.
I'm trying to find it.
I saw it over there.
Oh, outside. Oh, you're looking through the window. Bit of wishful thinking. It is getting pretty warm up here now.
Yeah, I think the boys are pretty lucky on the stand. They've got that bit of a breezeway there.
So we just get Angus up there, let Angus have a quick look at his sheep, and we'll get underway with this first heat.
Judah Lacey on 1, Duncan Leslie on 2, Ringapawai on 3, Aaron Hayes on 4, Dave Gordon on 5, and Angus Moore down there on stand number 6, the Marlborough man.
Who's the referee in this? Who's the referee this time? Rabbit? We'll just do you want the referee to stand 1? It's 8 of these woolly little monsters this time, so there's a bit of work in these sheep.
Yeah, I'm sure they can find one in there that's not too good. Yeah, it's going to be hard work, there's no doubt about that. And they're going to be shearing them at quite a pace.
So heat 2 will be Willie McSkimming, Tony Costa, Lewis Pinkle. Norm, your phone's ringing. It's your lovely daughter, Norm Herlihy. Norman. Norm. It's your lovely daughter, Tyler. Looks like we've got the thumbs up, everyone's happy, so we're going to get underway with this first heat of our open semi-finals. Timekeepers ready. Competitors, get set, go. It'll take a couple of sheep to settle down, but 8 of these sheep to shear now, so they'll be looking to pick their pen of it. There's a good line up here, young Hugh DeLacy from North Canterbury. Duncan Leslie, the new boy up in the open. He'll be rapt to have been in this semi-final. He'll be hoping he can just do the next one. He's sure well in that quarter-final. He just took it to them. And that's what you got to do when you get up in this open grade. You just got to throw the medal at him. As he takes the top knot off and steps up the neck. Ringakaha Pauoi there on stand number 3. He takes the top knot off and steps up. Aaron Haynes, round the back of the ears. He goes into the first front shoulder. Dave Gordon, the boy from Masterton, there on stand number 5. Into the long blow he drops. Angus Moore, the Marlborough boy, down there on stand number 6. He just shore along nicely in that quarter-final and kept the job right, and he come home with a bit of a thing in there. But who's going to turn to the last side? It's David Gordon and Aaron Haynes over the last front shoulder. They come together. Duncan Leslie's right there with them into the last front shoulder. That's what you got to do, Duncan. You just got to go with them. Hugh DeLacy there on stand number 1. He's in over the last front shoulder. Ringa Pawai over the last front shoulder he comes. There we know hanging back this time. You haven't got the luxury to sit back and just try and polish him up now that we're getting into the thick end of this competition. Lovely shorn sheep there by Duncan Leslie as he's into the sheep for sheep number 2. Dave Gordon's in for 2. In goes Angus Moore. Hugh DeLacy, he's there. Ringakaha Pawai. He's made a beautiful job of that sheep as he steps in for sheep number 2. There's not much in between them at the moment, Des.
No, there's no doubt about that. I just saw Angus Moore go in and grab his second sheep, and he just moved so beautifully. He hardly even took a step. Had the sheep back out on the board, and he's out after these other 2 boys that have made a bit of a run at it. Aaron Hayes has said early that he's going to go out fast, hard and fast. Hugh DeLacy stepped up the pace. He's only mucking around this morning. He knows what he's got to do to get into the final later on this afternoon. This is the semis. This is hard enough. There's 8 sheep to shear, and these boys are all into it. Up the neck goes Ringa Pawai. Duncan Leslie about to drop onto the long blow. He's got sheep number 2 out on the board as well. Dave Gordon, he's just working his way onto the long blow, closely followed by Angus Moore, and he's out after them all. He's going to be down the end. He's got plenty of room, and there's plenty of room out in front as well. These Corriedale sheep are just starting to warm up. They're starting to settle down a little bit too. They're doing really, really well. Hugh DeLacy, he's down the last side already on stand number 1. Aaron Hayes is right there. He's shorn a few sheep around the South Island shows. He knows what he's up against. He knows these sheep can be a little bit tougher, a bit tighter, a bit harder to get off, but he's probably got the right comb on. Probably got the same comb on he used last year. Who knows? But it's Duncan Leslie about to go in for sheep number 3. And Hugh DeLacy's right there with him. Only 5 left in the pen once they get number 3 out on the board. Aaron Hayes and Angus Moore. Beautiful both together.
Ringakaha Pawai, couple of blows and he'll step in. He's making a beautiful job there, Ringakaha. David Gordon, he drops his out, but it's Hugh DeLacy throws the belly out, but it's Darren Haynes. He turns into the first hind leg first. Round over the undermine he goes. Rolls that tail round into the wall and straight up the neck he comes. He'll smash it up under the jaw and whack it into the cheek and round the back of the ears he'll be going. Duncan Leslie, he's up the neck. Hugh DeLacy, he's shearing a bit quicker this time. He knows he can't sit back like he did in the quarterfinals. He's got to be right there with him as he's shearing into the first front shoulder as Aaron Haynes drops down on the long blow. Duncan Leslie, he's into the first front shoulder, ready to drop on the long blow. Angus Moore, he's down on the long blow. David Gordon's right there. Ringakaha, round the back of the ears he goes. He's into the first front shoulder as well. But it's Aaron Haynes around under the last front leg. He comes, takes the sock wall off, shearing well there on stand number 4. The boy from Fielding Way brings the head through. That's what you do. That's a bit of experience. Knowing when the sheep kicks, just bring the head through and let it go. And he's shearing that sheep very nicely there. He wants to make this final. He isn't flowing down from the North Island for nothing. Old Duncan just got a bit of a kicker, but who's going to be next in? Hugh DeLacy. Couple of blows and Hugh's going to go. And there's Angus Moore. He's there. Hugh DeLacy. He's in. Duncan Leslie still hanging right in there. Making a nice job there on stand number 2 as he's going to drop in for sheep number 4.
All the pace is really hotted up now. We've got the North Canterbury young gun on stand number 1. He's not going to let Aaron Hayes get too far in front. The belly goes out the back as Aaron Hayes hits the top notch on sheep number 4. Angus Moore went for a change of handpiece early. He can't have been too happy with that. But he's only got 4 sheep left to do, 5 sheep to shear, and he'll be all nicely finished. I don't think he'll be going back to the number 1 handpiece as he throws it up the neck. Dave Gordon on stand number 5. He's just working his way on his 4th sheep as well. Keep those little tags turning over. Long blow time for Aaron Hayes and Ringa Pawai just working his way up the undermine on sheep number 4 as well. Hits the top notch. Steps forward to go up the neck. They're still a wee bit tight, these Corriedales. I thought they might have freed up a little bit more, but these boys seem to be pushing the steel like there's no tomorrow. He's away on number 1, Hugh DeLacy. He's down the last side on stand number 4 is Aaron Hayes. Dave Gordon's right there with him. So is Ringa Pawai. Duncan Leslie's made a big charge. Where did he come from? He was behind when they started. Now he's almost out in front. Aaron Hayes about to drop the sheep down the portal. You've got to keep your eye on these boys. Angus Moore, he does exactly the same. They're going for sheep number 5. What do you reckon, Swampy? They're into it.
Yeah, no, there's nothing between them. They know that if they want to make that final, they can't hang back. They've got to be right up with the pace. Keep the job right, but you've got to be right there. And Hugh DeLacy, Sharon Lacey there on number 1, but Duncan Leslie, he's in for number 5. He's keeping it hanging in there with these boys. Ringakaha Pawai down the last side, he comes. David Gordon brings number 5 out on the board. But Aaron Hain hits the top knot and steps up the neck of 5. He's just moving out. Watch the sheep on the board there. And goes, get that ring out on the board with sheep number 5 is into the front shoulder goes Aaron Haynes. Sharing well here on stand number 4. He's ready to drop down on the long blow. The boy from Fielding round up on the long blow, steps over, wraps the sheep up round his leg, and he'll be ready to smack it down the last side. Duncan Higgins, he's up the neck into the cheek wall. Round the back of the ears he'll go. Hugh Lacey's into the front shoulder. Angus Moore's coming back at Aaron Haynes now on stand number 6. Having a good cheer down there as into the last front shoulder he comes. Here's David Gordon turning for the last side. Down over the last front shoulder he comes, but it's Hugh Lacey on the long blow, ready to turn to the last side, but it's Aaron Haynes, and here comes Angus Moore down the last side, chasing him hard there, Des.
Yeah, those Marlborough men, they know how to get that sock wall off. There's no problem to them at all. They've done it, they do it most days in the week. But Aaron Hayes, he really whipped into that one. He come down the last side beautifully. So Angus Moore's got a little bit of catch up to do, and so has Dave Gordon. Duncan Leslie's down the last side, and so is North Canterbury young gun and Hugh Lacey. Ringer Parwai's right there. There's nothing really separating these boys. It might be just a little bit of speed. The quality's certainly there. Up the neck he goes, Aaron Hayes. He's from the North Island. So is Dave Gordon. Is that right? Dave Gordon, Masterton. 2 North Islanders, good to see. Top notch comes off in one blow for Angus Moore on stand number 6. He's into it. I didn't know they made a cone that wide. Ringer Parwai goes in for his sheep number 6. They've all got 6 out on the board.
Angus Moore, he turns into the long blow, but it's Aaron Haynes. He's just about finished that long blow. Turns to the last side. Couple of sheep left in the pen there. Around under the last front shoulder comes Aaron Haynes. Brushes the sock off. Out under the last leg. Angus Moore's turned to the side. Last side. So's David Gordon. He's hanging there. The young fella from Masterton takes it, the front sock off. Duncan Leslie, he's on the long blow. Him and Hugh Lacey, the 2 young fellas on stand 1 and 2. They're working hard there. Duncan Leslie sucking a bit of air, and down over the last front shoulder comes Duncan Leslie. He's hanging right in with these fellas. These more experienced open boys. This is Duncan's first year up in the open, and he's making every post a winner. As down the last side comes Duncan Leslie. Out the last side. Hugh Lacey's out the last side. Ringo Kahapawai down the last side. He comes, but it's Aaron Haynes. Over the tail he goes. Grab that sheep there, Chase. And up the neck goes Aaron Haynes. Up the neck goes Angus Moore. There's nothing in it now between Moore and Haynes. Is round the back of the ear comes Angus Moore. Aaron Haynes is into the first front shoulder, ready to drop down on the long blow. Undermine time for Hugh Lacey. He's starting to pick up a bit of speed down there on stand number 1. He doesn't want to get left out of the speed stakes too much, Des.
No, they've all got sheep number 7 out on the board, and there's nothing separating these 2 shearers on stands number 4 and number 6. And Aaron Hayes and Angus Moore. Angus Moore has no trouble with that sock. He'll just blow that off as he comes down that last side. Aaron Hayes seems to be getting around it pretty good too. And Dave Gordon's right there with them as well. The North Canterbury young gun on stand number 1. He's not too far away. He's only a couple of blows behind. Ringer Parwai's having a real go. They've got all their good sheep left in the pen now. Let's see what Aaron Hayes has got, because Angus Moore, I know he's got a good one in his pen. Oh, he brings out a flyer. What can he do with this one? It looks like a free combing open sheep. In goes Dave Gordon. He's having a real go too. He's got a nice woolly one to finish off on. Aaron Haynes is on the first leg. So is Angus Moore. He's about to blow behind. In goes Shooter Lacey. Duncan Leslie down the last side. Ringer Parwai down the last side. They'll be going in to grab sheep number 8. Up the neck he goes, Aaron Haynes. Dave Gordon on the first leg. Up the neck goes Angus Moore. This is like a final. It's not like a semi-final. Imagine what the final's going to be like. It's going to be all go. In he goes, Duncan Leslie for sheep number 8.
Yeah, they've all got 8 on the board now, but it's Angus Moore chasing hard after Aaron Haynes. Aaron Haynes is on the long blow. He's going to turn to the last side first. He'll be looking for the time stakes on this one. Cleans that cheek off. Having a good share as Aaron. Keeping the job pretty right there from what we can see up here. Angus Moore, he always makes a good job. Is down over the last front shoulder. Lifts the front leg up. Cleans that sock wall off. But it's Aaron Haynes out the last hind leg now. Couple of blows and he'll be reaching for the cord to get his time taken. There he goes. He gets his time taken. David Gordon's coming back at him. Angus Moore. There's Angus Moore. Time for him. Ringakaha Pawai. He's coming home with a bit of a race there on stand number 3. And out under the socks he goes. He left a good one to last. Way down the last side comes Ringakaha Pawai. And here comes the young fella on stand number 1, Huda Lacey. Down over the last front leg, back leg he goes. Ringakaha Pawai, Dave Gordon. Huda Lacey gets their time taken. Then we've just got Duncan Leslie. Takes the front socks off. Shares that under the leg. He's not far out of it. Down the last side he comes. A great effort for this young fella to be up here in this open semi-final with the shearers of this calibre. Out the last hind leg he goes. Go hard, Willie. A couple of blows and Duncan Leslie will get his time taken. Give him a hand as they leave the board. That's the heat 1 of the Wrightson's PGG, Nash and Vet Med Open quarter semi-finals. Heat 2 on stand number 1, Willie McSkimming. Tony Costa on 2, Lewis Pinkel on 3, Troy Piper on 4, Leon Samuels on 5 and Nathan Stratford on stand number 6. Get up there and have a quick look at your sheet, guys. We'll keep ticking over and then we'll be in for the intermediate final straight after. Can the senior finalists, if you can go out and get your singlets and draw for the stand and get ready for your 1-2, the senior finalists, go out to the office there and have a draw and get your singlets. So a quick look at the sheep, guys, and we'll another good lineup of shearers here. We'll just wait until we get some sheep up on the pens. That was a pretty good semi-days, so I think we're going to see another top lineup this time as well.
Yeah, amazing. Like some of the shearers looked like they were half asleep in the quarterfinals, but they woke up for the semi anyway. They got into it. And I think Troy Piper's probably going to do the same. He's been pretty relaxed earlier in the day. You probably want to lead this field out and get in front and make the decision where he sticks with the quality or goes for the speed. Who knows? Nathan Stratford's going to be down there and he's going to have the quality and the speed to go with it. And Leon Samuels, well, no doubt about the speed with that man. Tony Costa's got the quality. Wild Willie McSkimming, he's down the front. He might want to lead him out. Who knows? He's in the pole position.
Yeah, we'll just get the sheep in the pens here and then we'll get underway. We'll let them have a look at their sheep. I think just Leon and Nathan to grab some sheep and then we'll be right into it. PGG Wrightson's Vet Med Open semi-finals.
We can't forget about our sponsors and Yaldhurst Wools and Shear Gear, Acco, New Zealand Vet Med, Lister and Soil Matters. They come on board and sponsor a few shows around the country, North Canterbury mainly, up there in just over the Conway Bridge at the Conway. That's where they base themselves and they get around to testing all the soil making sure that the grasses grow properly. The farmers are always looking for plenty of grass to feed these sheep up on.
And we mustn't forget Marble Point Station up there at Hayward for supplying these sheep. It's the Wilson brothers. It takes a bit of to keep these hoggets back a bit later than normally they would be shorn, but to keep the hoggets to this time of the year for us to share here at the Christchurch show. It's a thing, so we always let the guys get their sheep rattled and have a look at their sheep. Stratty and Leon only just got their sheep in the pen, so I'll give them a wee bit of time to have a look, and then we'll get underway. You intermediate finalists should be ready. You'll be straight on for your final after this semi-final, this last heat. Don't you swing off that rail, Willie, you little monkey.
Yeah, Lewis Bacall, I think he was a top qualifier, wasn't he, in the heats, Lewis?
In the heats, yeah. I think Nathan might have been the top in this one. We want the referee down to stand number 6. Referee, who is the ref? Paul. Stand 6 when you're ready, Paul. So these boys have had the luxury of seeing what just happened in front of them. And about 10 minutes ago, it looks like we're just about ready to go, are we, Paul? So we got the thumbs up, so we'll get shearers out on the board. And then we'll get underway with this. Just make sure they're all rattled there, Stratty. Looks like we're all ready to go. Timekeeper's ready. Competitors set, go. There was some boys that'll be just hanging back a bit in the heats and in there, but I don't think they'll be hanging back this time. We'll see a wee bit more action. Willie McSkimming, he only knows one thing to do, and that's to attack it. And into the first hind leg, he turns first. The boy from Oamaru, into the big blows into that undermine he goes. Over the tail he goes, and he'll take the top knot off and step up the neck. Tony Costa, over the tail he goes. Troy Piper, he's not, I don't think he'll be sitting back so much this time. Round the back of the ears goes Nathan Stratford there on stand number 6. Leon Samuels, around the back of the ears he goes and into the front shoulder. Lewis Pinkhole, he'll be wrapped to be up here, and round the back of the ears he goes. The boy from Chile, into the ears he goes, into the first front shoulder. Down over Willie McSkimming, comes over the last front shoulder. I think he's just a blow or two in front there as he takes the socks off. He's been shearing well to get right through to the semi-final, has Willie been. Down the last side he goes, down there on stand number 1. He's going to be the first one in for sheep number 2 by the look of it. Down the last side comes Nathan Stratford. Willie McSkimming, he's in for his second sheep. Out it comes on the board. Nathan Stratford's there. Troy Piper's there. Tony Costa's there. Leon Samuels are all there together. Tony Costa makes a beautiful job. Lewis Pinkhold's only about 2 or 3 blows behind. They'll take another sheep or 2 to settle down, I think, Des, but they're not mucking around this time.
They shore that first sheep in just over 1 minute and 10 seconds, so there's no mucking around at all there, no doubt about that. Troy Pipe had a real woolly one. I saw he went for the slight adjustment on the handpiece, so he wasn't too happy about that. But he's heading up the neck now. Who else is there? Tony Costa's right there doing the first leg. He's going to go with the quality, Tony Costa. He's not going to get too flustered yet. Could be a final to go later on this afternoon. Nathan Stratford down the end there on stand number 6. You can't forget about him. He's the Alexandra champion at the moment. He works his way onto the long blow as Troy Piper's about to drop onto the long blow as well. Willie McSkimming, wild Willie McSkimming, he's way out in front. He's got about 4 or 5 blows out in front on his second sheep. and he might have tidied up a couple of rough ones. He's got some good ones left to go. Sheep number 2's out on the board for everyone. Leon Samuels having a go down there on stand number 5. Just working his way on the last side. In goes Willie McSkimming. Pulls out another sheep. He's going to hook into his about 4 or 5 blows in front of Nathan Stratford. Then Troy Piper's right there with them as to Leon Samuels and Tony Costa not too far behind. And Lewis Bacol, the boy from Chile. He's used to shearing the Corriedale sheep. That's all they've probably got over in Chile. He's had plenty of practice of getting the socks off as well. Did a great job there. Just over 3 minutes for those 2 sheep, so they're moving along quite nicely now. The pace is still on, and it's pretty hot there. As Willie McSkimming knows, as he heads up the neck, takes the side of the face off. Lewis Bacol about to go in and get his 3rd sheep. Troy Piper on the first leg of his 3rd sheep. Leon Samuels just working the way around his 3rd sheep as Nathan Stratford heads up the neck. What do you reckon, Swampy? She's starting to heat up now.
Yeah, no, it's all action up there now, but it's still Willie McSkimming down on stand number 1. He's shearing well, the young fella down here on stand number 1. Into the long blow he goes. He's ready to turn to the last side. He's making the most. He's got a couple of good sheep and he's making the most of them. Down over the last front shoulder comes Willie McSkimming. Who's the closest one to him? It's Nathan Stratford drops in the long blow. Tony Costa's in the long blow. Leon Samuels, Troy Piper, they're all there. Those 4 are all blow for blow as Nathan Stratford turns to the last side and Willie McSkimming's ready to step in for sheep number 3. Sheep number, keep the cards turned over, boys. I think it's sheep number 4, is it? That sheep number 4 on the board now for Willie McSkimming. He's going to be next in. Tony Costa's made a bit of ground up on this one as a blow, and Tony Costa's going to be the next one in for sheep number 4. In goes Costa. Nathan Stratford, he's right there with him. Leon Samuels is right there. Troy Piper, he's shearing well there on stand number 4. Change the steel, though, not happy with that comb. Into the, and he goes for sheep 4. Louis Pinkle, under the last front shoulder. Comes the young fella from Geraldine. Takes the front sock off and away down the last side he goes. He won't be able to sit back on this one. He's got to keep up with the pace in this. Willie McSkimming there on stand number 1. He's making every post a winner. As down on the long blow goes the young fella from Oamaru. Turns to the last side. Whiffs that cheek wool off and away down the last side comes Willie McSkimming. Troy Piper takes the top knot off and steps up the neck. Tony Costa's into the front shoulder, ready to drop down on the long blow. He's the closest one to them. Nathan Stratford around into the long blow. He's going to drop, but it's Tony Costa on the long blow. Willie McSkimming's been there, done that, but he's got the last side done. Shearing well as he goes in for sheep number 5 out on the board. 3 left in the pen. Nathan Stratford, Leon Samuels, Troy Piper, they're all blow for blow. Tony Costa, though, he takes the sock wool off and down under the last leg. He goes and away out the last side comes Costa. Making a beautiful job there on stand number 2. Shearing along with his normal just poise that he does. It doesn't look like he's really working, Des.
He's a silent assassin, there's no doubt about that. He's just stayed cool, calm and collected through the whole day. And now he's just going to finish it off and try and make that final. Troy Piper went for a change of handpiece early. He wasn't happy with that comb. Nathan Stratford and Piper are in there together. They've got sheep number 5 out on the board. Only 3 left in the pen. So is Leon Samuels. Lewis Bacowis. He's got a wee bit of work to do to get in there and get his sheep number 5 out on the board. And he'll just do that in any minute now. They're moving along at 6 minutes and 30 seconds to get to where they are already. And they're on sheep number 5, but it's Wild Willie McSkimming down the last side. On stand number 1. They've got to catch him. And let's see if they're going to do. Here comes Troy Piper, the Piper. He wants to get out in front. He likes to lead. He likes to be there. He knows he's got the quality. Can he get there? And he knows he's got the speed. So he's got both the qualities you need to be in the open final later on this afternoon. Willie McSkimming about to go in for sheep number 6. Tony Costa on his 5th sheep, just working his way on the long blow. Troy Piper down the last side. Leon Samuels sped up a little bit, that one. Him and Nathan Stratford, there's nothing in it. Blow for blows, they both hit the last side together. Lewis Bacol up the neck on sheep number 5. Tony Costa just getting rid of that sock wall, and there's plenty of that. As the belly goes out on stand number 1. Oh, the big undermine from Willie McSkimmon. He's trying to set it up for that fast last side. On these Corriedale, only one blow over the tail. The sweat's just pouring off Troy Piper. It's getting hopped up there, there's no doubt about that. There's 6 sheep out on the board for Troy Piper, Leon Samuels, Nathan Stratford and Tony Costa and Willie McSkimming. Lewis Bacole down the last side, he's not out of this yet either. He's got the quality, he showed that in the heats. Leon Samuels hits the top notch, so does Troy Piper. Piper stepped through and took it off in one blow. Nathan Stratford didn't muck around with the top notch, but Willie McSkimming, Wild Willie, he's on the long blow and down the last side. Up the neck he goes, Tony Costa. Oh, she's getting hot, there's no doubt about it. These boys are into it.
Yeah, it's really throwing everything at him now. The boys on stands 4, 5 and 6 are all blow for blow more or less. Troy Piper, he's turned to the last side. Louis Pinko, he's going to step in for sheet number 6. But it's Nathan Stratford down over the last front shoulder. Leon Samuels, he's taking the socks off on the way down the last side. Here comes Troy Piper right with them. They're starting to pick Willie McSkimming up now as Willie goes in for sheep number 7. Troy Piper, and he goes for 7. Can you turn the cards over on Troy's stand, please? Keep the numbers ticking over so we can timekeepers can keep up with where they're at. So I think they've all got 7 on the board now, have they, apart from Tony Costa. He's going in for 7 now. But Troy Piper up the neck of 7. He goes. He's starting to pick up Willie McSkimming now as round the back of the ears goes McSkimming. Into the first front shoulder. Round the back of the ears goes Troy Piper. Leon Samuels, he's starting to really throw things at him now. He's starting to work hard, the boy there on stand number 5. Wouldn't share many of these Corriedales from where he comes from down south, but he's sharing well down there now. Troy Piper turns to the last side. Willie McSkimming down over the last front shoulder comes Willie. Out the last front leg. There's Louis Pinkhole. Keep it going, Louis. Is down the last side comes Pinkhole. Here comes Troy Piper and Willie McSkimming. Blow for blow. Down the last side to come. Who's going to step in for sheep number 8 first? Is it going to be McSkimming? It's Piper. In goes Troy Piper. Willie McSkimming, he's right there. Tony Costa turns to the last side. Leon Samuels down in for sheep number 8 goes Samuels. Nathan Stratford's right there, but Troy Piper's pulled out a little honey there and he's just going to blow this one off. As into the first hind leg he goes. He's really farmed his pen well as over the undermine he goes. Tony Costa, a couple of blows and he'll be stepping in for sheep number 8. Big blows into the tail goes Leon Samuels and he takes the top knot off. Willie McSkimming, top knot off. He might have went a bit hard too soon there, the young fella on stand number 1, Des.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. He set the pace to Wild Willie, but Troy Piper, he was out after him. He left all his good sheep till last. They're both just still blow for blow. Piper did a very short undermine. He's got a wee bit of work to do down that last side, but Willie McSkimming's out after him. I knew that he opened up the undermine. Leon Samuels is still right there. Don't discount him, and so is Nathan Stratford. Lewis Bacole still got 1 sheep left in the pen. Tony Costa's got sheep number 8 out on the board. Piper making sure he's got the quality. He knows he's got the speed because he's out in front. And here comes Leon Samuels. He's about to clean the sock up and head out after Troy Piper as well. Blow for blow. There's nothing separating these two. Willie McSkimming went. Wild Willie down the end now. Stand number 1. Oh, he stopped the clock. Didn't even see him. Great job, Willie. Troy Piper on stand number 3 and Leon Samuels on 5. Both hit the clock together and Nathan Stratford. There's not much separating these 3 shearers on 5, 6 and 4. There he goes, stops the clock, Nathan Stratford.
Tony Costa's right there too, only a couple of blows and he'll get his time taken. There's nothing in it. It's all going to come down to the quality. That's a well-shorn sheep from Tony Costa as he just pops it out the porthole there. He's won this event 3 or 4 times before. He knows what it takes, but he's But the rest of these boys want to make this final too, so it's going to be quite interesting to see who's made it. Louis Pinkel, though, don't count him out. He was top qualifier into the heats, and he's made a good job. Pace just got a wee bit hot for him in this semi-final, but he's still shearing along nicely there. The sheep just doesn't want to sit for him. Down into the, holds it down on the long blow. He turns to the last side. Clears the cheek wall off, down over the last front shoulder.
Yeah, just over 12 minutes to shear those 8 sheep there, Swampy. So the pace was pretty hot, there's no doubt about that. I didn't even see Willie McSkimming coming down that last side. I was concentrating on Troy Piper, and all of a sudden it was Willie McSkimming. So he must have kept the good one till last. Done the big undermine and really opened it up. Finished it off nicely.
I was watching him dance. There was arms and legs and steel and that going everywhere. I wasn't sure what was going to come off first.
I think he had 2 combs on. We better have a bit of a test out the back.
The old claw, eh? There we go. Louis Pinkel, he's going to get... He has the last say in this open semi-final. So now we've just got to wait and see who our top 6 is, but we're going to be moving on to the intermediate final now, and I think we might be welcoming Norm Haraway back to the commentary box. I think it's my break time.
While William McSkimming didn't do himself any harm. Okay, so the intermediate final is the next event on the card. Looks like we've got some sheep in the pen. If we can get our intermediate finalists lined up down there. We all down there, Chase, or not? If our intermediate finalists can hop down in the tunnel, please, and I'll introduce you up onto the stage. Dave Clark, if you're around, can you see Dave Brooker, please? Dave Clark. So the intermediate final will be followed by the Canterbury Circuit final. So I might get some of you guys organised very shortly and draw for your Canterbury Circuit final stands. Then we'll be moving into the senior final, and then the 2 open finals, the open plate and the big open final. Let's get these guys and girls up on the stage. First up on the board in this intermediate final. The intermediate proudly sponsored by Dale Taylor Shearing. Well done, Punky and the crew up there in Cheviot. Stand number 1, ladies and gentlemen, Sevi Tai Toko. Great to see her up here in this big final. Stand number 2, Jason Brass. Stand number 3, We Chase Rattray. Stand number 4, folks, Timo Hicks. Reuben King on stand number 5. And there on 6 we'll have Blake Crooks. That rounds up the field here this afternoon. Intermediate grade final, so we'll just go take a step or two back from the pace and the experience of the open guys we've just been watching. But these competitors are heading in that direction. It'll only be a few years' time that these shearers, if they stick at the competitions, they'll be up there in the open. How many sheep we got there, Rabbit? 5? 5 big woolly crossbreds. Corriedales. Rabbit, down the end, Rabbit. Stand 6, Rabbit. And a big thanks, of course, to Marble Point Station, once again supporting the Canterbury Shears with their supplying their sheep. Fantastic job once again. They're beautifully presented, and a lot of credit to the stockmanship skills of the Marble Point team out there.
Dave, are you there? We need you urgently, please. Dave Clark.
Dave Clark. Where are you, Dave? Dave's looking for you, Dave. That's you, Dave. Dave's not here, man. Yes, Evie. So we'll just get the referee just to work his way through the pens. Need another one there for Chase. Wild Woolly. Timo Hicks just getting his panful checked out by the referee. Get them sorted. This is the big final, ladies and gentlemen. The Dale Taylor Shearing sponsored intermediate final. So they just want to make sure that their pen's right when they ask the referee to come and check a sheep. If they don't think it's up to scratch, the referee will remove it and replace it with another one if he agrees with the competitor. They're not trying to get a better sheep. They just want an even pen. It needs to be the same for all our shearers. We don't want a shearer missing out because you've got a poor sheep. Thank you, Rabbit. He's given us a thumbs up. All right, at your door, ladies and gentlemen. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Where we go, 5 in front of him. Like I said, we're taking a step back, Des, from the open grade pace and experience. But this is where these competitors are at, and they're just going to work just as hard as any open grade shearer on these 5 sheep moving forward.
Yeah, well, some of these shearers, and probably most of them, will make the open grade at some stage during their shearing career. There's no doubt about that. Young Timo Hicks, he's still at school down on stand number 4. So he'll be quite happy to be in the final here today on these Corriedale sheep. He hasn't shorn many Corriedale sheep, Timo. His old man has. He's shorn heaps.
So if you're just sure on that last heat, please go out the back and tip up. If you're just sure on that last heat, you've got to tip the sheep up, guys.
Yeah, don't forget about that. It's quite important too. We've got Savvy on 1, Jason on 2, Chase Rattray on 3, Timo on 4, Reuben King on 5, and Blake Crooks down on stand number 6. Shouldn't be too much separating these shearers. There'll be someone who'll get out in front by half a sheep earlier on, I'd say. Then it'll be up to the rest of them to keep in touch with him or try and catch up. So they're all just working their way on the long blow. Reuben King's already been on the long blow. He's heading down the last side, taking that side of the face off. Bit of a kicker down on stand number 6 for Blake Crooks. Sobi Tuako, she works her way up the neck. Jason Brasi working his way on the long blow as well. Making a nice job. Closely watched by the judge. The judges have done a great job here today. They've been non-stop. Plenty of work for them to do as well. Plenty of good shearers up there too. Chris Jones is up there. Neil Reid is up there, judging the way. Colin King, Master Shearer, Golden Shears champion 3 times. He's up there having a look as well. We got Hugh DeLacy down on the timekeeping. Hugh Senior and Lynn King. Plenty of people to thank today. All the girls have done a great job out the front. They've worked away tirelessly. They don't even moan. Reuben King's got sheep number 2 out on the board, and Blake Crooks goes in for his second one as well. Not too far behind him will be Jason Brass and Chase Rattray, and Timo Hicks is having a go as well. He's staying in touch, young Timo.
Could the Canterbury Circuit finalists please come out to the office for the draw, please? Canterbury Circuit finalists.
Yeah, so the Canterbury Circuit finalists, like Dave said, just shoot out and draw for your stands, please. And just while we're watching their competitors get through the second sheep in this intermediate final, the open finalists in qualifying order will be Nathan Stratford, Angus Moore, Aaron Haynes, Tony Costa, Leon Samuels, and Wild Willie McSkimming. Congratulations to those 6 shearers through into that big final. But anyway, we're not there yet. We're in the intermediate final. There's the shearers on the board competing in this final. And away we go into sheep number 2, I think it is. And we just roll those cards over there, Hugh. Huey, roll the cards over. Got it? Roll the cards over, mate. Second sheep. So Reuben King swings around in towards a long blow. Blake Crooks right there on stand number 6. Reuben on 5. Away they go together. Couple of shots. Ooh, hang on to them, young fellas. Hang on to them. Stepping across. They like waving to the crowd with their back legs. Reuben King, another shot, and he'll turn for home. Blake Crooks was right there, swinging around as Timo Hicks. On stand number 4, the big fella gets through the first front shoulder. Chase Rattray. Another couple of shots, and he's going to turn for home. Jason Brass swings down in towards a long blow as well. Sevi Taitoko on stand number 1. Winds her way up the undermine. 1, 2 big shots. Sheep just moves on it. She's got to hold it. And into the top of the head for Savvy. What number that one, Alex, if we could turn those cards over? Oh, yeah. You haven't been to many competitions. You probably didn't know you had to turn the cards over. But, yeah, well done, mate. So turning for home is Timo Hicks, Des, and last side time for stands 5 and 6, having a bit of a ding-dong battle, these two.
And then they'll be in for sheep number 3. 5 in the pen to do. And number 2's out on the board, about to get thrown down the porthole. Chase Rattray's the first one to turn. He goes in, he's just shearing away nicely there. Blake Crooks, he's not going to let him get too far out in front. He's out after him. Plenty of action up there. Might only be the intermediate boys and girls, but they're doing pretty well. Bit of a clean up there for Timo Hicks on stand number 4. Reuben King about to go in and get his 3rd sheep. There he goes. And he heads. Gets that sock off. Jason Brass down the last side as well. He's about to go in and get sheep number 3 as well. Timo Hicks, he's doing really well, young Timo. Still at school, only 17 years of age. Hasn't shown many Corriedale sheep, but he's in the final here today at the New Zealand Corriedale Championships. Shearing the Marble Point Station Hoggets. He's doing a great little job there. Stand number 1, Savvy just working away down the last side on her 2nd sheep. Got a bit of work there to do, but she's kept the quality up, and that's probably pretty important in the intermediate grade. Not all about speed. You've got to get every little bit of wool off, and you've got to make a nice job of it, not try and cut the sheep too much. Not at all if you can help it. Up the neck he goes, Timo Hicks. Pretty warm up there. These boys and girls are sweating away quite nicely. I don't see any sweat towels hanging off the rails though. Can't be too bad. She's about to go in for sheep number 3. Savvy Tatako. Sock comes off and in she'll go. Yeah, great job there. Oh, very nice job. Great. Very nice and neat. Goes for a change of handpiece. Not happy with that one. She might come back to it if this one doesn't go any good. She's got sheep number 3 about to be brought out on the board as Reuben King works his way down the last side. Blake Crooks is right there with him. Not too much separating these two boys. Keep those little tags going over so we know what sheep they're on. Thank you, Hugh. Oh, he's gone for a change of handpiece on stand number 6 as well, does Blake Crooks. What has he got up his sleeve? Has he got a bit of a game plan? Has he been there before? He seems to be doing a pretty good job. Slight adjustment and gets that sock off. It's a pity they have to head into that sock walk straight away. Can lift the gear up a wee bit. They don't seem to be too dusty. There's been plenty of rain up the North Canterbury this year. Chase Rattray and Timo Hicks has stayed with them. He's done pretty well, young Timo. Keep it up, young fella. In he goes, another change of handpiece. Timo Hicks goes in for his 4th one. So sheep number 4 is out on the board for 3, 4, 5 and 6. As a Blake Crooks heads up the top notch, takes it off a couple of blows. Took a wee bit of work to get in there. First leg for Reuben King on stand number 5. Gets the top notch up, really clears that air. He's got plenty of time to do that. Belly goes out the back for Chase Rattray. Belly out the front for Timo Hicks. Jay's on down the last side. Savvy's made up a little bit of ground. Just got to get the control of those sheep. Sometimes they don't want to play the game. They're doing pretty well, Norm. They got the quality going all right.
Yes, so a bit of a ding-dong here on stands 5 and 6, that's for sure. Des, round through into the long blow is Blake Crooks. Reuben King right there with him as they slide up towards the back of the head. Reuben might just have a shot on him this time. In goes Jason Brass. Sheep number 4 coming out for Jason on stand number 2. Chase Rattray. Timo Hicks around the back of the head on their 4th sheep. In towards the first front shoulder, but last front shoulder this time for Reuben King. Right out to the toe on the front leg. Last front leg, that is, and down over the front shoulder for Blake Crooks. Savvy Taitoko doing the same thing, but she is 1 sheep behind. She won't be worrying about that too much, though. Just keep an eye on the job, Savvy. Keep it going forward. She lifts the leg and drops down into the flank on the last side. Another couple of shots and she'll be out on the back leg, but Chase Rattray, round off the shoulder he comes as Reuben King heads in and out with sheep number 5, 5th and final sheep on the board for Reuben King, leading the field. Blake Crooks was right there, but Reuben put the hammer down on the last sheep. Caught him back and passed him now as he winds his way down the belly. In goes Blake. Sheep number 5 out on the board. Final sheep for Blake Crooks as well. You've got a good one for last. Time will tell. Last front shoulder for Timo Hicks and Chase Rattray, the big fella on stand number 3, just moved away from Timo a wee bit and he works his way out onto the back leg. Long blow time for Jason Brass as he sweeps up the backbone, wraps the sheep round his left knee and turns for home. Sevi Taitoko in for sheep number 4. 4, I think, Alex, is it? Is it 4 or has he got 1 left in there? Yep. And Chase in and out with his 5th and final. Come on, Chase, dig it in, brother. Way down the belly he goes. Under the, across the side of the frib for Timo Hicks. Down the last side. Right out onto the hind leg. Another couple of shots. He's going to be looking for his fifth and final as well, but still, Reuben King hangs on to the lead. Round through the first front shoulder. Blake Crooks, just a couple of shots back off the pace. Around the back of the head he goes as Timo Hicks steps in. Changes steel, fresh comb and cutter for the last sheep for Timo. Jason Brass finishing touches. Out it goes. He's looking for sheep number 5. But Reuben King there's having a good share. Looks quite comfortable down there as those sheep seem to be sitting for him okay and moving the hampies forward nicely. But Blake Crooks coming right back at him.
Yeah, no, he's done a great job down there, Reuben. He just shore away nicely, didn't panic, just concentrated on quality and keeping control of that sheep. It seems to have worked for him. Young Timo Hicks, he's impressed me. He's done really well too. He's been opening these sheep up quite nicely. Had a bit of a roughie the last one, but he seems like he's got a good one now. Blake Crooks is out after Reuben King down there as well. Chase Rattray's not too far away. They're all in there together. Jason Brass has got his 5th one out on the board. Savvy's got her 4th one out on the board. She's got a wee bit of a wriggler, but she'll sort that out. As the 2 boys down there, and they both come down the last side together. Intermediate final of the New Zealand Corriedale Championships for 2021. And is it Reuben King or Blake Crooks that's going to lead him home? Reuben King, Blake Crooks, neck blow for blow. There's nothing in it. Oh, it's Blake Crooks that stops the clock first. Reuben King right there with him, only about 1 or 2 blows behind. He stops the clock as well. Well done to those 2 shearers. That's what you want to see, the boys having a go. Chase Rattray just working his way down the last side too. He doesn't seem to have panicked as much either. He just worked away in his sheep. Timo Hicks is right there down the last side. Just shuffles that sheep nicely back towards the porthole. You got to remember he's still at school last year, and I'd say he'd be off to the wool shed. Off to do a little bit of shearing somewhere. Maybe. Depends what Mum says. So give Chase Rattray a big hand. He's done really well. Got rid of his 5th and final sheep in no time at all. Timo Hicks down the last side, just cleaning up that last leg. There he goes. Big hand for him too, ladies and gents. Timo Hicks. Comes from that Hicks shearing family. Jason Brass down the last side, doing beautiful, nice, long, sweeping blows. Oh, yeah, great job there. I think he's got the quality, this fella. There's no doubt about that. Look at the way he come down that last side in his 5th and final sheep. Give him a big hand too. He deserves one. Savvy's just got one left in the pen there. Should be heading in to grab that one. Hopefully that's the best one. Got Alex Smith in the back there. He'll be talking to her, letting her know just to concentrate on the quality. You're not out of this. Don't worry about that. Takes guts to get up there and have a go. And it's good to see as well. Everybody stays on the board until the final sheep is shorn. Cheers, boys. That's good to see. Sportsmanship. And then these 6 will be out the back for the next event. We've got the senior final to go. Open final.
So a Canterbury Circuit is up next. That's the next event on the card. And then we'll have the senior shearing final. Canterbury Circuit final. So these shearers have competed obviously in a circuit within Canterbury. And this would have started last season. And we're going to have the top 6 in that Canterbury Circuit up next. Then the senior final, then the plate final, and the open final.
Yeah, just don't forget about your mask either. If you have got a mask, and you could just have it close by or around your neck or something, because we have got the TV1 people coming in later, and they're going to take a few shots, but they can't use the shots if you're not wearing your mask, apparently.
And Rabbit, even without COVID, you need to keep wearing your mask.
You look better with a mask on. Don't take it off.
So just a note, just on that, please, all you seconds in the pen must wear a mask. So Savvy Taitoko right out onto the back, the last front leg rather, wipes all the wool off. She won't be too worried about their time. She'll be happy to be there, and she'll be just concentrating on the quality of her work. And it looks like she's making a pretty good job from here anyway. Down the last side she pulls. A couple of shots into the flank. Right out to the toe for Savvy. The other shearers looking on. They're probably shaking a bit nervously. They'll think, oh, I didn't do a good a job, but she is. Right over the toe, another shot. When she reaches for a cord, time clock has stopped for Savvy. Well done. Well done, Savvy. Well done, all you intermediate shearers. We're going to find a winner out of that grade for you soon. So our plate finalists, please, can you go out and do a draw? Sarah Hewson, Tuku Hapogu, Duncan Leslie, Lyle Windleburn, Louise Pinkcole and David Gordon. Can you please go out and see Dave and do the draw for your plate final? Our circuit final is the next event on the card.
I was being a featherweight too.
Get that fluid in you, Willie. Keep that fluid up. You're going to need it. So we're just going to have to wait on sheep, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be back very shortly with the circuit final. Dave. All socks to come off the Corriedales. Back socks only off the crossbreeds. Let's get them up on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Our circuit final, stand number 1, Luis Pincol. Give them a hand as they take the stage, if Luis is here anyway. He'll be here somewhere. Stand number 2, Wild Willie McSkimming. Stand number 3, the Rakaya Flyer, Sean Burgess. Stand number 4, our president here today, Dave Brooker. Stand 5 from North Canterbury, Troy Piper. And stand number 6, the Pocket Rocket, Lowell Windleburn.
Shape your pulls them on the
So Canterbury Circuit finalists just getting themselves sorted out. Have a quick look at the sheep. We'll be underway. Six Corriedales and 6 crossbreeds these guys have got to shear. And that reflects the type of sheep they've shorn throughout the Canterbury Circuit.
What do we got?
Well done, guys. Our referee just moving through the ranks. And a big thanks, of course, to our referee and all our shearing judges up there today. Big day, well done. Our timekeepers and our points girls, thank you guys very much as well. And of course, Des Fitzgibbons and Gavin Rowlands for the absolutely stellar work they've been doing on the microphone.
And
Fantastic.
thanks Norm Haraway for being here occasionally.
So we're referees and judges, of course, as is all the officials here. It's all voluntary. They put a lot of time in around the season. Thanks, Noel. At your door, please, folks. This is the Canterbury Circuit final. This is a big one for the open finalists. Shut your door there, Davey. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Away we go. All the socks off the Corriedales, back socks only off the crossbreeds, guys, and away we go into the front sock of the first Corriedale. Louis Pinkole, Willie McSkimming, Sean Burgess, Dave Brooker, Troy Piper, Lyle Windleburn up there. This is the Canterbury Circuit final. Sheep number 1. We've got a couple of very busy gentlemen up there, Willie McSkimming and Sean Burgess. They've been in everything here today. Of course, Sean was in the Blade final there, Swampy, and Willie's in the Open final. Willie wasn't in the Blade final, and Sean's not going to be in the Open final. So they've been in just about between them every event that we've witnessed here today.
Yeah, no, they've been putting the effort in, the two boys on stands 2 and 3, but who's going to have Willie's going out? He only knows one way, and that's to attack him. Straight right from the start off as he turns to the last side. Don't forget you got another 10 to shear after this 12, Willie. Down over the last front shoulder comes Willie McSkimming from Oamaru. Troy Piper shearing along there on stand number 5. He takes the socks off and we'll be way down the last side. Dave Brooker's on the long blow. Sean Burgess, the Rakaya flyer there, takes the sock off and he'll clear under the leg and away down the last side he comes. But it's Troy Piper, Willie McSkimming, in they go together. Louis Pinkole, he's not far out of it either as he's only got a couple of blows. There's Lyle Winterburn down there on stand number 6. He steps in for the cheat number 2. Sean Burgess is in for 2. Dave Brooker, the sheep just doesn't want to sit for him. It doesn't look like it's that flash of shearing either as down the last side comes Dave Brooker. Louis Pinkole on one, he's into the sock and belly off, but it's Willie McSkimming up around the back of the ears. He comes now as he's about 3 blows in front of Troy Piper as Piper comes up around the neck, around the back of the ears and into the first front shoulder, but it's Willie McSkimming. Down on the long blow he goes. He's trying to make a bit of a statement right from the start off. The boy on stand number 2. He turns to the last side. Down over the last front shoulder he comes. He's shearing well. He's been shearing well all day, the young fella there on stand number 2 from Oamaru. But Lyle Winterburn, the wee fella down there on stand number 6, he turns to the last side. Troy Piper out the last front leg. Troy goes, cleans the sock wool off and he'll be away down the last side. They'll be wanting to get, won't want anyone want them to get too far away on these Corriedales because when they hit the cosh spreads, you'll get left behind pretty quick, Norm, if you're not right there on the pace.
Yeah, dead right. Willie McSkimming, of course, he's not a full-time shearer, this man. He's only part-time at best. Works for Heiniger out on the road for Heiniger, so he doesn't, even though he'll shear a few sheep here and there in his normal day's work, he's not out there full-time punching away like most of these other shearers are. Dave Brooker, also part-time shearer on stand number 4. So great to see these guys up here in the circuit final. They've obviously been chasing the shows around. This is a wee bit of reward for them. They've been chasing the shows around and doing the miles, doing the shows, and getting the results. Louis Pinkole in for sheep number 3. Keep those cards rolled over there, Angus, please. Thank you. Number 3 it is on the board for Dave Brooker. Sock comes off. Get this one done. They're halfway through the Corriedales. Willie McSkimming, last front shoulder. Wipes the sock off the front leg, under the leg, and away down to the flank he goes. Around comes Troy Piper. Through the long blow, turns for home on stand number 5. Round comes Lyle Winterburn. Another shot and he's turning for home. But Willie McSkimming, Swampy, right over the tail and in for sheep number 4.
He's shearing well. The boy on number 2 there is sheep number 4 out on the board. But a wee bit of work on this one. Troy Piper, he couple of blows and he'll be letting it go. Those big lazy blows that Troy puts in and he pounces. That's a woolly one he's pulled out there too, but he'll win. Pretty experienced. He won't take long to knock this one off, but it's young Willie McSkimming on 2. Over the tail he goes. He's really attacking them. In goes Lyle Winterburn. Sean Burgess, last side for him, takes the sock wool off. Lewis Pinkle, he's down in the last side and he'll be stepping in for sheep number 4. Out on the... Grab that sheep there, Greg, will you, please? Yeah. There we go, in goes Sean Burgess. But it's still Willie McSkimming. He turns to the last side. Dave Brooker's down the last side. He didn't have a very good shearing sheep to start off, and he just got off the pace a wee bit, but Dave will pick it up a bit as he steps in for sheep number 4. On the long blow time for Leo Winterburn down there on stand number 6. Throws the leg over, stomps it on the ground as he ready to turn to the last side. He's trying to hang in there with Troy Piper. Is down over the last front shoulder. He comes in. William Skimming steps in for sheep number 5. Out in and out he goes. Lewis Pinko. He's down on the long blow. He's been cheering quite well all day as well as he turns to the last side. Great quality man, the boy from Chile. In goes Troy Piper. And out on the board, Sean Burgess turns the last side. Lowell Winterburn, in he goes. The young fella's chasing Troy pretty hard down there, Norm.
He certainly is. Lowell Winterburn knocking the belly off, and he's going to turn into the first hind leg. Troy Piper sweeps up the undermine. Willie McSkimming around the back of the head. Willie's leading at this stage. Troy Piper, he's going to have to work hard to keep him out of it though. Up the neck he goes. He snaps the neck well open, settling into a nice rhythm as Troy Piper. Lyle Winterburn working hard as well. And Sean Burgess, a Rakaya flyer there. Sheep number 5 coming out onto the board. There's only one Corriedale in there. He's going to be into his crossbreds. Let's see if the lead changes in the crossbreds. Time will tell. Dave Brooker, finishing touches. He'll be in for his 5th sheep. Louis Pincole slides down the first hind leg, over the tail and winds his way up the undermine through into the top of the head, steps up the neck. Right there with Sean Burgess this time. Stands 1 and 3. Snapping the neck wall open. Into the base here and Willie McSkimming. Keep those cards rolling over there, Huey. Huey, good on you, mate. Sheep number 6 it is. And Willie McSkimming's on the board with 6. So is Troy Piper. So Troy Piper starting to do work his way back into contention as he wipes the sock off sheep number 6. So he's only a couple of shots behind Willie now as Lyle Winterburn backs out on the board with his last Corriedale. He's only got a pen full of crossbreds left, folks. Top of the head for Willie McSkimming, and he wipes the wool off there and throws a big uppercut under the chin. Up he comes, snaps it open into the cheek. Ooh, Troy Piper, top of the head, up he comes as well, so he's catching Willie all the time. Cheek comes off for Troy into the base there and around the back of the head. Still with the 6 crossbreds in the pen for these guys. Sweat will start to be glistening on the shoulders and the forehead now. Rolling around under the back leg is Louis Pincole. Another couple of shots for the wee man from South America, and he's in for his last Corriedale. But turning for home is Troy Piper, so he's pulled back Willie McSkimming. Troy Piper, last front shoulder. Willie McSkimming, last front shoulder. Where's Lyle Winterburn? Way through the long blow he goes. Another couple of shots. And Troy Piper is going to be looking for the first of his crossbreds. He'll probably change his comb, his handpiece. And in and out of the pen he steps. Dave Brooker, 1 Corriedale left in the pen as he punches his way down under the front leg. Sean Burgess, sheep 6 on the board. Willie McSkimming in for the first of his crossbred, so he changes his steel. And a fresh coma cutter on there, crossbred gear on there for Willie, and away he goes. But Troy Piper, jumped out to a quick lead on the crossbred, Swampy.
Dave Brooker brings his last Corriedale out on the board now, number 6. Into the front shoulder goes Sean Burgess on number 5. No, there must be number 6. Can you keep the cards turned over, guys? Troy Piper. Was that yours? I guess they'll work out who's what. There goes Troy Piper, pulls out another crossbred. He's starting to move out a bit now. Louis Pinko in there. He's going to change the steel and he's going to be in for sheep number 7.
Change the cards here, Alex.
That is Troy Piper, turns into the undermine, over the tail, top knot off, steps up the neck. Lyle Winterburn, he's out the last side of sheep number 6. Willie McSkimming steps in for sheep number 7. But it's Troy Piper. Sean Burgess, he steps in for sheep number 11, the first of his crossbreds. Willie must be on, they must be on sheep 8, are they? Sheep 8 for Willie Mitchkimming and Lyle Winterburn and Troy Piper. Down the last side comes Troy Piper. He's ready to drop in for sheep number 9.
Oh, he's just sliding it off, isn't he? Troy.
He's just really... I think you might need to get someone in those races there to put those sheep out for the boys. Troy Piper, over the tail he goes, takes the top knot off. Troy Piper down in the long blow he goes. Can you turn his cards over there, Alex, so we know where he's at? I think he's on about sheep number 9. I know you didn't do very well at maths at school, but down the last side of 9 comes Troy Piper. Last side of 9 for Troy Piper, and he goes for sheep number 10. 2 left in the pen. Lyle Winterburn, he's down on the long blow 9. Long blow time for Willie McSkimming, a sheep number 9. Louis Pinkhole, he's down the last side of 8. Willie McSkimming, last side of 9. Alex, are you going to turn that card over again for us there? But Troy Piper, he's in a bit of an element of his own now, Norm, as he's just cruising away on these crossbreds.
He certainly is, sweeping the wool off the backbone and around onto the last front shoulder, Troy Piper. Got a handy lead now on the rest of the field, and he's absolutely loving these crossbreds. He doesn't mind the Corriedales either, to be fair, but he just wiping the wool off the back leg. One shot followed by another one, and he's into the pen for number 11. 11, Alex. 10. One more then. Number 10.
In front of Willie, so he must have 11. Oh, Willie's cardinal.
And turning for home is Willie McSkimming there on sheep number 9. Under the front leg, we just got one too many cards on Willie's. Down the last side, he pulls right out to the toe. Louis Pinkhole, another couple of shots, he'll be in for 10. Finishing touches. And Willie McSkimming will be in for 11. Lyle Winterburn, 11 on the board. Or 10 on the board, one or the other. Let's keep an eye on Troy Piper. He's leading the field anyway. We know where he is. 2 more left in the pen for Troy. Down the last side he pulls. Right out onto the toe. Another couple of shots. And he lets another one go.
They
keep going everywhere.
Dave Brooker, he finishes off on sheep number whatever he's on, but this must be number 8 on the board, is it? Or Troy Piper, he steps up the neck. Has he got one left in his pen there, Alex? On sheep number 11. How many's Willie got left in his pen? Willie McSkimming. Oh, there's a sheep just went over the top there. Good to see everyone's onto it out
Last
the back
one.
there.
One more.
No, he's on. That's number 11 now for Willie. Who? No, he's got... No.
Sheep going everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. She's all go here at the Canterbury Shears. Hold the phone. Troy Piper, 12 on the board. 12 on the board for Lyle, is it? Is he in front? Down the last side he pours. Lyle Winterburn, the wee pocket rocket down there in the last stand. Another couple of shots for Lyle Winterburn. He'll be looking for the cord to stop his clock. Lyle Winterburn almost finished here on stand number 6. Bang, wham, bam, thank you, Lamb. Time clock stopped. Good strong finish on those crossbreds for Lyle Windleburn. Troy Piper down over the last front shoulder.
Has Willie still got one in his pen? No, that's it.
And Willie McSkimming. Well done, Wild Willie. And Troy stands and straightens his back. It's a bit hard to tell where the guys are when the sheep going everywhere. Sean Burgess, one left in his pen. Another shot or two, and he's going to be looking for sheep number 12. Louis Spinkole, he's on sheep 12, and he's swinging around through the front shoulder, dropping into the long blow. Two short blows, and then one big swooping one right through to the ear. Steps across with his right foot. Another one, he turns for home. Down over the last front shoulder, gets the head up in between his knees. Top of the legs, side of the leg and under the leg, and down into the flank on the last side he drops. Louis Spinkole had a good day too, this young fella. Another shot over the tail, and out it goes.
Hold the... Down the last side comes Sean Burgess on his 12th and final sheep. Dave Brooker's got one left in the pen. He won't take long until he'll get... Oh, that's it. So he's on. Dave's on number 12 as well. So there Sean Burgess gets his time taken. Dave Brooker down onto the long blow. He drops. He's the man that's been doing all the work here, made sure this show was going to run today. He's done a great job as he's going to turn to the last side. Takes the cheek wool off. Down over the last front shoulder he comes. Round into that, under the front leg, and down the last side he comes. Dave Brooker, he's going to have the final say in this circuit final. There he goes. He gets his time taken. Pull your cord. There we go. Give him a hand as they leave the board. That's our Soil Matters Soil Consultants Canterbury Circuit Final.
Okay, so the senior final up next. Who's our referee in the senior final? Yeah, is it? Toosie, who's the referee? Rabbit? So where's Rabbit? Is he out the back, is he? So what we might do, if it's all right with their referee, we might get our shearers to bring two people up with them. Maybe one in the pen and one to stand in the chute so they can grab their sheep and stop them coming back out on the board. I think would be the go, wouldn't it, Swamp? Is that what you'd do?
Oh, that's what I'd probably do.
So either we'll get some volunteers in the chutes as well as in the pen, or we'll get a shearer to bring two people up, but we might not have enough. You could be right, Angus.
Someone's gonna get hurt surely, the way those sheep keep running out on the board. So someone in there to grab the sheep.
So if we get the pen boys and we get 6 volunteers, if we've got 6 volunteers can stand in the chutes, take the sheep out as it's being shorn and control that side of things, or someone's going to get badly cut. We'll try it. See if we can get 6 volunteers to start with. We've got 2 down there, Sarah and Mike, but Sarah's got a shear in the plate final shortly.
So we'll just get some sheep up into the stands. There's a couple there that I don't think they will be shearing next.
And the senior course proudly sponsored by Acto Agriculture. A big thanks to Lister and Acto Agriculture for their support here once again.
Yeah, Tom Wilson would have liked to be here today, but he had to, the South Island rep for Acto and Lister, but he had to go to the North Island, so.
Is that because you wouldn't go, Swampy?
Yeah.
So Tom's up north because Swampy wouldn't go. So, and big thanks to Tom, of course, and the Lister team. All their machines up there. That's the Lister machines up on the wall that we're using. And They're also sponsoring this next event, Acto Agriculture, who are the listed agents in New Zealand.
Hey, Paul, do we get someone in the race for where they let the sheep go?
Hey, you, give me a clue. Do I make a move? Tell me, baby, what you wanna do. And hey, you, give me a clue. Do I make a move? Tell me, baby, what you wanna do. I'll do with you. Do with you. Hey, you, give me a clue. Do I make a move? Tell me, baby, what you wanna do. And hey, you, give me a clue. Do I make a move? Tell me, baby, what you wanna do. I'll do with you. Do with you. Hey, you. And hey, you, give me a clue. Do I make a move? Tell me, baby, what you wanna do. I'll do with you.
Yes, through the midnight, give me the sight I shine in the light right on. Light in the moving floor, on the room,
So these shearers have made it through to the final, the Corriedale Championship Senior Final. They've had a bit of a practice earlier today, so they know what's going on. They've had a couple of goes. They've got 8 sheep to shear. They've got plenty of helpers out the back.
If you're not tipping up, guys, or shearing, if you don't mind sort of volunteering and maybe jumping in not in the pen, but in the chute, get right in the chute so you can grab the sheep and pull it through when it's shorn. That'll be great. Much appreciated, I'd say, by the shearers, and especially when we get in that open final bit later on, there's going to be sheep scattering everywhere. So have a quick look at your sheep, guys, and then we'll get underway with this Acto Agriculture. So referee to stand 6.
Righto, so we've only got 2 more events after this one, so we'll keep them moving along. We've had a pretty big day, everybody, especially the wool handlers out the front there. They've done a great job. And the judges.
Yes, it's been a good effort by the wool handlers and that. They're all starting to look a bit weary now, but it's quite warm in here, so they don't look as fresh as they did first thing this morning.
Yeah, no, they've had a big couple of days, a lot of these girls.
A wee bit of glisten on the brow. Righto, guys, if we rabbit, stand number 3. 8 sheep to shear.
Senior final for 2021 at the Canterbury A&P show.
Our lister, Acto Agriculture, senior shearing for will be a big final for Alice Watson, first year up in the senior, made that big step up. She only did 1 year in the intermediate and straight up in the seniors. Great effort to see this little girl up here.
Oh yeah, she's had a great year, really, hasn't she? She's come forward in leaps and bounds. There's no doubt about that. Probably had a good mentor in Chris Jones and Sarah Hewson up there in Marlborough, and the training she gets. And she was a Merino cadet with Elite Wools last year.
Rabbit, stand one when you're ready, mate. Looks like the rest of them all looking pretty happy, pretty comfortable with what they've got. Robert McLaren, our referee there, just having a look and see what's wrong with the sheep. Braden's got a pretty experienced pen boy up there. I think he will know whether if it's good or bad. Young Corny, Rabbit, let that one go. So one sheep to come back in there, and
yeah, a wee bit of the luck of the draw there. You don't know what you're going to get. You can't chuck another one out. You're only allowed to chuck one out. So hopefully you made the right decision.
How are we looking, Rabbit? Everyone looks as though they're standing pretty still at the doors there, Rabbit. Give me your thumb. Timekeeper's ready. Timekeeper's ready. Competitors, get set, go. Here we go for our senior final. 8 sheep to shear. Out on the board they come. Braden Clifford on stand number 1. Josh Quinn on 2. Tahi Ngatahi on 3. Adam Gordon on 4. Alice Watson on 5. And Russell Ratimer on stand number 6. I hope he got his handpiece back. I see he's got 2 there. I hope he didn't have to borrow one. Down into the undermine and over the tail goes Adam Gordon. He takes the top knot off and steps up the neck. Russell Ratimer, he takes the top knot and up. So does Braden Clifford there on stand number 1. Josh Quinn over the tail. Got a bit of a kicker there, but he takes the top knot off and steps up. Tahi Ngatahi, top knot for him. Same with Alice Watson. She steps through and up the neck. Big final for this young girl from up Marlborough way. Good effort for her to make this final. Into the cheek she goes. But it's the boy on stand number 6. He's turned to the last side first. Adam Gordon, he's right there with him. The boy from Masterton down over the front shoulder comes Ratimer. Out the last hind leg. He lifts the leg up to take the socks off. Braden Clifford round under the last front shoulder. He comes Quinn. He's made a bit of ground up on this one. Is down over the front shoulder. He comes. Tahi Ngatahi. He's going to turn to the last side. All concentration as he strokes that long low. He turns to the last side. In goes Ratimer. Watson, she turns to the last side. Adam Gordon. Can we have the tipper-uppers from the last event outside? So it's, you boys can jump out there and tip up. So in goes Braden Clifford. He's in for his second sheep. Oh, Alice has just got a bit of a kicker there, but she won't panic. She'll get it under control. There's not a lot in it really. There's, when you look along the board, just a wee bit of Russell Ratimer might just be a bit out in front there.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. You can see some of these shearers aren't far away from, making it up to the next grade, maybe into the Open in a couple of years' time. You can just see the quality of some of the control they've got over their sheep, especially down on stand number 6 of Russell Ratimer, just moving along nicely on sheep number 2. Alice wasn't happy with that one. She's going for a change already. She had a wee bit of a kicker. Maybe the gear upset the sheep. You have to have your gear just right for these sheep. They don't like it. They don't like getting a bad haircut. Tahi Ngatahi takes the top notch off. as Russell Radema comes down the last side. Up the neck goes Josh Quinn. Braden Clifford, he's working his way on the long blow on his second sheep as well. Up the neck on stand number 4 is Adam Gordon. Alice Watson gets the belly off and throws it out the back. Out it goes. Down the last side goes Russell on stand number 6. He's got full control of this final at the moment. There's 8 sheep to shear. So they're not mucking around, these boys and girls. They're up there and they're into it. Senior finalists at the Corriedale Championship for 2021. And he goes for sheep number 3, does Russell Radema. Making easy work of that. Gets in there and pulls the sheep out beautifully. Keeps it nice and straight. Gets the sock off and then he'll work on the belly. These other boys are coming down the last side. Brandon Clifford on stand number 1. He's going to be shooting in for his 3rd sheep. He's not going to let Russell Radema get too far out in front. And he goes for sheep number 3. Happy with the gear. I thought he might have gone for a change, but no, he's kept it. Josh Quinn's in for his 3rd sheep as well, closely followed by Tahi Edwards, 1, 2 and 3. On stand number 4 is Adam Gordon. He's working his way down the last side. Alice Watson's made up a little bit of ground on that one. She's trying to get rid of her ugly ones first. What do you reckon, Swampy?
Yeah, no, there's not a lot of that. Russell Radema just out in front of it, but Braden Clifford's starting to get a bit of a move on there now as he busts up the neck and round the back of the ears he goes. There's not a lot in it now. It's Radema turns into the front shoulder. Clifford's into the front shoulder. They're both just Radema down on the long blow. Clifford just dropping down on the long blow now. Down he goes. Round the back of the ears goes Josh Quinn here on stand number 2. Tahi Edwards, he steps up the neck. Alice Watson, she's going to step in for sheet number 3. In she goes, in and out. Adam Gordon's into the first hind leg, but it's still Russell Radema down there on stand number 6. Lifts the leg up and away down the last side. He comes here but Braden Clifford, the boy from Southern, there on stand number 1. He's working hard on these. That stick with Radema. As down the last side he comes. Radema's going to step in now for sheep number 4. Be halfway through the job when he finishes this one. In for sheep number 4 goes Braden Clifford, and Josh Quinn made up a lot of ground on that one as he steps in with Clifford. Tahi Edwards, he's under the last front shoulder. Alice Watson, the first, this to be probably the biggest final she's been in for the seniors. Up the neck she comes and she'll be shearing around the back of the ears, shearing well here on stand number 5. At it last side time for Adam Gordon. But I think that young Braden Clifford might have picked up Russell Radema there as he takes the top knot off. He's starting to move out a bit down here now, Des.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. These other 2 boys on 1 and 2, they've made a bit of a move on Russell Radema, who's down on stand number 6. He's a long way away from them, but they know what's going on. They had a quick look before when they went into the pen. Alice Watson had quite a good shear on her second sheep, and she's got the 3rd one out on the board now. She's going to be going in and grabbing her 4th sheep very shortly. There's no doubt about that. Adam Gordon just working his way down the last side on sheep number 4 for him, I think. Anyway, going back to stand number 1, Braden Clifford. He's out in front by about 1 blow at the moment. Josh Quinn's about to drop onto the last side. Keep those little tags going over. We want to know how many sheep they've shorn. Number 4's out on the board for Adam Gordon. Number 4's out on the board for Alice Watson. They're not out of it yet. The Trailblazers are Brandon Clifford and Russell Radema down on stand number 6. Josh Quinn, he's not too far behind. He's made a beautiful job of getting that sock off. He does the old Aussie leg. Comes down that last side, got great control of that hocket from Marble Point Station over at Hamner. These boys and girls are doing a great job so far. They've got the quality and they've got the speed, but it's Josh Quinn who's made ground. He heads in. Come on, Quinny, they're yelling out for you. Get into it, boy. He's got sheep number 5 out on the board. So is Brandon Clifford and so is Russell Radema. Up the neck on sheep number 4 goes Alice Watson and Adam Gordon. Tahi Edwards is about to go in for sheep number 5. He's not out of it yet, Tahi Edwards. Has he got any support up there in the crowd? Yes, he has. Sock comes off on stand number 3.
It wasn't that good. Here we go. We've got Russell Radamer. Over the tail he goes, but it's the boy on stand number 1, Braden Clifford. He steps up the neck into the round the back of the ears he goes. Josh Quinn, he was first in for this 5th sheep, but he's just dropped back a wee bit there now as Braden Clifford into the first front shoulder he comes, ready to drop down onto the Lomblow, getting a bit of advice from his pen man there as down on the board he goes. We've got Alice Watson and Adam Gordon having their little battle on stands 4 and 5 there, but we've got Braden Clifford and Russell Radamer. They're blow for blow again as they come over the first front shoulder into the front leg. Russell Radamer lifts that leg, takes the sock off, and away down the last side he goes. Clifford gets the front sock off, clears the wall under that leg, and away down the last side he goes. In for sheep number 5 goes Adam Gordon. Down the last side of 4 comes Alice Watson. But in for sheep number 6 goes Russell Radamer. Just got a wee bit of a jump. The leads just seesawing backs and forwards between stands 1, 2 and 3. Oh, Josh Quinn didn't need that little kicker there. In for sheep number 5 goes Alice Watson. Josh Quinn, a couple of blows and he'll be going in for sheep number 6. Shearing well there on stand number 2. He'll be looking for one that's a wee bit more open this time to get back on that pace again. He's got an experienced man in his pen, so he'll be picking his pen well for him, I would say. Top knot off there for Braden Clifford. It takes it off as he steps through. Russell Radamer, he's into the cheek. Round the back of the ears, he goes. Keeps the sheep up nice and high as he turns into that first front shoulder. Braden Clifford's into the front shoulder, ready to drop down on the Lomblow. Alice Watson, she steps up the neck of sheep number 5. But she's a bit of a battle going on between stands 1 and 6 still. There's
no doubt about it. 1 and 6 are into it. 5 on stands number 5 and 4. They have their own little competition there as well. As Adam Gordon's about to go in and get sheep number 6 as Alice Watson drops down on the long blow. She's not out of this yet. These two boys on stands 1 and 6 are blow for blow. There's nothing separating them. Is anyone going to go out after them? The only one I can see is maybe Josh Quinn. Tahi Edwards drops down onto the long blow. He's not out of it. A little bit of trouble with the sheep down on stand number 6, so let's open it up for Braden Clifford to go in there and grab sheep number 7. Only one after that, and that'll be sheep number 8, and that'll be all done for him for the day. In they go just about together. Russell Radamer and Braden Clifford, stands 1 and 6 in the senior final for 2021. Shoves it out the porthole, stays composed and grabs his sheep, and he brings it out onto the board. These have been well half-bellied, these sheep, so they're quite quick on the bellies. The socks are very slow, but everyone's got the very even sheep. All the Corriedale Hockets are getting shorn here today from the Marble Point station. Alice Watson about to go in for sheep number 6. Tahi Edwards going for a change of handpiece. Not happy with that. In she goes, Alice.
But Braden Clifford up round the neck. He's made a bit of a break on this one. It's going to come down to who's left the best sheep in the pen. As round the back of the ears comes the young fella on stand number 1. Into the front shoulder goes Braden Clifford. Russell Radamer's working hard down there on stand number 6 to keep with him. He had the lead for a while and he doesn't want to relinquish it too easy. As down on the long blow he goes, but Clifford throws the leg over and he's ready to turn to the last side. He'll sweep the wool off that last cheek and then away down the last front shoulder he'll go. How are we going along the rest of the board? Tahi Edmonds, he's got number 7 on the board and takes the top knot off. He'll step up the neck. Adam Gordon, he's about ready to step in for sheep number 7. Alice Watson, she's round the back of the head on sheep number 6. Into the ping goes Gordon. But it's the boy on stand number 1. Down the last side he comes. One sheep left in the pen. Can Russell Radamer catch him? As down the last side comes Radamer, putting some big blows into that last side now. Braden Clifford takes the back sock off and he goes. Oh, he saved a nice little sheep for his last one. What's Radamer got down here on stand number 6 as he steps in? Out he comes with a good one too. Josh Quinn, round over the last front shoulder. He comes on sheep number 7. Last side time of 7-4, Edwards. Adam Gordon up the neck, round the back of the ears. Last time side for 7-4, Alice Watson, but it's sheep number 8 for Braden Clifford, and Russell Radimer is up the neck, goes Clifford. Radimer's trying hard down there on stand number 6 as he takes the top knot off. I don't think he's going to be able to catch the man on stand number 1 though, Des.
No, he's making a real charge at it now as Braden Clifford. I think he's in control. He drops down on the long blow. He's done a good job of cleaning up that leg. Russell Radimer's on stand number 6. He's on the long blow as well. There's not a lot separating these two boys. There's no doubt about it. They've had a great little competition between each other. Tahi Edwards heads in for his 8th and final sheep. Number 8's out on the board for Josh Quinn. Just keep an eye on the boy down on stand number 1 because he's out in front at the moment, Braden Clifford. What's he got? Russell Radimer. He's right there by the doorway. He's getting all the good cool air. Has he got anything left in the tank? He cleans up that sock. They both hit the leg at the same time. Both cleaning up the sock, coming down the last side. There's only one blow in it, but it looks like it's going to be Russell Radimer who's going to finish first. He hits the last side. He hits the leg first. Closely followed by Braden Clifford. There's nothing in it. There's only one blow. He stops the clock on stand number 6, Russell Radimer. Braden Clifford on stand number 1. Not much between the two boys.
Now we got the little battle there for stands 2, 3 and 4. All on their 8 sheep. It's going to be Josh Quinn as turns to the last side. Down over the last front shoulder comes Quinn. Tahi Edwards, he's round the back of the ears. So's Adam Gordon. Quinn's going to be the next one off. As down over the last, lifts the leg up, takes the sock wool off, and away down the last side he goes. The boy on stand number 2. Josh Quinn puts those big blows on the last side there. Another couple of blows and he'll get his time taken. There he goes. He got his time taken. Now we've got Tahi Edwards and Adam Gordon. Down over the last front shoulder, they come together. Alice Watson still got one left in a pen there on stand number 5. First big senior final for this young lady. No disgrace of being a bit behind in this one. Yep. So here we go down the last side of as Tahi Evans on these Marble Point Hoggets. There we go, Adam Gordon finished. Down the last side comes Tahi Evans as Alice Watson goes in for her 8th and final sheep. It's no disgrace to be one behind in a field like this. This was a pretty quick final 4 on Corriedale for these senior boys. She's shorn well all the way through and kept the quality pretty right there, Des.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. These sheep haven't been easy. One's the Marble Point station over at Hamner. They've done a great job of presenting these sheep and they got plenty of wool on them. They've probably got over 3 to 4 k's of wool on them. No worries at all. And Alice has done a great job. She's stuck with it, stuck with the game. She's had a couple of regulars which hasn't helped. Her gear seems to be going pretty good. Everything seems to be working all right. She's up the neck now. The boys set the pace early. They went out for it. They knew what they had to do. They wanted to get out in front. Once they get out in front, they can dictate terms a little bit. And that's exactly what they did on stands number 1 and 6. So here she goes on to the long blow now. She's had a couple of good sheep. She's sure a couple of sheep quite fast. And they're not the easiest ones to shear. I thought they might have warmed up a little bit better than what they have. Down the last side now. First senior final for Alice. Be plenty more to come. There'll be no worries about that. 2 more events to go after this one and then that'll be it for the day. The premier event be after the open plate. But just as she cleans up the back leg, give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Alice Watson from the Marlborough.
There we go, give me a hand as they leave the board. Next one up is going to be the plate final. So if these guys can get ready, we'll call you up shortly. Taiko Hapuku, Lyle Winterburn, David Gordon, Sarah Hewson, Lewis Pinkle and Duncan Leslie. If you guys want, we'll get some sheep up in the pens here. We'll get you boys up on the board. Boys and ladies.
un fragmento. Si te vuelvo a ver, no me detendré para decir lo que yo siento y sonriendo verte un momento y decir que sin ti estoy tocando el sol. Estoy tocando el sol. Estoy tocando el sol. Hoy, sin tu amor, corazón, siento que estoy tocando el sol. Hoy, sin tu amor, tu calor, lo siento, estoy tocando el sol.
Stand number 3, Dave Gordon. Stand number 4, Sarah Hewson. Stand number 5, we've got Lewis Pinko. And stand number 6, Duncan Leslie. We'll get these boys, have a quick look at the pens. If we've got some volunteers to go up into those chutes again and just keep those sheep. Anyone know where Lyle is? Is he going to have a go at this or not?
Here he is.
Tipping up, is he? Here he comes. There's Lewis. We're just waiting on Lyle now.
Oh, Lyle. Lyle Winterburn. I know they spelt your name wrong, but we know who you are. Where are you? Oh, he's out the back before. Can't be too far away.
So have a look at your sheep, guys, and here he is. So have a quick look at your sheep and then we'll get underway. We've got our judges on the board.
If we can get someone out the chute too, they sort of need 2 helpers out the back, the shearers. One to get rid of the sheep down the porthole. They have been a bit wild previous. They weren't wild for the blade shearers though. Why is that? Is that because the blade... Oh, you treat them like a lady, don't you?
Okay, we'll just get this the open plate final. Just see who our sponsor is, and no one's going to tell me. 8 sheep. The North Canterbury Vets is our sponsor for this open plate event. Our sheep from Marble Point Station up near Hamner. It's great for them to keep these sheep for us. It's a bit out of season for them, but I think we must be pretty close to having a go, are we? Where's our referee? Sarah's just looking for... Have you got someone that can jump and shoot number 3? We've got a spare man that can hop and shoot number 3 for us.
Yeah, anyone want to volunteer to be Dave Gordon's shoot man or girl?
Okay, are we right there, Paul? Okay, it looks like we're ready to go. At the door, you shearers. Timekeepers ready. Competitors, get set, go. Here we go, this is our plate event. These are for the 6 shearers in qualifying order that haven't shorn in an A grade final. So on stand number 1, we've got Togo Hapuku. Lyle Winterburn on 2. Dave Gordon on stand number 3. Sarah Hewson on stand number 4. Lewis Pinko on 5. And Duncan Leslie on stand number 6. Who's going to set the pace for a start off? Lewis Pinko, he takes the top knot off and steps up the neck. Up goes Dave Gordon. Lyle Winterburn's under mine. He takes the top knot off. Hapuku, he's up round the neck and around the back of the ears. He will go. Duncan Leslie, he takes the top knot off and steps up the neck. But it's the Lewis Pinko down on the long blow. The boy from Chile, he's going to make the pace in this one. He's been shearing well all day. Just wouldn't have been far out of making that big final. Down the last side he comes. You got Duncan Leslie on stand number 6, turning into the last side. Keep it going, Duncan. Boy, nearly first year in the senior, and here he is now in the open plate final. Just missed out on the big one. In the long blow goes Duncan Leslie. He'll turn to the last side. Puku lifts up the leg and down the last side. Here goes. Who's going to be first in? I think it's going to be Pinkhole down there on stand number 5. And he goes for sheep number 2. Sarah Hewson, she's right there. So is Dave Gordon. Lyle Winterburn, he's there. In goes Hapuku. In goes Gordon. Hewson goes in. Winterburn goes in. Duncan Leslie, he's only a blow or 2 behind, and he'll be stepping in for sheep number 2. There's nothing in it. You got only 8 sheep, so it's a wee bit of a sprint for these boys, Des.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I've probably got my money on the North Canterbury young gun and Lyle Winterburn on stand number 2. He knows how to get round these Corriedales. Let's see if he's got it. Lewis Bacall, he's taking the top notch off. He's going to head up there. He's shorn a lot of Corriedales in his time. He short Corriedales before he got to New Zealand. There he's doing them again. Sarah Hewson from the Marlborough girl. She's up there. She knows how to shear a fine wool sheep as well. Duncan Leslie's doing a great job down there on stand number 6. Dave Gordon, don't forget about him on stand number 3 either. He's having a real go as well. He's probably out in front at the moment by about 1 blow. Lewis Bacall's right there with him, and Tukuha Puku right down there on the stand number 1. He's doing a great job too. He's having a go as well. Why not? You're only here for one reason, and that's not to go home. That's to shear the sheep. The Marble Point Station Corriedale Hoggets for 2021. And they're all having a go. 8 sheep plate final for the Open. And it's going to be Dave Gordon that's going to turn first. He's going to head in for sheep number 3. Does a great job, didn't even straighten up. Stayed nice and low. Got the door open, in he went. Pulled the sheep up, keeps it straight. Gets the sock off. In goes Lewis Bacall. He's not too far behind. Come on. Lyle Winterburn, the North Canterbury boy. In he goes. He's going to get the belly off in no time at all. Duncan Leslie's right there. In goes Tuku. He's about to go in for sheep number 3. Had a wee bit of a kicker. He got rid of it. Out the chute it goes. Doing a great job, those chute boys and girls out the back there. Plenty of action out there at the moment, Swampy.
Yes, Lewis Pinkhole, he's still in front there as he takes the top knot off and steps up the neck. Oh no, Dave Gordon is the one. He's a couple of blows in front there as he's ready to drop down on the long blow. Lyle Winterburn, the wee fella there on stand number 2's working hard to keep with these boys. Puku, he's over the undermine and takes the top knot off, and he steps up the neck. Sarah Hewson, she's up the neck. Lewis Pinkhole's on the long blow. He's caught up with David Gordon now. He's going to turn for home first. Gordon and Pinkhole, they turn together. Winterburn. He turns. So that there's a bit of a 3-horse race now as Lyle Winterburn cleans off the sock on stand number 2. Gordon cleans the sock off, but it's Lewis Pinkhole. Way down the last side he comes. Duncan Leslie, he's got a bit of a woolly one there. He's got a bit of hard work on that one as he clears the sock off. Lifts the leg up and away down the last side he's going to go. In goes Lewis Pinkhole for sheep number 4 on the board now. Out on the board comes Winterburn. David Gordon, in he goes. Duncan Leslie, he's right there as well. Sarah Hewson, she won't want to be left out of it as under the last leg, front leg. She comes on the way down the last side. Puku down here on stand number 1. He's having quite a good cheer here. The boy on stand number 1, keeping the job right. He's going to drop in for sheep number 3 now. Sheep number 4, is it? Alex, you going to keep the card over this time for us? In goes Sarah Hewson. Out she comes with sheep number 4. They've all got 4 on the board. If you look along the board now, it's a bit of a 3-man race again with Lyle Winterburn into the front shoulder. A couple of blows in front of Dave Gordon. Lewis Pinkhole, he's turning into the undermine. They drop in there together. There's nothing between these 3 there, Des.
Yeah, well, they've done number 3 and there's 4 on the board now. And number 5, they're going to get in there and start the jive. But it's old Lyle Winterburn. He comes down the last side. He's really speeding up now, the young gun from North Canterbury. He's got that socks all cleaned up and he knows what he has to do. He had to do a fair bit of work on that last one. Lewis Bacall was out in front, but he's past him, and Lewis Bacole's going to go back out after Lyle Winterburn. Winterburn pulls the wool off. He says, if I can't get it off the steel, I'm going to use my flesh. And he goes. He's about to finish that one and head in for 5. Now he'll start to jive as he shears number 5, and Sarah Hewson, she's working away on sheep number 4 on the long blow as Dave Gordon's about to shoot in and get his 5th one. Lewis Bacall takes the 5th sheep off the Chilean team manager for 2019, and he's going to take the sock off and head down the belly as Duncan Leslie heads in for his 5th one. Oh, it's all go here now. Tukaha Puka, he's down the end there. He's got sheep number 5 waiting for him. Top notches off on 2. Oh, the first leg's getting done on stand number 3 by Dave Gordon. He's made up a little bit of ground as Sarah Hewson shoots in for her 5th sheep. Not many left in the pen now, Swampy.
No, they've all got 5 on the board now, but it's a little fella here on stand number 2. He's got in front now, and either way, round onto the long blow he goes Lyle Winterburn. Dave Gordon keeps his sheep up, sitting nice and high as he's turning into the long blow. In goes Lewis Pinkle down there on stand number 5. Duncan Leslie takes the top knot off and he'll step up the neck. But it's Winterburn turns the last side together with Lewis Pinkle. Down over the last front shoulder goes Pinkle. Winterburn's got a bit of work on this one here. Gets all the tassels off. Hapuku, he's cheering into the first front shoulder. Drop down on the long blow he goes. He'll put some big blows in there now. He won't want to get left off the pace here. But it's Lewis Pinkle. He's going to be the first one in for sheep number 6. Just a few blows on Lyle Winterburn. In goes Pinkle. David Gordon's going to change the steel and he will step in. Sarah Hewson, she's going to turn to the last side of sheep number 5. Down over the last front shoulder comes Duncan Leslie, a 5. Hapuku, he lifts the leg and away down the last side he goes. But it's the boys on 2, 3 and 5 who are setting the pace, and it's David Gordon now has just got a couple of blows on the other 2, but there's nothing in it. It's only going to take a bit of a kick or a wiggle and the lead will change. Top knot off for Pinkle. Gordon's up the neck, round the back of the ears. In goes Duncan Leslie for sheep number 6 on the board. Cherry Houston's a couple of blows, and she's going to go in for 6. 6 on the board for Toko Hapuku as he turns into the first hind leg. But it's Lyle Winterburn, Dave Gordon and Lewis Pinkle. They're still going blow for blow with each other, Des.
Yeah, the lead keeps changing every time I look up. There's someone else that's taking the lead. Dave Gordon's making a go of it now. He's out in front. He was behind these 2 when they started their sheep, but he's made short work of that one. He's obviously only got his best sheep left in the pen. Lewis Picole's still there. And we know that Lyle Winterburn comes down that last side really fast once he cleans that sock up. There's no doubt about the North Canterbury young gun. Has he got it to keep going? Can you keep going, Lyle? Come on, boy, what do you got in the tank? Have you got anything left? Lewis Picole's out after him. Dave Gordon's already there. There's nothing separating these 3 shearers. 2, 3 and 5. In they go for sheep number 7 on stand number 2 and 3. Lewis Picole, he goes in for his 7th one. Change of steel for him. Change of steel for Lyle Winterburn. Sarah Hewson on his 6th sheep. Working down the last side. Tuku Hapuka, he's on his 6th sheep. He's got number 7 and 8 in the pen. Down there now on stand number 6 comes Duncan Leslie. He's not out of this yet either. She's a 6-horse race. There's no doubt about it. They're all in it. Change of steel on 1. Up the neck he goes on 2. Up the neck on 3. Down the last side on 6 and in for sheep number 7 with Sarah Hewson. Up the neck goes Lewis Picole, the Chilean boy who now lives in New Zealand. On stand number 5, he's got sheep number 7. He wants number 8 out on the board any time now. But it's Lyle Winterburn, the North Canterbury gun, the young gun. Oh, a beautiful bit of work there by Lyle Winterburn. He took control of that sheep. He just smashed out that long blow. Down the last side he goes. Cleans up the sock. Can he finish it off? Dave Gordon's still there, right there with him. So is Lewis Picole. There's not too much separating these 3 shearers. It'll only be who's got the best sheep left in the pen. What do you reckon, Swampy?
Yeah, no, it's going to come down. There's nothing in it between these three. It's Lowell Winterburn. He's going to jump in for sheep number 8 first. David Gordon, he's right there with him as he's a couple of blows and he'll be jumping in for 8 as well. Ooh, he's kept a nice wee one. Lowell Winterburn for his 5th. His 8th and final sheep. In goes Gordon. Lewis Pinko, he steps in. Duncan Leslie down the last side he comes. He's made a bit of ground up in this one. Last side time for Hapuku as he lifts the leg and way down the last slide he goes. Sarah Hewson, she's way down the last side too. She's made a wee bit of ground up as well. And it's undermined timers. David Gordon takes the top knot off first. Up the neck he steps. Lowell Winterburn takes the top knot off and steps up. Undermined time for Lewis Pinko. Up the neck he goes. Belly off for Duncan Leslie. They've all got 8 on the board now. Sarah Hewson, she went in for 8. In for Hapuku. He's got 8 on the board, but it's David Gordon. He's kept a good one for last, and he's just saying bye-bye. Is down over the last front shoulder. Comes the boy from Masterton. He'll clear those socks off. And then away down the last side he'll go. Nice little sheep he kept there for last. Down over the last side he comes. He's going to get the time stakes. He picked his pen well. Down the last side he goes. There we got Lewis Pinko. He's not far away. I thought Lowell kept a nice wee sheep there to the end there, Des, but he just seemed a bit slower than look when he dragged it out.
Yeah, that's all it was. It was just whoever had the best sheep in the pen. And Dave Gordon made a good job of making sure he had his fastest one still left there. Lowell Winterburn had a great share up till now, and he's done pretty well, the North Canterbury young gun. Oh, and Duncan Leslie down there, and he made up some ground too. Well done, Duncan. Took a half booker. You got any left? No, that's his last one. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Sarah Higgins just working her way down the last side of her 8th and final sheep. She wasn't too far away at the end either. These Marlborough boys and girls don't have any trouble getting those socks off. I've been saying it all day, but they come down the last side like there's no socks at all. And the Marble Point sheep, they have got plenty of wool on them and plenty of socks. So that's the senior final for 2021, the Corriedale Championship. Give them a big hand, ladies and gents. The plate final, I should say.
Now we just got the big one left. We'll make sure we'll wait until we get all the sheep and the pens and everything sorted out, and then we'll get these boys up on. But give these plate finalists a hand as they leave the board. That was a good final. Those Marble Point Station hoggets are not easy to shear. There's a lot of work on them. You've got to work hard. You can see the sweats just glistening off those boys as they walk off the board. So we'll be into the open final very shortly.
Yeah, it's going to be the last man standing. There's no doubt about that.
Are you hiding over there?
There's some big names going up there shortly.
Yeah, it's going to be a good final. Angus Moore, Tony Costa, Leon Samuels, Aaron Haynes, Nathan Stratford and Willie McSkimming. What a final we're going to have.
Wild Willie down on stand number 6. They better not forget about him. He's going to be there right from the word go.
Tony Costa's won this event about 3 or 4 times. Nathan Stratford's won it several times as well.
Yeah,
Cheap on the board, get that.
Yeah,
Aaron Haynes, the gun from the North Island.
Couple of real speedsters up there and some real quality men up there as well.
Yes, Aaron Haynes, the only North Islander in the pen. Willie McSkimming is now a South Islander from Oamaru, but Aaron Haynes, he's been in a couple of Golden Shears final. Nathan Stratford's been in heaps of Golden Shears final. Tony Costa's been in one. He's going to be, it's going to be a bit of a scatter.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The men that need no introduction. Angus Moore, well, you can't, go past him as far as getting those socks off on these woolly Corriedale sheep from Marble Point. He's done a great job of it today, and no doubt he's just going to speed up now. Yeah, we're going to have the TV crew come in shortly. So if you got your mask, could you put it on, please? They are here. So if anybody's got their mask, could they please put it on? Thank you very much.
Yeah, you guys up the back, you judges, get your masks on. Come on.
Where's yours, Troy?
Play the game.
That moustache is not a mask.
You look better with it. Get that old fella beside you there to put his mask on there, didn't he? He's always been a bit of a rebel. So we'll just wait until we get all our sheep in the pens.
Mike McConnell.
And then we'll get our open finalists to come down onto the front there.
Yeah, someone's making a lot of money out of the mask. There's no worries about it. Mike McConnell, where's your mask? You do a lot of talking.
If we just look around the stadium here at all the sponsors, this event sponsored by PGG Wrightsons and VetMed, but there's also a lot of other sponsors that come into making this event happen today. Looks like we're pretty close to having all our sheep in the pens.
Well, it's good to see a few towels up there. They'll need those. There's no doubt about it. Can't believe more shearers don't take their towel up with them.
Oh, yeah. Also for this, this is number 3 in the circuit for the PGG Wrightsons and VetMed National Circuit. So this is leg number 3. The first one was on the Merinos at Alexandra, and then we had the full wool at Waimate. So we got the Corriedales here, and then they move on to Martin for the lambs, and then to Paiatua just before the Golden Shares for the second share, as well as the prize money, and also a member of the New Zealand shearing team. There's a Hyundai vehicle that's up for the use for 12 months, so that's a great prize to go with. Tony Costa's won this the national circuit event 5 times, I think it is. So we just about got our sheep in the pens. Righto. So how are we going there, Paul? Have we got all our sheep in the pen? Righto, can we get their open finalists down into the alleyway there, and we'll get you up on the board in a minute. So our open finalists. Great lineup we got here. So give these guys a big hand as they come up on the board all the way down from Ward. We've got on stand number 1, we've got Angus Moore. From Rakaya, one of the Rakaya Flyers, we've got Tony Costa on stand number 2. Down from Southland, we've got Leon Samuels on stand number 3. From Fielding, the North Island boy is Aaron Haynes. Another Southland boy on stand number 5, Nathan Stratford, and on stand number 6, it's the Willie McSkimming from Oamaru. We'll give these boys a bit of a chance to have a look at their sheep, and if we can have some volunteers up in those chutes again to make sure that those sheep are going to go out. We don't want to see any sheep running out on the board. So if we can get some volunteers up on those chutes, please, and you'll get nice and close and you'll be able to see how these guys can really mow this wool off.
Yeah, we've got a great lineup, there's no doubt about it. Angus Moore on stand number 1, Tony Costa stand number 2, Leon Samuel stand number 3, Aaron Haynes on stand number 4, Nathan Stratford on stand number 5, and Willie McSkimming on stand number 6.
Paul, how many are they doing? 12? Yeah, 12 sheep to shear. So she's a bit of a mission on. Doesn't seem many when you hear 20 sheep finals, but to shear 12 of these, it's still quite an effort. There's a lot of work on these sheep. You've got to take all the front socks off. There's a lot of work on them. This is the cream that have risen to the top. These boys went through the heats, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and now they're in the... Can we have the senior finalists down, the plate finalists down the back to tip up, please? Plate finalists. Or if you can't get out there yourself, make sure that someone takes your place. If you're in a pen or whatever. Okay, but looks like we're nearly ready. We've just about got everyone standing at their doors. Just got Willie McSkimming down there on stand number 6. I think this will be the biggest final that Willie's been in. He's going to love it. We'll see. I think we might see this speed come from stand number 6 right from the start off. How are we going, Paul? Everyone looks pretty happy. We got the thumbs up from Paul Harris. Was that a woo or a go, Paul? Are we missing a judge? Probably Rabbit McLaren, is it? Yeah, we're one short. You're one judge short. You're right, are we? Righto. Hang on to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be all action. Timekeepers ready. Competitors, get set, go. Here we go on stand number 1, Angus Moore from Marlborough. Out he comes on the board, Tony Costa, the Rakaya Flyer on stand number 2. Leon Samuels has brought a little honey out for a start off on stand number 3. Aaron Haynes from Fielding on 4. Nathan Stratford from Invercargill on 5. And Willie McSkimming from Oamaru on stand number 6. And Willie McSkimming's over the tail, top knot off and steps up the neck. Aaron Haynes is up the neck. Tony Costa's there. Nathan Stratford. Round the back of the ears goes Aaron Haynes. Leon Samuels, he's up the neck and round the back of the ears. Angus Moore into the front shoulder. They all go together, but it's the boy on stand number 4, Aaron Haynes from Fielding. He's going to turn to the last side first. Tony Costa, he's right there with him. Willie McSkimming takes the trimmings off round the top of the head. But it's going to be Aaron Haynes that lifts the leg and way down the last side he goes, whips the front socks off. Tony Costa, he's out the hind leg there with him. Who's going to be stepping in for sheep number 2 first? Just over a minute, 1 minute, 7 seconds. They shore that sheep and in goes Willie McSkimming. Leon Samuels is there. Nathan Stratford, couple of blows and they'll be stepping in. Angus Moore, he won't want to be left out of it either, and he's going to be jumping in for his second sheep. It'll take them a couple of sheep to settle down, I think, Des, but, well, we're going to see some action all the way through this final.
Yeah, well, Aaron Hayes pulled out a real flyer, that first sheep, and it didn't have much of a sock on it either. He come down that last side really fast. He's pretty lucky there, but they might be pulling their best ones out first. They might be starting off small and getting into the bigger ones later. See who's going to get out in front. Nathan Stratford's having a go now. He's up the neck. Wild Willie McSkimming on the long blow already. He knows, everyone knows what he's going to do. He's going to go for the pace and they're going to catch him if they can. Hayes is working his way on the long bay. Leon Samuel's about to drop down onto the last side as well. Tony Costa's already on the long blow. He's got the quality. Has he got the speed? I'm pretty sure he has. He's been there before, but it's Wild Willie McSkimming down on stand number 6. And he goes for sheep number 3. No problem at all. Just over 2 minutes and 20 seconds for those 2 sheep. That's pretty fast on these Corriedale hoggets at the New Zealand Corriedale Championships. The Marble Point hoggets are starting to shape up to it now. They're getting pretty well shorn in this. They're heating up a little bit, and so are the shearers. And he goes, Tony Costa for sheep number 3. So does Nathan Stratford. Nothing separating those two shearers. Hayes about to go in for his third one. Willie McSkimming's already up the neck. Leon Samuels is right there. Angus Moore down the last side of his second sheep. He's going to have sheep number 3 out on the board. Oh, she's all go here, Swampy. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, no, they've all got 3 on the board now, but it's still the man down on stand number 6. He's setting the paces down on the long blow. Goes Willie McSkimmings, throws the leg over and wraps the sheep up round his leg, and he turns to the last side. Nathan Stratford's into the front shoulder. Aaron Haynes is up the neck. Tony Costa's into the front shoulder. Leon Samuels and Haynes are blow for blow. Angus Moore just over the tail, but it's the boy on stand number 6. Away down the last side comes Willie McSkimming. Goes back and sweeps a few tassels off under the legs. Another couple of blows, and he'll be stepping in for sheep number 4. There he goes, the boy from Oamaru. Just make sure you're not going to do any lifting in those pens, boys, because you don't want to get your shearer penalised. You might think you're helping, but all you're going to do is make him lose points. So it's Willie McSkimming, he's still in front. Over the tail he goes, and goes Nathan Stratford. Aaron Haynes is there. Tony Costa's been in and done that. Leon Samuels, and he goes to sheep 4. Angus Moore down here on stand number 1. He's shearing along nicely here, keeping the job right, and he's going to step in for his 4th sheep. But it's Tony Costa, Nathan Stratford, Aaron Haynes, they were all in the first hind leg together. Leon Samuels turns into the first hind leg, but it's still Willie McSkimming down there on stand number 6, making the pace, shearing well. The boy on stand number 6, he's keeping the job too by the look of it. He's going to spook these other boys by putting the pace on, and he's under the last front shoulder. Way down the last side he goes now. He's really making every post a bit of a winner here, Des.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He's going to be heading in for sheep number 5 any minute now. Keep turning those little tags over so we can keep tabs on what's happening up there. The shearers on stands 2, 3, 4 and 5. There's nothing separating those shearers. They all come out together. Angus Moore, he's having a charge now. He's out after them. He's out after Leon Samuels. He's going to try and take him out of the game first. And then he's going to head out after Aaron Haynes and Nathan Stratford. But it's Wild Willie McSkimming. The Wolves coming off faster than Honeymooner's. Nick is down on stand number 6. And he goes on stand number 4, Aaron Hayes. Down the last side comes Angus Moore. Tony Costa about to go in for his 5th sheep as well. Nathan Stratford's got his 5th out on the board. Leon Samuels just having a little bit of a clean up there. Down the last side he goes. Angus Moore's already there.
In goes Angus Moore. He brings sheep number 5 out on the board. But Willie McSkimming turns the last side of 5 as Leon Samuels goes in for 5, and Willie McSkimming's down over the last front shoulder, takes the sock wool off. Away out the leg he goes, and away down the last side comes Willie McSkimming on stand number 6. Into the belly out for Leon Samuels. Over there on the mine goes Angus Moore. Tony Costa up round the back of the head he goes. The nearest one to Willie McSkimming is Aaron Haynes as he shares over the last front shoulder. Takes the sock wool off. That's number 6 comes out on the board for Willie McSkimming. Aaron Haynes is starting to move out here on stand number 4 now. As down the last side he comes, putting the big shots here as he's going to step in for sheep number 6. He's not that far behind Willie McSkimming now. McSkimming takes the top knot off as Aaron Haynes steps in. Haynes is picking him up with every blow. Good sheep here. Haynes is brought out. Nathan Stratford's down the last side. Tony Costa, he goes in for 6. Angus Moore, last side of 5 for him, and out the last leg he comes. Here comes Aaron Haynes over the tail he goes, and he'll take the top knot off and step up as Willie McSkimming's ready to turn to the last side down there on stand number 6. In for sheep number 6 goes Leon Samuels. Nathan Stratford just brings 6 out on the board. He's hanging in there with these boys. Tony Costa, top knot off and steps up the neck, but it's Aaron Haynes chasing hard there on stand number 4, but it's Willie McSkimming He's ready to step in for sheep number 7 there now on stand number 6.
Yeah, come on, Willie McSkimming. Have you got anything left in the tank, Will? You're out in front at the moment. You got sheep number 7 out on the board. And Aaron Haynes, he's out after you. Everyone else has got sheep number 6 on the board. Up the neck he goes on stand number 1. Down the last side comes Tony Costa. Down the last side also Leon Samuels. In the pen for sheep number 7 for Aaron Haynes. Up the neck and the top notch comes off. Willie McSkimming stays exactly where he was the last time. They both had a sheep in the pen. And it's Nathan Stratford down the last side. He's sped up and he's into it now. They've got a lot of confidence in their gear. These fellas, the way they're throwing that steel around. Both Costa and Leon Samuels going together. Number 7 out on the board for 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Down the last side on sheep number 6 for Angus Moore. Everyone will have number 7 out on the board any minute now. Any second now. Oh, it's really heating up there. There's a few sheep left in the pen, but they've done a great job. It's hard work. Only 8 minutes and 41 seconds so far. And then Willie McSkimming's getting rid of sheep number 7 down and stand number 6.
In and out he goes with the man on bitter. The sweat's glistening off his shoulders down there on stand number 6. As in goes Willie McSkimming's undermined time for Angus Moore. Tony Costa drops around on the Lomblow. Leon Samuels, he's starting to move a bit now, and so's Nathan Stratford as they both turn to the last side together. Aaron Haynes, though, he's a couple of blows and he'll be stepping in for sheep number 8. He's not that far behind Willie McSkimming now. As out comes number 8 on the board for Aaron Haynes. Into the sock wool he goes. Nathan Stratford. He's going to be stepping in for 8. In goes Leon Samuels. Tony Costa's not far out of it either. As he's got a blow and he'll be stepping in. Angus Moore starting to make a bit of ground up now is down the last side. I think he could hear that Willie McSkimming was coming at him. He didn't want a sheep put round him. There goes Angus Moore. He's in for sheep number 8, but Willie McSkimming turns to the last side of 8. Up round the back of the ears goes Aaron Haynes. Here comes Leon Samuels. He's up the neck now. He's whacking some big shots in around the back of the ears now, and into the front shoulder comes Leon Samuels. He's starting to pick Aaron Haynes up there on stand number 4. Into the long blow goes Haynes. Into the long blows goes Leon Samuels, but it's into the pen. Willie McSkimming's going to go when he puts another bit of comb on. And goes Willie McSkimming for sheep number 9 on the board now. He'll be starting to gasp a bit here now, the boy on stand number 6. He won't be that fit because he's not shearing full time. Here comes Leon Samuels right back at Aaron Haynes now. Look at the blows going in from Leon Samuels. It's Aaron Haynes is still holding him off. The Haynes and Samuels are changing handpiece. Nathan Stratford, he's right there with him as well as he changed a handpiece, and then he goes. Tony Costa under the last side. He comes in down out the last hind leg comes Tony Costa. Aaron Angus Moore down the last side. He comes and he's going to be out the side as the long blow time for Willie McSkimming. Throws the leg over. Throws that steel right at him as he whips the wool off the last cheek. Down over the last front shoulder. He's making a bit of ground up on these boys again, Deds.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. They've all got sheep number 9 out on the board, but Willie McSkimming, he's going to be the one who's going to be hitting in for sheep number 10 any minute now, any second, I should say. Nathan Stratford is cleaning up round the top of the head. Aaron Haynes and Leon Samuels both on the long blow. Tony Costa gets the top notch off. And he goes wild, Willie McSkimming for sheep number 10. Only 11 and 12 left in the pen. Gets the sock off and he's starting to rock and roll now on stand number 6. Leon Samuels, he's just starting to warm up. Oh, I better get into it, he says. That boy down on the stand number 6, he's getting away from me. I've caught him up a little bit now. Can I catch him and get in front? Aaron Haynes, he's right there with them. There's nothing separating these boys. They haven't moved. Got rid of that sheep nicely. Angus Moore's made up ground. Here he comes, Angus Moore, the Marlborough man. The fine wool specialist. He knows how to get the socks off on those Corriedales. The Marble Point Hoggets for 2021. Nathan Stratford, he gets the sock off. Heads down the belly. Tony Costa goes in for sheep number 10 as well. They've all got 10 out on the board. Willie McSkimming still in front down the end there. Up the neck he goes on stand number 4, Aaron Haynes. Leon Samuels, a couple of blows in front. He's done a great job at getting to where he is. I don't know, Swampy, she's starting to really warm up now. There's only a couple of sheep left in the pen.
Yeah, no, and here comes Leon Samuels. He's starting to come back at Willie Mitchkimming now. Down over the last front shoulder comes Leon Samuels. Starting to get into his work now as he lifts the leg and down over the last side. In goes Willie Mitchkimming. He's gasping for air down there on stand number 6. You people around him stop breathing a wee bit so you can leave a bit of air for Willie. Down the last side comes Aaron Haynes, but Leon Samuel steps in for sheep number 11. Tony Costa under the shoulder and away down the last side of sheep number 10. He goes. In goes Aaron Haynes. Tony Costa's made up a lot of ground on this sheep here. So is Angus Moore as he steps in for 11. Aaron Haynes has got 11 out on the board. Nathan Stratford a couple of blows and he'll step in for sheep number 11, but it's still Willie Mitchkimming down on the long blow. Away he goes on sheep number 11 down. He'll be turning to the last side. One sheep in the pen, but here comes Leon Samuels coming right back at him. Down on the long blow goes Samuels, putting the big blows in now as he turns to the last side. I think he's going to pick Willie Mitchkimming up before the end of this sheep is. Down over the last front shoulder comes Leon Samuels on stand number 3. Willie Mitchkimming is down in there and he's in for sheep number 12. Don't panic, Willie. And here comes Leon Samuels down the last side. He comes. Do you reckon Willie can hold him off there, Des?
Oh, yeah, come on, Wild. Willie Mitchkimming, he's doing a pretty good job. He's kept control of that sheep. Leon Samuels had a little bit of a kicker. He's got number 12 out on the board. Willie Mitchkimming, he's led from start to finish. And I'll tell you what, he's going to be there at the finish too. Big undermine. Top Notch comes off on 6. Aaron Haynes heads in. So does Angus Moore. Angus Moore made up a bit of ground. Tony Costa's right there. Nathan Stratford down the last side. Up the neck he goes, Willie Mitchkimming. Can he hold on? Here comes Leon Samuels. He's got a nice little one. He saved his best one. He saved his best one for last. What do you got, Will? Wild Willie Mitchkimming down on stand number 6. Nathan Stratford's got sheep number 12 out on the board, and so is Aaron Haynes. He's up the neck. Leon Samuels is on the last side. Willie Mitchkimming's cleaning up the sock. Down the last side, what do you reckon?
Here comes Leon Samuels right back at Willie Mitchkimming now, but Willie Mitchkimming's got about 2 blows to go. Give him a hand as he pulls the cord. Here we go, the boy from Oamaru. He gets his time taken. Here comes Leon Samuels. Couple of blows and he gets his time taken. Aaron Haynes isn't far out. Here comes Angus Moore. Where did he come from? Stand on stand number 1. He's going to be the next one. Finish. He gets his time taken. Tony Costa, socks off for him, and he'll be away down the last side. Nathan Stratford's ready to turn to the last side. Aaron Haynes, Tony Costa, who's going to be the next one off between those two. Aaron Haynes gets his time taken. Tony Costa, couple of blows, and there he goes. He gets his time taken. Good to see he got a bit of sweat on the brow, Tony. Down the last side comes Nathan Stratford. He gets his time taken. There we go. Hey, Chase, I reckon Tony will give you that towel. Here we go. Give him a hand as they leave the board. That's our Wrightson PGG VetMed Open Final for 2:21. Now we'll just wait back and see who we've got for the winner a bit later on.
Tú llegaste, te adentraste en mi ser, dibujaste una rosa en mi piel, navegaste por mis lágrimas de ayer, liberaste todo lo que soy por dentro. Ready to roll, I'm coming for you. Nowhere to go, nowhere to go. I'm running from you.
competition. A wee bit different without the crowd, but everything went off, I'm sure you'd agree, swimmingly. So that's full credit to you and your committee. Well done. Good stuff.
Thanks, Norm. Yeah, we thought there might not be much of a buzz because there's no show, but, you know, really when you're inside the stadium and the great commentators and whatnot, Norm, really there was a bit of a buzz, wasn't there? So it was pretty cool. Look, there's about over 100 people it takes to make this event run, and it's obviously too many people to thank individually, but firstly I would just like to really thank our wool handlers and pressers. Look, they toil away. It's not like it's their sport or their show. They come here to help us run an event. And, you know, we thank the judges and that, but it's actually a sport for the judges too. So the wool handlers, Merino and Lisa and their team, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Once again, thank you to the Canterbury A&P have really supported us through this show. Obviously, it was only about 5 weeks ago, I think, when the whole show was cancelled, and there was a lot of organising to do then. Last year we went to Marble Point. We had from May to organise it. This year, 5 weeks ago, we didn't know if we were going to have an event or where we were going to do it, and there was no indication of what we could do. So thanks to the committee for stepping up. Awesome, like everyone stepped up and did their bit to make it run, and thanks to the competitors for coming. You talk with your feet and you got here, and I really hope you enjoyed the day as much as it was a pretty good day yesterday too with the wool handling. So thanks for coming, competitors. As I say, well, I will thank the sponsors. Without exception, every sponsor continued their sponsorship today. Obviously, there's going to be a lot less coverage with no spectators, but without exception, in fact, some sponsors actually increased their sponsorship this year to help us out. So thanks to all the sponsors. Lastly, my particular job's a pretty big job, and it's a 12-month of the year job, but I couldn't do it without my awesome wife, Jo. It's a team effort without a doubt. I think I found Jo's limit this year at about 11 o'clock at night asking her to do something else on the computer, so thanks very much, love. Lastly, safe travels home. Thank you all for coming. Hope you enjoyed the day, and congratulations to all the prize winners. Thanks, Norm.
Cheers, Dave. And once again, a big thank you to you and your committee and all the work you guys have put in. Well done. We're just going to have the raffle draw first. Can we get Mr. Paul Harris up here? Paul Harris, he's our chief referee here at the Canterbury Shears, and a man of honour and integrity, even if I'm just making all that stuff up to be fair, but he's going to oversee our our raffle draw. So, Julie Lee. Where's Julie? Here she comes. Here it is. So first prize in the raffle was the Lister Scorpion handpiece, and a big thanks to Lister. I think my name's down, keep going, a wee bit further, yeah. Who we got there, Tracy? Matt Colley from Kirrawee, ticket number 80A, has won the handpiece. Matt, where are you if you're not here? We'll get Matt that, we've got a phone number there for him, so well done, Matt. Give him a hand, folks. Lister Scorpion handpiece. Valued about $800 or something like that. So thanks, $900. Thanks very much to Lister. Second prize is one night's accommodation and breakfast in Queenstown at the Queenstown Park Boutique Hotel. Thanks to them for their support of the Canterbury Shears. And that goes to Mark Herlihy. Oh, Mark. Yeah. I don't know which girlfriend he's going to take down there, but he'll be able to take one. Thanks, Tracy, and well done. So just before we move on, just quickly, we're going to get a couple of photos. The first one with our, I suppose we're all out the back now, our wool handling team. Okay, we'll get the wool handlers organised later and our judges. So prize giving time. We're going to find some winners for all the events that we witnessed here today. And a special thanks to our judges for being here today and finding us these winners. Well done to you guys and girls. Really appreciate the time and effort you put in. And Swampy and Des for helping us on the microphone. Thanks very much. Our timekeepers and our points girls, thank you guys and girls very much. Combined, we have found winners for all our events. Can I get Troy Piper? Is Troy here? We can get him up on the stage. Troy shears for Dale Taylor up in Cheviot, and Dale Taylor Shearing is the sponsor of this event. Punky's not here, so Troy's going to give this one out for us. Okay, so the intermediate machines, proudly sponsored by Dale Taylor Shearing. And Troy's giving out the prize on behalf of Dale Taylor Shearing. Points of 48.52. Second place was 53.80, so a good, solid win to Reuben King, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Reuben. So well done, Reuben. Best outside job in the fastest time, so that's good stuff. So when you're shearing at pace like that, very hard to get that job right, and you did both, so well done.
Yeah, well, I'm stoked. Lucky we got a trial run at the start, because I don't know if I would have got, don't know how good I went then. But yeah, thanks to everyone. Thanks to Dave and Joe. You put a mammoth effort in for another hard year of organising. Thanks to the wool handling team. Like, you've probably done more hours of work today than you would normally at work, so that's real awesome. And yeah, sponsors, farmers, everyone else. Sorry if I've forgotten anyone, but cheers.
Well done, good on you, Reuben. Congratulations. Second place, total points of 53.80. The big fella in the team, Timo Hicks. Well done, Timo. That's pretty good. Third place this year goes to Blake Crooks. Fourth, Chase Rattray. Fifth place, Savi Tai Toko. Well done, Savi. Coming in sixth in the Dale Taylor Shearing Intermediate Shearing was Jason Brass. Well done, Jason. And a quick photo in front of the sponsors board. Of course, while you're getting that photo done, a huge thanks to all the sponsors involved with the Canterbury Shears this year, especially at short notice with the uncertainty around the event. So we thank our sponsors immensely. Give them a hand, folks. Our intermediate shearers, Dale Taylor was their sponsor up in Cheviot there, and this year's winner, Reuben King. Well done. So moving on to the senior grade. This one was proudly sponsored by Lister. Tom Wilson is the South Island rep for Lister, who's not here. Can we have Chris Harris, our Canterbury A&P chairman, is going to come up and give out a few of these prizes in the absence of our sponsors' representatives. So thank you, Chris. So the senior, Acto Agriculture and Lister, first place. Points were 57.48. Second place, 57.68. Third place, 57.72. And then a 58. So nothing in it. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this year's Canterbury Shears in the senior grade, Russell Radama. So well done, Russell. A good one for you, mate. Congratulations.
Thanks. Just like to thank all the sponsors and everybody that showed up and helped out. Cheers.
Well done, Russell Radama. Come out on top by the slimmest of margins, ahead of Braden Clifford, second place. Well done, Braden. Third place, also on those at 57 mark, was Tahi Edwards. Well done, Tahi. So something like 1 second in time or 1 second cut separated these three shearers, so congratulations to 3 years. Fourth place this year from up Masterton Way, Adam Gordon. Well done, Adam. Fifth place, Josh Quinn from Marlborough. Well done, Josh. And we won't leave her out. The best looking shearer in this final, that's for sure. Alice Watson. Well done, Alice. Only 7 or 8 points separating these 6 shearers, so well done to the lot ears. It's a good close final. That's what we want to see. Congratulations. Give them a hand, folks. This year's winner, Russell Radama, well done, and Acto Agriculture and Lister as sponsors. So next up, the Canterbury Circuit Final, which was sponsored by Soil Matters. You see their banners all around the place, their sponsors, so a big thanks. And do support them if you get the chance. They support us and our sport, so get them behind our sponsors. So once again, am I reading the same bit of paper or what? The winner was 57.50. Second place, 57.57. Third place, 57.80. Fourth place, 58.42. So could be the same bit of paper, is it, eh? Well, it's not because it's got different names on it. The winner, Troy Piper, ladies and gentlemen, the Canterbury Circuit winner this year. Well done, Troy. And of course, this final is just a thank you, of course, with the winner's ribbon and everything for the miles that you do and the effort you put in around the circuit, around the country. Well done.
Thank you to our sponsors who we've got, Soil Matters, and this was good to have a win. And thank you to all the competitors who saw there today, and I thought the open final was bloody great to watch as well. Thank you.
Well done, Troy. It's not often you get to watch an open final, mate. You're normally in them. Second place, like I said, Troy was 57.50. Second place, 57.57. I call him Wild Willie. The girls call him Big Willie. Willie McSkimming, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Willie. Third place, also on a 57, Luis Pincol, all the way originally from Chile in South America. Well done, Luis. Fourth place, the pocket rocket in the team, Lowell Windleburn, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Lowell. Fifth place, the Rakaya Flyer, Sean Burgess. Well done, Lowell. Good on you, mate. Good on you, Sean. And coming in sixth place, we've just heard from him. He's the chairman of the team here, Dave Brooker. Give him a hand, folks. Well done, Dave. Give them a hand, folks, as they come off the stage, our Canterbury Circuit finalists. This year's winner, Troy Piper. And Chris is going to stay up here and carry on giving out these prizes. This one's sponsored by the New Zealand Corriedale Breed Society. Thank you for your support once again. Very valued. And our blades, the red ribbon this year. So it's slightly different points this time. There's 10 points between first and second, not a tenth of a point. So 10 points ahead in the blade final this year was Alan Oldfield. Well done, Alan. Current world blade shearing champion, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Oldfield. Tony Dobbs is always a very strong competitor, Alan, and he had a win at Waimate, so you stepped up forward and stomped on his win here, that's for sure, with 10 points. Well done.
Cheers, Norm. Yeah, it's always good competing against Tony. We've been in the New Zealand team for a couple of years now, and we have a pretty stiff competition at most of the shows. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it down for the last couple, so it's good to come away with a win here. Yeah, thanks to the sponsors and the competitors who did come. It's a bit of a shame there's less and less blade shearers, but there's less and less blade shearing, unfortunately, happening at the moment. Hopefully we can get some more young fellas coming into it. But yeah, thanks to the sponsors, judges, wool handlers, and everyone who made the show happen. Cheers.
Well done, Alan. I guess I could make a comeback if there's going to be any help. I could make a comeback. Good on you. Yeah. Second place, Tony Dobbs, ladies and gentlemen. I've already sort of hinted that he was there at second, but well done, Tony. He's been making blade shearing finals here for the last 63 years. Tony Dobbs, well done. Won the majority of them, but today he's second, and he's probably quite happy to be so as well. Well done, Tony. Tim Hogg, third place, ladies and gentlemen, young man from Timaru. Coming in fourth place, Phil Oldfield. Well done, Phil. And some guys will do anything to get a ribbon, ladies and gentlemen. This fella certainly will. Sean Burgess, fifth place. Machine shearer that picked up the blades. Well done, Sean. You can see there's only 4 shearers. This is a guaranteed ribbon. Well done. We'll see you at the... We'll see you again at the bar, Sean. Don't worry about that. So the next event up is the North Canterbury Vets sponsored open plate. This was for shearers that didn't make the final, that haven't won an A-grade show. And I'd like to invite Tracy Ahern up, the Canterbury A&P General Manager. She's going to present these prizes to these winners here today. Thanks, Tracy, for being here.
Kia ora. Thought I would just say hi and acknowledge the committees that work really hard and tirelessly to make these events possible. Joe and Dave would possibly be the most passionate people out there, and they've pulled this together at really short notice with the help of with Jules and their committee. So can we have a big round of applause for them, and thank you for bringing it to us. To all of you who competed, thank you, because without you we don't have these competitions and we don't grow. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all back here next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy. It is passion that drives these competitions, and you did right. Dave and Joe got that in spades, so thank you. So first place in the open plate 49.72, second place 50.96 and a 51, two 53s and a 57, so all pretty close right across the board. And this year's winner with 49.72 total points is Louise Pincole. Well done, Louise. Open plate winner. Canterbury Circuit finalist as well. So a couple of finals here for you today, Louise. You had a good day. Congratulations.
Yeah, what a beautiful day. I want to say just thanks to the sponsors, Canterbury Vets, and thanks to the committee and all the competitors. Cheers.
Well done, Louise. Second place in the open plate from Masterton, David Gordon, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Dave. Third place in his second or third open grade show, Duncan Leslie. Well done, Duncan. Fourth place, once again, welcome back to Lowell Windleburn. Fourth place in the open plate. Fifth place, Tuku Hapoku, ladies and gentlemen. Shearing out of Ashburton. And sixth place, Sarah Hewson. Well done, Sarah.
I'll just steal the mic off you for a minute, Norm, while these guys are having their photo. I failed to mention Marble Point Station and the support we get from them with their sheep. Obviously, you need sheep to have a shearing and wool handling competition, so thank you very much to Marble Point. They are very helpful in the way they go about supplying their sheep for us. And Matt and Sarah Black of Marble Point Station, thank you very, very much. We want you on board for many years to come, so spread the word. They want to sell a few rams as well. And also, I'll just keep the mic from you for a moment, Norm. This year we have a overall best quality in show for all shearing. Okay, so it's over the whole show, and the best quality for 2021. They'll also get their name on an honours board, which will go up around here. So if you come back next year, you'll see your name on an honours board. This year, best quality over the whole show for shearing goes to Alan Oldfield.
Well done, Ellen. Congratulations. Thanks, Dave. Just while we get in the photo, I'd like to invite Glenn Vickery up, please, Glenn. The next event is the Open. And Glenn is representing VetMed, which, of course, are co-sponsoring the Open circuit, along with PGG Wrightson's. So huge thanks to PGG Wrightson's and VetMed for their support of our national circuit. Well done. So there's a lot of support goes in there. Also, I'd like to invite Georgia Martin up, please. Georgia is going to present the Open winner with this wonderful picture. She's an artist and works her company Shoot, Catch and Create. So thank you, Georgia. Okay. Do you want to say a few words, Glenn? Yeah.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Glenn. I'm representing VetMed. I just wanted to mention, or firstly, congratulate all the competitors. I thought you all did an awesome job, and the wool handlers as well. I got a sweat up watching you all, so yeah, we'll have to sort that out when we get home. But I just wanted to mention VetMed is really proud to be part of this circuit. VetMed's not just a name, it's a brand, and it's a brand of animal health products. It's drenches, orals and pour-ons for sheep, cattle and deer. So if you can are in a position where you can support the brand, that would be awesome. But we're really, really proud and pleased to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. And we've said it before, make sure you support our sponsors. They help us with our sports and our industry, so get behind them. So the Open winner received the red ribbon, of course, the prize money and Georgia's picture. Pretty awesome looking picture there, Georgia. So the points, 55.6, then 2 56s, 2 59s and a 63. And the 55.6 points belong to Angus Moore. So well done, Angus. You're a shearing contractor from up Marlborough Way and past winner of this circuit. So great to see you back up here with that red ribbon around your shoulders. Well done.
Cheers, Norm. I don't think I've actually ever won it before. I don't think. But thanks very much to everybody. Pretty stoked, actually. Yeah, not sure what to say. Thanks to everybody for helping out here. Bit of a tough one that we haven't got the big crowds and stuff, but it's good to have the shearing whānau around, so mean. And big thanks to all our sponsors. Appreciate it. And big thanks to my lovely wife, who's at home with all the kids. Kia ora.
Well done, Angus. And, of course, receiving the picture from Georgia. Well done, Georgia. You may not have won this one, Angus, so congratulations on your first win here, but you have won the National Circuit Final before, haven't you? No? You can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember if I've won it either, I suppose. Second place, pretty close to this final, like I said, Tony Costa, ladies and gentlemen. He has won this event here before, a few times. We haven't seen him around the competitions much this season, but his wife let him out to come to Christchurch today. So thanks, Cheryl. And Tony, of course, very close second place. Well done. Third place, the sole North Islander in the field, Aaron Haynes. Well done, Aaron. Fourth place, from Southland, currently residing in Roxburgh, Leon Samuels. Go the South, Leon. Fifth place, our other Southland shearer down here, up here today, is Nathan Stratford. Well done, Nathan. Sixth place, he showed these fellas how to shear today. Wild Willie McSkimming, ladies and gentlemen. Rung the board. It's not all about winning the show, is it, Willie? It's about winning the race. Well done. So big thanks to Georgia Martin for that, donating that picture for their winner, and Glenn Vickery as well, representing VetMed. Give me a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Our open finalist this year's winner, Angus Moore. Well done. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Like we said, it's been a trying time for the committee here. Big thanks. I've already mentioned them, our commentators up there, Swampy and Des, the wool handling and pressing team, our judges, the points of timing, our sound technician, thank you very much. Our live streaming crew down here, thank you guys very much. Lister, of course, for their support, and Ellesmere Transport for trucking the sheep here for us from Marble Point, and a big thanks to the Marble Point team once again, and last but not least, Dave and the committee, well done. So, yep, we'll get the judges up here, please, while you're still, before you get out to the bar. We'll get all our shearing judges, Dinny and everyone, we'll get up here for a quick photo, and Swampy and Des as well, please. Oh, no, we're going to get one of ourselves. Don't go away, Swamp. So, a quick photo. When I say quick photo, I mean if you judges could hurry along, please. You could hurry along a wee bit.